Welcome to the show. City of Venus, Dead City 2. Sign up right there. Indiegogo. Indiegogo. Welcome to the show, Vinnie. You're our very special guest on this very first Hanging with My Homie, episode 1. Elsie will be joining us, my homie of 40 years, my longtime friend. Apex Comics in the house saying, yo, Vinnie, long time no see. Shadow
What's
Hawk
up, guys?
Rex. Yeah.
Yeah, Rex, thanks for having me on.
Hey, thanks for coming on. It's we've been wanting to have you on for a while, and here you are. Wishes do come true, and a belated. I consider this a belated birthday present.
Well, dude, I saw in passing. Yeah, you were saying thank you to for everyone wishing you nice happy birthday wishes and all that. So, I wanted to say hi. But yeah, every now and then I catch some of your streams here and there. But yeah, you're good people, so I was more than happy to swing on by.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you for the invite.
No problem. No problem. You're always active within the community. Always got your hands deep somewhere doing something. Comics, and always wanted to talk. I always love to talk to new people that have not met before, or maybe I've been on panels with before, but you just don't really get to sit down with them and get to talk and learn about them and how they got into comics or what they do in their life. They might not even be in comics, but they're within the community and friends with some people, but comics is the game we're kind of in, right? Which is kind of niche. I guess it's been niche. It's always been niche, but there's a lot of comic collectors out there, around the world. So Mike Walters, hello, sir. Mike Walters in the house. He's a regular that comes on in. So how did you kind of get into comics, Vinnie?
Like most people, as a kid. I used to help to take care of sick family and stuff. So I was home a lot anyway, and I think I was maybe seven or eight. I got a pretty bad flu, and one of my brothers and a cousin, they went to a comic shop and they were just picking up a bunch of things, and they came home and they gave me a few books, and I was like, oh wow. Like I was blown away. It was an Amazing Spider-Man book that McFarlane had drawn that had Captain America on the cover with Spidey. That was like one of my first books that I ever had, and I like devoured that thing. As soon as I saw the artwork, I was just like hooked. And and ever since, I wanted to start drawing and doing my own thing, and it's kind of where it started.
Then, I mean, for me, I can look back. I mean, in the early 90s, it's amazing I didn't think about this, but, I'd been in comics. I think there's been a couple of years that I didn't collect comics because I was kind of like working at rescue mission with homeless, and just kind of priorities shifted, and for a couple of years. But I quickly snapped back and came back to it. And I know Shadowhawk was out of comics for about 18 years. When you got a family and other responsibilities, sometimes some people stick with it all their lifetime. I can say just for a couple of years, that I was kind of out of it, but always loved comics and enjoyed comics. And it was like, the art, got me, looking at cartoons much,
Hmm.
when you're younger. And of course, I was very, very young, but when you got great cartoons, like in my case, Space Ghost,
Oh
uh,
yeah.
Herculoids, Johnny Quest,
Hmm.
all the DC stuff that they had on all the time, Marvel. I just finished watching Spider-Man 1967 collection, which ran from 67 to 71. And so these are some
Nice.
of my earliest memories, and it really stuck with me. I always liked the superhero type stuff, maybe because there was so much of it out there. And then
Yeah.
during the 70s, all you had was like Super Friends. And then I know Filmation did, a lot of the live action type stuff like Shazam, ISIS, Jason and the at Star Command and other things like that, the Tarzan, the
Hmm.
Super Seven, different things like that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it just wasn't the same as the '60s. And now I know it's because of Ted Kennedy and concerned parents passing legislation about violent cartoons. You
Yep.
know, and I so now I understand it. But in the early '90s, I kind of a lot of that came back to me, those early influences before I was even a reader, because for the very first time you got VHSs
Hmm.
and you had rental places like Blockbuster that would carry those Marvel 1966 videos.
Yep.
And then I was like, I would hear the opener, I would see the opener, and I would go, oh yeah. And then, at the same time, about mid '90s, about '95, I think it was,
Hmm.
Cartoon Network, early '90s. I think I caught it the Cartoon Network about the third year it was out. Moved out of town to another neighboring town, and they did have Cartoon Network on their basic cable,
Hmm.
and so I was able to see a lot of these cartoons again, like Fantastic Four from the '60s again, and it jogged some more memories, and.
Oh, for sure. But as you were
Mhm,
saying though too, because there's a lot of influence came from cartoons as well for me. It was
mhm,
it was like a combination of the cartoons and comics, and just
mhm.
like the opening to the Spider-Man alone, that bum 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 bum, and
Yeah,
then that music, and then what did you have? You had Stan Lee narrating, and his
mhm,
narration pulled you right in immediately, even if it
yeah,
wasn't like top notch stuff. Looking
mhm.
back now as adults, it was still enjoyable, but as a kid, that got you sucked right in.
He
Like,
was like a friend that you had on TV, you know,
yeah,
because he identified with what you liked, and he made it sound exciting,
oh for
like
sure.
Spider-Man and his amazing friends,
Hmm.
Excelsior, true believers,
Yeah.
a lot of fun, man. I can remember uh, not wanting to go to a basketball game on Saturday because Thundar the Barbarian was going to come on,
Oh, that's
you know,
great. Yeah.
because Jack Kirby actually did designs for that. We
Hmm.
forget that Jack Kirby was in animation, starting out very early on in the late 30s with as a scene sort of infiller for Popeye, the old Popeye
Oh, I didn't
cartoons.
know that.
Yeah. And
Oh
then
wow.
later, I think he did two Scooby Doo episodes
Nice.
in the early '70s, and I know there was a late '70s Fantastic Four that he kind of did the same thing that he did on Thundar.
Hmm.
Probably first time he kind of did like character designs for a cartoon, and of course he was old hand at Fantastic Four characters, right? And
Yep.
storyboarding and stuff. So and had done newspaper work by that time. Had newspaper strips. That used to be the sweet deal for creators was to get a newspaper strip, kind of like
Yeah.
the Spirit, you
Yeah.
know.
Syndicated.
The
And yeah. Yeah. Those they had good contracts
How
for
cool is
them.
that, Vinny? If you had like a um, your own section in kind of a comic book, even
Hmm.
though the whole thing, the cover, everything is newsprint, but you got your whole section daily or at least weekly, you know, where it's in full color on Sundays. To have a comic book in the daily newspaper,
Oh
that's
yeah.
pretty neat. I've
Like
got some of those from the '40s and '50s.
Yeah, even as a kid, yeah, I used to do that too, man. I couldn't wait for like, especially the Sunday ones, because they'd have more comic strips in there too. And
Mm-hmm.
I found myself reading every little bit, any little bit, out of all of that. From the funny stuff to like Prince Valiant, like
Mm-hmm.
they had a little bit of everything in there, and that's what I really enjoyed back then. When
Yeah.
print was
Yeah.
still
I mean,
something, the newspaper.
it's almost like you're starving for, I always needed that visual stimulation, but it really made me a reader.
Yep.
Comic books did. And around the same time, about third grade, I'd gotten some comic books, but that's when I really got two in a row, picked out two in a row that were
Hmm.
like, oh, this is the continuation of that one. It finally got dawned on me. These come
Yep.
out monthly, and then once it was that, it was off to the races. I was hooked. Uh,
Yeah.
I started collecting the one title and then getting here and there sporadic. Up to that time, it was kind of sporadic. I'd
Yep.
gotten some back issues from a neighbor, uh, but yeah, I mean, it really expanded my consciousness. I know that's wild to think about, but comics really taught me verbiage, taught me words, right? It taught me
Hmm.
concepts of galaxies and universes, and took me further than any TV show did.
Oh yeah.
It was
And
it
and
was did in
with
print what Star Trek did on TV.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And because of like a lot of the more superhero books, like they were given those good messages too of doing the right thing. We'd see superheroes making sacrifices, in order to save people.
Mhm,
Look at Spider-Man. Like how many times as he kind of, he screwed up in his personal life, but he was always there to help and do the right thing.
mhm.
In terms of people who actually needed the help in a massive way instead of just little personal things.
It's wild to think that when Marvel first started out, their distributor was DC Comics, and they were
Hmm.
limited to only 8 titles. And
Yeah.
yet they broke out of that stronghold and replaced when the contract ran out. Uh, you know, and that's why a lot of their titles, like Tales to Astonish, went on to be like Incredible Hulk. Why, like
Yeah.
Tales of Suspense went on to be Captain America. At
Hmm.
that point, they could change the titles, because every time you change the title, you got to do a separate filing, and that takes money to do. You know,
Yep.
um, Apex says, I always loved the Sunday Funnies. I did my own Sunday Funnies in the mid 80s with my own early IPs. Fun project. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's
I
cool.
can remember I liked the way Daisy, Dagwood's dog, was drawn.
Hmm.
And I took a lot of those and cut out nothing but daisies, you know. And I think I might
That's
even
great.
still have some of them that are cut out, from the
That is
newspapers,
awesome.
because I
Yeah,
just like the character, kind of like
Cal-
Pluto.
Calvin and Hobbes, like that was always fun too. I was so
Hmm.
bummed. Do you remember when Borders Books was closing and they had like all those big sales? They had a
Uh,
collection. They had like an
well,
oversized.
I'm in Northeast Arkansas, so we've never had a Borders here.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
Yeah.
like Books a Million, and almost exactly
Okay.
the same type of thing.
Okay. Yeah.
But
We've
yeah,
had a
yeah,
Books
they,
a
they had
Million.
closed down.
I
It was
you know
before
what's
the
incredible,
pandemic.
Vinny, is we've had more here, but
Hmm.
it's been at like different times.
Yeah.
Um, the bookstore I used to work in from closed up. The bookstore that was our main competition closed up within 6 months of our closing. We had a Books a Million, but
Oh
it
wow.
closed.
Hmm.
We had a tornado about 6 years here, not about 2 miles from my house, and touched down, and it
Oh wow.
hit the middle part of the mall and wiped out the mall, and
Holy
the
hell.
mall's still cut in half. It's still cut in
Wow.
half. They cleaned the mess up, but it's still cut in half. Um, and one of
Jeez.
the books, what is it? The other big book chain, and sort of collecting chain, books. I can't think of the name of it now. Anyway, it's finally come back, but in another location.
Oh,
But it
okay.
was gone for a while, and really, that's all our only bookstore.
Wow.
Yeah, and Hastings, we had a Hastings. I don't know if you know about Hastings. I think they
No, I'm
were.
not familiar with that one.
See, that was only in the South. Apparently, I didn't know that till I started talking about Hastings. They even had Hastings variant covers on their comic books. Some of their covers were just
Oh
exclusive
wow,
to Hastings. There's Hastings variant covers that you could only get at Hastings, like Secret Wars and different things had Hastings variants.
that's pretty
I've got,
cool.
yeah, I've got like, when they closed out, they were the largest retailer of comics at the time, and a lot of people don't even know about them, because it was
That's
kind of like
wild.
in the South, but they were a big
Hmm.
Southern chain. Hastings had a closeout sale in 2017, ton of great deals. Hell yeah, I got like 1,500 comics plus vinyl banks,
Wow.
superhero vinyl banks, and uh, statues. And then at first I got their blue line paper for drawing, they're
Oh, they
went
even
about
sold that
17.
in there.
They sold that in there. They sold
Wow.
a bunch of Funko Pops. They sold um oh, there was a bunch of cross gen books in there. There was like,
Oh
you
yeah.
name it, if it was culture, they had superhero
I
glassware.
I've been there. I've been to the Cross Gen Studios.
Have you?
Yeah, yeah. Back. Oh, it was maybe the second. I think it was the second year. Um, yeah. I had another brother who also in the sculpting area, and we were going to be doing statues for them, and we went up to meet them. But somebody else, there was these other two guys who came in and ripped them off on
Hmm.
there was that book Sojourn, the girl with the blonde hair.
Yep.
I believe Eric Lamb was doing the book, and or I'm sorry, Greg Land, and yeah, whoever did that statue ripped them off, and then the owner didn't want to make stuff anymore. And but I did get to meet a lot of those people in there. Bart Sears, he was awesome. Really, I mean,
Hmm.
he was one of my idols when I was growing up. Like, I loved his stuff. His what he used to do in Wizard, the Brutes and Babes, like the drawing classes and stuff. But yeah, it was interesting. There's some horror stories too. I saw uh, the office that Mark Wade had destroyed. Um, apparently he had like a tantrum or something while he was working there, and yeah, he destroyed their office, and they left it like that. They called the cops. They got him out of there. From what I'm told, what I heard,
Uh-huh.
and they left his office completely destroyed as a reminder. Anyone who acts like that, they're going to be thrown off the premises and fired. So yeah, really interesting. I don't know what the full cause was, why the guy did what he did, but yeah, comics. It's a strange world sometimes.
They did the motion comics. I bought those at Hastings.
Hmm.
Um, the motion comics, the crossed in, that's where I learned a lot about that. Now I bought some of their compilation books, that
Uh
were
huh.
smaller, sort of digest form.
Yeah.
Um, that they would be beefy, like, I don't know, 100 pages or nearly 100 pages. And I
They were
thought that,
building a great universe. Like, there was a lot of good
yeah,
stuff there. A lot of talented people that were involved. It's a shame it kind of got destroyed. Yeah.
Shadowhawk, your link is there on Instagram already. You want to come in? Um, Whitman variants, yeah, Whitman variants were a thing too,
Oh
back in
wow.
the day. Uh,
Hmm.
but when I had my comic book shop and I was still in high school, and put it, got with another collector who he was actually doing PR work, artwork and stuff for like a local factory here.
Hmm.
But he always had an interest in comics, and he was more of a DC guy, kind of like my friend John, whom I met through the other gentleman. And I was like 16 at the time, and he had his own characters. And around that time, Marvel came out with their A to Z handbook of
Hmm.
characters, and I drew some of his characters, and he would make his own books and then laminate the covers, and
Oh, nice.
and they were like golden age size. They were bigger, and I thought that was great. Now I saw him years later, and the lamination and the markers he was using, which some of those might have been water based, kind of bled. So that's kind of a shame.
Oh
It kind
man.
of ruined his artwork laminating them like that. But he
Shit.
would put together his own books, and I thought that was great because that's what I wanted to do. It all started with my mother going to the library and seeing their little display. They would feature somebody within the community doing something interesting. And John, my artist on Devil Flyer, whom I'm still friends with. Now, Dave, I've seen him as a couple years ago at the grocery store, and I didn't get his number. I gave him my number, I think, or something, but he never called me. So I've not seen him around. He wasn't in great health, so I hope he's okay.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
he did a story with John, and I'm hoping that I can track him back down because I'd like to get his permission to publish that story. And John doesn't want me to publish it without. It's a sci-fi story, a short little sci-fi story. But
Well, that's cool.
through him, we had a comic shop, the first comic shop here in town, and did very well with it. And I learned a lot about comics and just the retail part of it. And, that was invaluable when I was like 17 years old. And that's when the retail market was just getting started.
Mm-hmm.
And you still had newsstands everywhere. I never,
Oh, yeah.
I never thought that the newsstands would go away because they've been around for decades, since the
Yep.
1930s,
Yep. Yeah, I
even
remember
before the
7-Eleven
1930s.
used to. Yeah, 7-Eleven used to have them as well.
Yeah, see, we never got the 7-Eleven cups. I would see the commercials
Mm-hmm.
sometimes and think, man, I want those cups. And
Yeah.
I've since collected a fair amount of them. There's still a lot to go,
Mm-hmm.
but to get them all, because they produced a lot of those over the years, DC and Marvel cups.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always wished, man, I wish I could get some of those Slurpees. And now we've got, icy drinks. You can get ices and stuff here in town. But back in the day, you couldn't.
Yeah.
There just wasn't that.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
It depends where you were too, because I didn't have access as a kid too, because I ended up moving down south, and you need a car to go everywhere pretty much in certain places. But like the local, like the mall, they had like the Walmarts and stuff, and in the 90s they had like the Image guys. They were given like those packs of books. You get like a pack of, I don't know,
mhm.
like 6 to 10 books or something for like, I don't know, $5 or something. And yeah, and you get some pretty good surprises. I had like the first a couple of issues of Spawn, Savage Dragon, like a bunch of different stuff like out of there.
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty awesome. And it gave people who didn't have access to comic shops a little bit of a chance.
You probably watched Silverhawks and G.I. Joe
Oh,
and
yeah.
Thunder
Thundercats, He-Man, all that good stuff.
Thundercats, yeah.
Yep.
He-Man, yeah, yeah.
Thundercats still one of the best openings to any cartoon. I absolutely love that.
Absolutely. And I like the remake too. I've got that on disc that they did in the 2000s. That's pretty good if you
Yeah,
haven't
the
seen
early 2000s. I found out about all that stuff before most other people did, because
it. Mhm.
when I was working for Todd, there were former employees of theirs that ended up branching off. They were known as the Four Horsemen, and they ended up getting the license for He-Man, and they're the ones that brought it back. Like that whole cartoon, everything was because of those guys. Like it really kicked
Mhm.
off, and I got to see the toys before anybody else did, because like I got
Mhm.
invited to their studio, which was like right around the corner from where Todd was. Like it was pretty funny. But as soon as you walked in, they're like in an industrial type building, just like the third or the fourth floor up. And when they opened up this big metal door, they had a glass case, and they had what they called they were 2-ups, because they were double the size of a regular figure. And so it'd be like like a 12-inch He-Man, painted up beautiful, the accessories, everything. They had all the villains.
So was
Oh my
that like
god.
prototypes? Was that like larger
Yeah,
prototypes
yeah,
that they
those were,
took
yeah.
to make modes from, or?
Yep, that's normally how it is. Yeah, they'll
Mhm.
sculpt them that big. Then they send them off to China, and yeah, then they
Hey,
do the
Tommy,
process. They shrink it and stuff. Hey, Tommy.
Tommy, Tommy, where did your wrench go? I got to give you a wrench. Uh, don't know why you don't have a wrench. Thought I gave you a wrench. Anyway,
Yeah.
I give everybody wrenches here. It's abby normal when you don't have a wrench. Uh, uh,
Yeah, no, Tommy's
it,
awesome. Yeah, we do a toy stream together on Thursdays.
oh,
Yeah, he's a damn good friend.
okay.
Great guy.
Yeah. Uh, what were some of the characters that you got to work on with Todd McFarlane? You know, when you were there looking, and how long was that stint? How long were you there doing that type of stuff?
I was there for about a year and a half, almost two. But the
Hmm.
amount of work that was produced was maybe about 3 or 4 years worth of work. And
Hmm.
shit, even to this day, he's been using some of my designs from way back. It's got to be like 20 something years now.
Wow.
He's still
Yeah.
using my designs. If you go to GameStop right now, they have the spawn on the horse, the blood axe. That's originally my design. That whole line I had done. It was a Dark Age Viking. The way that they name things, I don't know who was responsible for that part of it, but it
Kind of
was a
like
mishmash.
medieval Spawn, right? A little bit more edgy.
Yeah, he wasn't in there. They had like a Viking comic book, like a Spawn one
Hmm.
that I believe Liam Sharp had worked on, and I basically did like redesigns of all those characters because especially back then, like his style was more messy and nothing was really um, he didn't have definitive designs or everything was he had used so much black, like because it was a very dark book to begin with. So I basically redesigned everything, and we came up with new characters. And yeah, there's one that made it on one of the first times Todd had the record-breaking book. I think it was like 301 or 302 of Spawn, and yeah, my the Skull Splitter. I believe
Hmm.
that's what they called him. They thought he was the Spawn of the line, and he wasn't. The Blood Axe was the Spawn of the line. The other one was supposed to be like the rival. He was mostly like a Black Knight, like his whole body, but then he had like this skull and like these weird kind of um, like almost like what's his name, the Predator, kind of like
Hmm.
tendril, like those things like on the bottom, but they came out longer. The figure is a beautiful figure for sure, and he came with like a big gold sword. But yeah, we had to do. I had to do it. Basically, two different designs for each character because KB Toy Store at the time they wanted a variant of the entire line. So
Hmm.
I designed all six figures, including the spawn on the horse and the
Was
big
that
box
to
set.
kind of play the collectability
I
side of
think
it? You know?
so. Yeah,
Okay.
because they that exclusive was just for KB that they wanted
Oh, okay.
another
Yeah.
another
That's
version. Yeah.
great when they personalize it to a store, like I was saying about Hastings variants, you know,
Yeah,
'cause
yeah. It was one of the
yeah.
first times I think that they had really done that. They hadn't done it with a full line before,
Mhm.
so that was pretty cool. And yeah, in fact, some of them like it's pretty much you got brand new characters because some of them were that extreme. The changes of like the paint job and just changing a head or some of the weapons that the
Mhm.
character came with, and yeah, it was pretty interesting. But some of the first stuff I worked on was the McFarlane monsters. Now, a lot of people they might think of like the little play set because the first thing that he released that were like his take on the Universal monsters, kind of without having to pay the license.
Yeah.
And he had done like a play set. It wasn't that; it was the 6 and 7 inch figures. So there was like the sea creature.
Mhm.
The Frankenstein was the first one that I had done, and
That must have
I
been fun.
yeah, especially being like the first stuff because I thought it was just kind of like a
So take us
trial.
through that. I mean, does he sit down with you and say, basically, here's the pitch and this is what you we want to do, and you use your imagination and come up with the design, and then he kind of approves it or says, okay, this needs to change, or how does
Well,
that work?
Well, the initial idea usually comes from him or the two brothers that were running the art studio out of there. So
Mhm.
when I came in, it was we just came in for an interview and ended up staying. That's pretty much how it went. I had sent it wasn't just samples. My brother Frank he goes, why don't we do something different? And he took out like the camcorder and filmed the artwork and sent like a little tape. And I'm like they don't normally get stuff like that because I saw a contest in the back of one of the Spawn books, and they were just looking for artists. They didn't say exactly for what. They just said,
Mhm.
Todd McFarlane Productions is looking for X, Y, and Z or whatever. So we just sent these samples, and we didn't know it was primarily for the toy thing. But when we got contacted, they were kind of blown away. So came up, did the interview, and when I did the interview, it was basically like, all right, yeah, well, we dig you. at first they were trying like to tell me like, oh, someone else is coming in for this job, but that person's not going to be here for like another 4 or 5 months. Like the person was going to relocate there or whatever and all that. And since it was already there, I was like, all right, we'll try you out. And they're like, oh, could you come back tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, we could. So I was staying with family in New York, and the studio was out in New Jersey. So I didn't have a car or anything. We flew up. So it was taking the subways and then the bus from Manhattan to up in the sticks. It was yeah, it was a really weird area where he was located. People go, oh, New Jersey. They think it's like, Jersey City. No, it was up in the sticks. It was a good distance away. So, oh, hi. How you doing, man?
Hey, Elsie.
Hey, Vince.
This is my friend and co-host of this show. And actually, I'm going to have to change the title because it's supposed to be Hanging with My Homie, not Hanging My Homie. I'm not going to execute him.
I just noticed that myself.
This is Vinnie. We've been trying to get him on for a while. He was talking about his time working with Todd McFarlane, making action figures. Concept for action figures.
Yeah.
Oh, were you? Oh, that's right. You were. Yeah.
Nice.
I heard him talking about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was interesting, but yeah. So yeah, to fast forward a little bit. So the initial idea was like from either one of the two brothers, kind of spitballing with Todd, like what they want to produce next for a line.
Brainstorming. Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. And there was another guy too there who was like a co-founder. He was a really nice guy, but I didn't see him as much. There was something going on.
I mean, once he got bigger, is there a board of directors? I mean, or is Todd the business basically? Or are there other investors?
From when I was there, it was like that was the studio. It's all under his umbrella, and everything was like his call, like after the fact. So it was from the drawing stage, like it'd have to get approved by Todd, and then from there it'd go to like the rough out stage. We keep having meetings with him every couple of days essentially, but he wasn't there. We had like one of the first webcams kind of thing, kind of what they were setting up, and it would always be like on the fritz. Sometimes he could see us, sometimes we couldn't see him, or vice versa.
Now they've got like Zoom calls and all kind. You can see face to face like this, and it's not a problem. But back then it was a little bit technical challenge, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it absolutely was. But it was interesting, and it's weird too because he wasn't that open to talking to everyone. Like we'd all be there like in the office, but he primarily just like to the heads of each department kind of thing. Or if you like specifically wanted to know from an art, like why'd you do that or whatever, and could you change this? It was more like him just because he was so busy with everything else he was doing and getting other parts of his company off the ground.
Was there an ease to it, or I
mean,
when you first went in, you probably were kind of sweating it, right? You were kind of like, oh my gosh, to a certain extent, or did you just kind of go in confident of your skills? I mean, because when you meet somebody like that for the first time, it's like,
Well, here's the thing that was kind of beneficial. I had met Todd twice before
at conventions.
And here's the thing, because I didn't go to many. I only went to like one or two here or there. And when we found out he was going to be, I was in high school.
Apparently, you went to the right ones.
Yeah. Well, because he didn't normally travel to certain places. So when he was in town, we want to try to get out there. So like I had met him already and kind of got a vibe of kind of how he was, but I didn't know a couple of years later I'd be working for him, because when I first met him I think it was the first year that they were working on the prototypes for the first Spawn series, and he just had like two pieces, no capes or anything, just like the prototype, all like in gray resin, sitting on his table as he was signing books for people.
You probably seen, now you're the person to ask about this. You probably seen the very first Spawn PVC figure and Violator figure, right? That he produced, the very first anything. Have you seen one of those?
Not well. I'm trying
They
to think.
don't move. There's no articulation. There's just
He well,
Spawn with this cape, and there's the
well here.
Violator, and they're in a
He,
little box with little
mhm.
bricks, with windows.
And they're
Yeah.
numbered.
I do.
They're
I
numbered.
remember all the promo stuff. I didn't see them myself personally because when I got there, it was already years later.
Yeah.
When I saw the prototypes before he ever released any of them. Back when I was in high school, because he had them on the table. I'm like, well,
That
what's
was when
that?
you were in high school. Yeah.
Yeah, and he literally was going, oh yeah, we're thinking about trying toys, and here's some of the first looks or whatever. Like he wasn't that involved in it. It wasn't such a dramatic thing for him. It was just like, oh yeah, here's a matter of fact. Yeah, we're thinking about getting into toys, kind of thing. But
Yeah.
when I started working for him a few years later, and they were already what were they, maybe 5 or 6 lines in, something like that. But yeah, when I got there, I started seeing other stuff, and then they had like across the street from where the studio was, they had space where like a storage kind of space that was behind um like a Walgreens. It was so strange. I'm like, wait, where are we going? I said, the studio's over here. Why are we going to Walgreens? Oh no, we're going behind Walgreens. And like, I remember because I was with one of the other workers, and they, oh yeah, we gotta grab some of the prototypes that are in there. I'm like, there are prototypes over here. Why are they over here?
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
My mind was blown. The basement was full, so yeah, we got space over here, and it was a good. You go up a flight of stairs, and there was a giant room, and they just have like a whole bunch of things all in boxes and stuff. So.
That'd be super cool to have a prototype, man.
Well, that had happened. I heard when they ended up they closed down that whole studio a couple of years after I left, and they moved everything out to Tempe, Arizona, and they weren't going to take everything. So the workers that were still there, I was still friends with a few of them. They said they were basically it's like a free for all, grab what you want kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah,
love to have been working there.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
it was interesting.
I got the McFarlane, one of the earlier Redeemers that came out with the wings, his character Redeemer, blue and white sort of sketch, but the articulation in the wings, just the detail. Not necessarily articulation, but just
they were
detail.
more like statues.
Yeah. Very nice though.
I'm one of the guys I was pushing for more articulation in figures. He was kind of against it, and factory they were using in China.
Why was he against it? Because it's hard. It's more money to produce, or what?
That would be part of it. The other part of it was he thought he was just kind of against it. He liked having little statues kind of thing. Like, oh yeah, you walk into an office and what's that on your table? Oh, that's pretty cool. Like that's his mindset.
You almost sound like him, Vinny. Talking. You almost sound like him.
I used to do the imitation all the time in the office, and they busted me a few times, and I just laughed about it, and I continued doing it.
Well, Vinny, if he did them in porcelain, that would have been okay. I like the porcelain. But
early on they did a lot of porcelains. Yeah,
resin and plastic. You need articulation if you're going to do it that way.
Yeah, the articulation. Here's the thing: there was a lot of competition, and especially because we were the studio ourselves. Like we were fans of a lot of different things, and there was a lot of Japanese import figures that were starting to come in. Like FYE, they carried a lot of different things, and we're like, how come we're not doing articulation like this? Because a lot of it was like the sliding joints, so it wasn't like like you'd see something like now. It was like his Batman's. Like they'd have double elbow, or double knee, and you see the pins in them. It was more like the sliding joint. So you just have like the cut across the neck, and his head could go left or right, and that was it. But now they're ball jointed, like
now
all
they
that
can
type
pivot.
of stuff.
Yeah, I remember the early larger GI Joes. From the 70s, they had a ball joint that was much like this on my Garmin, where it just rotates on that ball, and then you can go in any direction. Yeah.
There were simple ways of doing it where you could still cut corners in pricing and everything, but for some reason, again, he only preferred like that kind of like here's a lump of a statue of a figure. It's all plastic with some minimal movement. So you'll have like let's say Spawn in the Throne, if you remember that, like he had the garbage throne. And it'd basically be like he was holding the skull in one hand, and it looked great. Don't get me wrong, it looked beautiful, but that's all you're going to get out of something like that. Now something like that made more sense. It's kind of like what he's doing with the Marvel stuff right now. If you walk into any like Walmart or whatever, he went back to that kind of approach. But the thing is, he's outsourced to China completely, so you don't have this personal touch and more detail. Like he's really cutting corners on certain things.
Yeah, and I think I've heard Shadowhawk remark, they don't look as well as they used to. You can tell.
No, they don't. If you go back to like the era where I was the last era where they had the really great stuff because it was still in studio and it was it would start with me with the drawings themselves. I designed them. Sometimes I wouldn't even have to do full turnarounds. Just like really cool pose. Some breakdowns of certain things. So let's say if a character has like a huge shoulder pad or whatever, what does that look like underneath? So like I would draw it without the armor kind of thing, and then here's what it looks like with the armor on, that type of stuff. I was hands on with the sculptors. So
hey Vinnie, did you get to keep any of your drawings?
I still have I have a box full of them still. They're buried somewhere.
Man.
But
that'd be cool.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I had shown a few of them on some of my live streams. It's been a minute.
You ought to dig them up. We'll let him show them, won't we, Rex? Man.
Well, now did they have like an official stamp or something that you put on there that was kind of like McFarlane Toy property or something? I'm surprised you got anything left, and
Well, a lot of it's just. It's people think it's more professional than it is. It's really not. I was just drawing on like computer paper mostly.
Yeah.
Like that's what they had there. And then you basically go to the Xerox machine and you'd make copies for the other people. And it's like, I made extra copies for myself.
So the printing paper, wouldn't you have to? It would be like accordion style, right? Stacked into a right.
Well, it's just like if you walk into an Office Depot and you just bought the sealed plastic.
That's pretty thin stuff.
Yeah. There was nothing special. If I wanted to walk in with my own like a regular sketchbook with a ring on it, that's fine too. They didn't care. Like no one really cared as long as there were copies in the office and to give to the sculptors and the fabricators who made the weapons. That's all that they really gave a shit about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they used to do the same thing with comics. They would stat and then they would give these stats out to the people working on the books, and comp copies. That helps you kind of keep abreast too if you want to read the
and that's
comics.
Rex, don't you think they had the exact same thought that he's having about his stuff, his drawings and things? It wasn't no big deal. It was on copy paper. They're thinking it wasn't no big deal. It was just part of making a comic.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference in in-house and corporate, isn't it, Vinny? Probably.
Yeah, I know Marvel and DC, because I had a couple interviews with both. DC, they definitely had their own paper that was like watermarked DC.
Official. That way, when you do something, it's theirs to keep, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But even if you didn't work for them, like I was talking to this one editor, he's like, if you want here's a stack of paper if you need it. Like, they didn't really care about each other. But if you're working for them, obviously, then it's easier for them to be like, this is all copyrighted, trademarked by them.
Marvel pretty much the same way, huh?
I haven't seen that at Marvel when I was there. I had a couple interviews there as well. But yeah, because I was actually supposed to work on the Marvel Knights Spider-Man with Mark Miller back in the day, and the job got stolen from me thanks to Joe Quesada. Like 2 weeks before I signed the contract, Joe put one of his friends on the book instead. So there was a good number of years where I didn't even want to look at comics. It was that's not something.
There's got to be a reason for it, brother.
Yeah, there is.
It's not on purpose. That just didn't happen.
How'd you get into crowdfunding, Vinny?
How did it start, to be honest? I was doing a lot of conventions and I had my own projects anyway. Like I was starting to do them and I was looking into how to doing it. And I had a few friends, they kind of asked me like, have you tried Kickstarter yet or whatever? I didn't know anything about it. And then I started seeing some of the stuff that
like us. Us.
Yeah, a lot of people, we knew of it, but no one really dipped too many toes in there, at least at the time.
Yeah.
Well, at least the people that I knew. There's a few that I knew that were kind of doing Kickstarters. I was gonna look at it. It seemed a little complicated at first too, but I'm like, is there another platform? Then I heard about Indiegogo. There's a few people that were trying that. I saw some of the rumblings of what was going on between like the mainstream fighting with independent people, and that's kind of how I got pulled in. Like I was there the first couple of years of the CG stuff. That's kind of where it started. I had single issues of Through the Woods. That was the first campaign that I ran, and nobody really knew who I was until I started doing more, like the YouTube stuff. And then I started popping up on other channels. And when I launched City of Venus 1, by the time like the last 2 days it was going to close, like I got a spike in sales, like 5K on top of what it was already at. So then at that point, people, they were hungry for more because I delivered right away. Like most people, the lateness has been kind of disgusting. I'm just going to be honest with that stuff. And that's always pissed me off of how late a lot of these creators have been.
Well, Vinnie, you got to understand, some creators are, we're just workers trying to make it in life. And we want to create. We're artists at heart. We've always been for years. And right now, we don't have like big bucks to slap down and say, print me up, 100 copies.
Well, I mean, that's really why crowdfunding is there, right? So that you can get the money to produce the book. At least
that is the point of it. Yeah. I'm not taking
thought, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm not taking shots at us average creators.
Oh, I know, but I was just throwing it in,
Oh no! I trust me. I'm in the same boat.
He will do that.
I'm in the same boat.
Random shit in.
Yeah.
I know people disappear and you never see them again, and they give you the finger and take your money and run off. I mean, I know that. They do it all the time.
Oh yeah. Well, it's the bigger creators that did most of the damage, and that's kind of the point I was alluding to. But it always pissed me off when some of the stuff I was seeing, right? Because you got these ones that they claim they're the hottest shit, and their stuff is so late. But I had things that were done. I had things that were done immediately. So like
already produced.
Well, the artwork was all done. I had to find printers and stuff, but that weight wasn't much for people. So and I'd mail them out immediately, and that's when, that's when people were more hungry for my stuff. I'm like, well, I had Through the Woods because then I had crowdfunded.
I've got your copy of Through the Woods back there, as a matter of fact.
Oh, thanks, man.
Nice hardback.
Yep, and that's the thing too. I did that for the fans because a lot of people like, how are you doing a hardcover book? Like you're losing your shirt, aren't you? Like everybody was saying it. I'm like, I did it because I crunched the numbers as tight as I could, and I went, I think I could do this. Yeah. If we I think it was like 25K. I said if we hit that, I'll make it hardcover. I did it for everyone else because I could have been like, no, we're just gonna be paperback, and I could make more money. I did it for the fans because that's the thing.
Well, if you said it, it's integrity, brother. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
I mean, you do your best to do what you say.
It looks great on your bookshelf too. I mean, it's got some lasting. A hardback is probably going to survive better than any trade paperback will.
Oh, for sure.
Over time.
No,
and again, that's what it's about. It's about integrity, and I pissed off a few of those bigger names because I got a hardcover out before them. I think there was like one other person that did a hardcover before me, and I delivered during the height of like the lockdowns, and everyone's like, "How's Vinnie doing it?" Because everyone had an excuse.
They loved it. They loved it.
Yep. Well, everyone had an excuse why they weren't producing. They're like, well, we can't because our printers. Oh yeah, all their printers were in China because they were trying to get it for like pennies on the dollar. And I'm like, well, I don't trust China because anything that you send to China,
absolutely,
they steal it. It's all copyright infringement over there.
Not to mention they might put COVID in it and send it over here to you.
Right. Especially at the time, we didn't know shit about any of that. But I'm like, no, I'm printing in America. I found a good printer and I told a lot of people about them and almost everybody was using them now. But again,
America. Yeah.
Yeah, America, dude. I thought that's what the point of this was: being independent, creating in America, doing it for the fans. But these people, most of them, all they want to be is YouTube celebrities. They don't give a shit. It's all about drama and lies. They try to destroy other creators, and that's what infuriated me. So, like, yeah, I backed away out of a lot of stuff.
Apex says Through the Woods was spine tingling. Tommy, the most hated guinea pig on YouTube, as I'm just using his words, says I had Through the Woods as #1 for Vinnie's book till Shadows of the Kraken, which Shadows of the Kraken was like a pirate on a high seas adventure, right?
Oh yeah. I'm super proud of that one. Yeah, I was wearing all the creative hats on that. City of Venus and Shadow of the Kraken, those are my two babies all the way. Through the Woods, I co-created that with my brother Frank, and he co-wrote that one. But yeah, and again, I love Through the Woods. That kind of started everything that we were doing in the independent.
Is he older or younger than you?
He's a little older. Yeah,
he's older. Yeah. Was he reading comics?
Yes, I was actually. That's where I first started. Like before I got my own. I was whenever he would go out and hang out with his friends or whatever. We came home from school early. I go through his long box and read them and try to put them back perfectly because he never wanted anyone touching his shit. But you know how it is when you're a kid and you have an older brother. It's either they play in all the way or they're like, don't touch any of my stuff.
I don't want them touching it now. What are you talking about?
Right.
He's one of those older brothers, so he can't relate. But I had an older brother, and he wasn't into comics, but he was supportive of what I liked, I suppose.
As we got older, that's when we started. We started coming up with a bunch of different ideas and then started work together on things.
Being supportive, I mean, that's just commonalities and what we enjoy. I mean, art, comics. I mean, and I'm not a comic artist, so to speak, but I love collecting comics. I love the art. I love the people. And that's what you'll find, Vinny. There's a lot of cool people in this community.
I know.
I'm not on like Rex. I'm not on like Rex. Rex is on there all the time,
Oh, yeah.
But he's getting me to draw and do things. But I'm an artist, but I'm not a comic artist yet. I'll never know. Who knows,
Never say never, because I mean, kind of like with collections, you say, I'll never own this, I'll never own that. And things come, you never know when you're going to strike a vein, see something that's available.
Or your taste just kind of changed too. There's certain artists I never used to pick up their stuff, and then one day, like you said, I discovered something that they did. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then I looked a little further. And I'm like, oh, and now I'm a massive fan of like whatever the person is.
Now you have an appreciation of their work, right?
For sure, and especially as you learn, because for me, I always stress this too, because I got a number of art classes that I have on my YouTube channel and stuff too, and I always want to give back to people. And again, I'm much like everybody else.
That's what life is about, Vinny.
It is, and it's always learning more, because like people think because of the job I had, oh yeah, I'm swimming in money, and no, I'm not. I'm struggling like everybody else, and that's why another reason why I'm doing crowdfunding to pay for
all of us books. Stand on the shoulders of giants like Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko, Stan Lee, Julius Schwartz, Carmen Infantino, we Gil Kane, we.
And to be truth be known, they didn't get their due.
A lot of them didn't. Some did. A lot of them didn't. The era that made all the money was like those guys who branched off.
Well, Vinny, like the man with the microphone on the sidewalk, the man on the street. If you went around and said, do you know who Jack Kirby is? You would hear silence. Or they would say no. There are no big names in comics. Now, to comic fans and comic collectors and comics that study comicology, if you want to use that term, we know these names. We've been around that. We know who Jim Steranko is, but for the average person, they don't know who John Romita is. They don't, they don't know these names, and they might. Not the only name that I can say they may know is Stan Lee, because he's been in some of the more recent MCU movies. And that's pretty sad,
It is.
when I was going to conventions in the 80s, it was more creator centric. It was
Mm-hmm.
all about the comics pretty much. Now they had some other stuff, but it wasn't this new Netflix, new TV deal, movie coming out. It wasn't about Funko Pops. It wasn't about all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was more about the comics and the creators and the writers and who makes
Yeah,
them. And
because the corporations got their meat hooks into things, and they destroyed a lot. And then
Right.
you also
Yeah.
had like the bad editors who came in, the bad actors, and that was all. Again, that was under the reign of a Joe Quesada. He brought in a lot of the editors that ended up bringing all the crazy woke stuff and destroying characters.
Yeah.
There was
I think it,
there was a female Asian writer who, before she started working for Marvel, she just landed the deal. She goes, "I can't wait to work for Marvel because I'm going to destroy everything that Stan Lee built." She made that statement, and they hired her.
that's crazy. Yeah.
It
That's
shows you
absolutely
how
insane.
how
Yeah.
disgusting a lot of that stuff is.
She's got a job
Yeah.
because he came first.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's yeah, that is disgusting.
Yeah, and then they want to destroy their legacies. Look how much hate. What's his name? He just passed away.
Well, I mean, that's what they do. They come in and they burn it to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about building the brand or anything. It's about absolutely destroying what's come before you, you know, and it's,
Yes.
Everything, government and everything
yeah.
else.
Yeah. I mean, it's like termites, you know,
Mm-hmm.
termites
Yeah.
don't benefit a structure.
Nope.
You know, they just chew away till the whole thing
Benefit themselves.
collapses.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well, see, my whole point, I want to make this statement. Look, anyone who thinks a person who's an artist, comic artist, abstract artist, just draws portraits, whatever, creates sculpture, ceramics,
Mm-hmm.
stained glass windows, that person is an artist, even music. And to say someone that does comic art is not an artist, I've heard people say that, and I said, "You don't even know what you're talking about, man.
They don't.
You don't even have a clue."
They don't, because we've all been influenced by it. Everything has. Look at all the movies and stuff people watched. That's all from comic book art and stories.
You know what's sad to say, Vinny, is that people have been influenced in the negative about things that we cherish and love recently. You know, they take a look at it and this is other shite because they've
Mm-hmm.
let these people in their doors, and now they're going to find out they're not leaving till it's totally scorched earth. You know,
Oh yeah.
they're easier to hire than they are to get rid of.
Yep.
And
I mean,
where are you located, Vinny? What state are you in?
I'm in Florida.
You're in Florida.
Well,
Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, you like that? How you probably in the freest state in the union?
Yeah, it's one of them for sure. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
Tennessee's not bad. Tennessee's pretty good.
I heard Tennessee's got some pretty good things
I
going on
love
there too.
Tennessee.
But yeah, I mean, because there's so much damage that happened in that political sphere. And I remember too when all those other creators were basically saying that, yeah, there's no one's being blacklisted, blah, blah, blah. And then there was proof everywhere, you know, and that's the thing that was kind of infuriating.
Yeah.
And that's why I was
Well,
getting
I
more
know
vocal
Joe
about this stuff.
Castada and the person over at DC, they were in a row, you know, and I think Castada, they got mad, Dan DiDio over at DC, and they got, and Justice, the JLA and Avengers crossover, and that was it. After that, there were no more crossovers. Now that they're gone, and I've said for a long time, if Marvel and DC wants to really make money, they'll do good crossovers again. And that, because that's a no-brainer. Everybody wants to see the first time Batman and Captain America gets together or something, you know, or some big event. And
if you remember
for 20
correctly,
years, you didn't have that because you had the two leaders of the group squabbling over something.
Well, it wasn't even so much that. It's because of how scummy of an individual that Joe truly is, because he was blacklisting a lot of people and he was causing a lot of problems. It's a job he was never supposed to get. I'll just clarify that. The editor whose job he took over, The guy's wife was, I think she was pregnant and she had cancer. So he took the time off to make sure, their family was going to be all right. And when he came back to find out he didn't have a job anymore because Joe did so much damage. And then he, like a tick, he burrowed into the movie side of things. And that's what it happened.
You know what? That makes me want to get off and do my own thing, whether it's comics, anything else. That's what I want to do, not what somebody else wants me to do.
Yeah. But again, a lot of the damage came from these people, and they ushered in all the poison that we're seeing now, and it's still there. It's still infested most of what's going on.
And karma's going to slap them right in the face, buddy.
Yeah. Well, if not in this life, in the next.
Want to call it.
Yep. Because there's some evil people that, again, look at the entertainment sphere. It's all kind of been like this, and it's very demoralizing. But that's kind of what they want, right? They don't want people to have heroes anymore.
A lot of people can't see the evil in this world, and they get sucked in, man.
I know. I think a lot are waking up to it. That's why sales are in the toilet.
They do.
Yeah, that's why sales are in the toilet. But that's another reason why, like, I'm producing the books that I'm producing, because I came from the old school style of stuff, and I had all the old timers. All love my stuff. My friend Alan Bellman, rest in peace. I'm
an old timer. I want some. What you got?
Alan was one of the original artists on Captain America. I knew him from the convention scene. Always a gentleman, always amazing. And he used to tell me every time I saw him, he goes, "Vinnie is the future of comics." He always used to say that. This guy worked with Stan. He worked with some of the other greats. A legend. Years later,
I have an appreciation for it, and you pass the torch on to another generation.
Vinnie, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You don't ride on that, brother. You're doing stuff now. Good stuff. That's you. And keep doing it.
For sure.
That helps your resume. Keep doing you, man, and make good art and be the artist, not the critic, and not get involved in politics and all that crap. Just be the great artist that you can be.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the goal with all this. That's why I'm making sure. Again, some of the best people. Jose Delbo, another great friend who passed away. Not too long ago. He always used to say it too. He was always fighting for me to get work at these companies. He brought me over to Jimmy Palmiotti and Amanda Connor. It's like, because Jose he used to teach Amanda. And he's like, "Vinnie is one of my close friends. He's a fantastic artist. Could you help get him work?" And those people from the 90s and the early 2000s, they pull the ladder up. They don't give a shit about helping out new talent. And that's what I saw firsthand. And on and off, I've met some of these people over the years. Some are nice, some put on the fake face, but almost none of them went out of their way to help people. This is why we have this problem too, because if you look at the mainstream, there's a lot of really bad artists working on big titles, or people from other countries that, to me,
it's a job. It's a job, no passion. It's just a job. Just do it, get it done.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
But because they don't want to shell out money anymore, they said that the pay now at Marvel and DC is like between $60 to $100 a page. They said we haven't seen numbers this poor and shitty since 30 years ago.
That shows you
more than that.
That shows you the current state of comics. When the page rate is so low, that they're regressing and not progressing.
Yeah, and all they're doing is relying. They're relying on those big names to do the variant covers, and then they hurt the retailers. They hurt all the comic shops. If you want that incentive cover, you have to buy 300 copies of Amazing
they've
Spider-Man
always
number
done
4.
that diamond distribution and all this, but since what's really captured, at least looking at my local comic shop, and I see George Perez covers, of things that weren't used for covers, or John Romita covers that, after their death, that shows you they know what sells.
Yep.
They know what sells, but they don't, they're not giving you that, they are in a way, because they know a certain amount of, that's an indicator to me that they know people love George Perez, they love John Romita, they love these professionals that did such great work, and they're not replacing them.
They're not.
They're not. They're going sub. I mean, and maybe the early '70s with Carmen Infantino getting, some Filipino artist in, Alex Nino and some others, uh, and paying them, $50 a page back then. But then they got a go between that takes that money and gives the artist $5 a page.
Oh yeah.
Outsourcing to other countries, and there are some other great, but not paying them the American rate. Now, others from there eventually came and migrated over here to America, and they got paid their full rate. That must have been a smack in the face. Well, when I was over there, you were paying me $5. Now you're paying me $50. Somebody was scamming somebody, from the very beginning of outsourcing.
I was the one getting scammed. $5. Come on.
To them, that was more money, though. That was a job,
Yeah,
I can see it. But they didn't even know, they weren't even aware that they were getting paid such a low page rate compared to the standard.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, and when these corporations, when they behave like that, it's like, what do you expect? What do you expect? Why the product fell to shit? And it just became what do you call it? They're just using it for the IPs now, for the movies and shows. And
I wanted to ask you earlier.
You know what? It's disgusting when a human being acts like that too.
What do you feel is the current state of comics, Vinny? I mean, and will be the current state within 5 years, because I don't think things are going to be much different in 5 years than they are right now.
Oh, I agree. I think it's going to be more niche than you can imagine. I think right now a lot of those bigger creators that still have this massive fan base, and you look at the convention scene, like they're pulling in good money at those places. All those guys are going to Kickstarter now, from what I've seen. And when you have someone like, again, Mark Miller, who a good writer and everything, that guy made all of his money selling all of his IP to Netflix. That guy's worth between, what is it, 50 to 100 million, some crazy amount of money. And
look at Walking Dead, what he did. He's even sort of the first. He's part of the Image crowd now. That's part of the
he got pulled. Yeah, he got pulled into Image. Yeah. But the point I was making is, when you have these guys who are already multimillionaires and they're crowdfunding, that should tell you everything. They want to take every penny from every smaller creator. They don't care, and it's to them. They act like they're poor as well. Like I've watched a couple of his YouTube.
Man.
Yeah,
well, they really don't want another Image to arise, do they? They don't really want another Dark Horse to start up.
I don't. That's the thing that's so bizarre to me, because like if you listen or watch some of Mark Miller's stuff, he's always about, like, he loves seeing new things. Well, there's not going to be any more new things when they're sucking up every last dollar from everyone else. It's like, okay, you're worth all this money. A lot of times he doesn't even take the money from, like, when he's doing his stuff with Dark Horse, whatever. He gives it all to the artist, from what I heard. Yeah, because he doesn't need it.
Now, it's kind of like when Ford started the automobile. He really didn't change the Model T design for 20 years, and then all of a sudden Chrysler and others are giving you new designs and stuff. Of course, they're going to go with the new thing, because you've not offered anything new and fresh in 20 years, and you're going to get passed by eventually.
But the point I was making about these guys is they have this massive fan base, and instead of grabbing and spotlighting smaller creators or people that are on those platforms, what they're doing instead is going on those platforms to sell their books, even though they have deals with Dark Horse, with these other companies, and they're already generating great money. They already
what
have
I'm
movies,
hearing out of you is competition is good overall.
Competition is good, but when you have the whales of the industry coming in and taking all the sales away from the smaller creators, what do you think is going to happen to the smaller creators? Because most people right now, they're on a budget. A lot of people can't spend a lot of money. So when they're like, oh, well, oh, if Mark Miller's got a new book, I want that new book over there. Instead of if they're casually looking through a Kickstarter or Indiegogo and they're like, oh, what's this new title? I want to give it a chance. A lot of times they're going to be bypassed because what happens as well is Kickstarter and Indiegogo only spotlight those campaigns that are making an ass load of money.
Yeah.
But
So
but is crowdfunding the answer? Because it seems like these are even your cheapest comics is a luxury item because you don't need to wear it, you don't need to live in it, you don't need to eat it. It's anything beyond that is a luxury item to my way of thinking. And is it primarily a price point? Because it seems like we're paying more. I mean, $25 for a comic or $30. I mean, I could see if it's an omnibus or something like that, a huge book. But these things are kind of boutique, I suppose.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's the sad fact of it. That's why, like most of my books, I'm making them 52 pages, minimum, because I have to charge a little more because it's all me. It's the printing, the shipping, all that stuff, and like I don't have a choice, and that's the thing. If this doesn't really work out anymore, I'm gonna have to pivot into something else completely, and that's the sad fact of it, and then do this more part time. Because that's where most of us are at this point, because the industry is completely fucked. Pardon my French, but because look at what happened to the whole entire economy right now. Between what Biden did, what Trump's doing, the administrations, I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it feels like America last. We're all being forgotten about.
So what's the answer? You think? What is Vinnie?
I don't know. I wish I knew. I honestly wish I knew, but I don't. And that's what's very demoralizing for a lot of us.
Yeah. Where did you grow up, Vinnie? Up north around New York area?
Yeah, New York.
Yeah. Pretty good state, huh?
Yeah, growing up, I loved it. Now I wouldn't go back for anything.
I mean, I know. I'm really concerned about the mayor, the new mayor that may get elected there. It's oh my God, it's going to destroy.
Oh, their
New York.
choices are bad and worse.
He's going to get elected.
So if you grew up in an area that really had museums and culture and things.
Oh yeah, it was again a melting pot. Everybody was there. No one really, there was no major hate. The hate's coming from the people who are controlling society. Much like in the comic book industry, it's the people who are trying to control the narrative that they think that, again, with the drama, the fighting, all that shit. And that's why I can't stand any of it. Because they're trying to
you're on the right channel, bro. You're on the right channel.
Oh, I know. Yep.
I'm just saying, we ain't gonna be fighting.
My nickname for him's Captain Obvious. He'll state the obvious when nobody even asks for it.
Hey, I am what I am.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm with you there.
To the unfortunate, but he is.
Hey.
I mean, so many great artists like Frank Frazetta. I mean, came out of Brooklyn. Just so many. It's amazing.
Just because you're 60, don't give us no lip.
You had Lynn Wein, and what's really cool is the Jack Kirby story. He was kind of New York area, right? And just his whole story. Stan Lee used to work underneath Jack back in the 40s, and then Jack comes back and he's working underneath Stan Lee, and just the. When he was out on the East Coast, he was entertaining little kids in his house. They would come and watch him. Lynn Wein and Marv Wolfman would come watch him when they were about 8 years old. And then when he moved out to the West Coast, he got a brand new generation like Steve, the dude Rude, and other younger creators. Another generation would come to his house and watch him draw. So he was really multi-generational, in passing and in influencing other generations throughout his long career in comics. I think that's wild.
Again, that's most of these guys. Like once I started discovering them, I dove into it. like I was, a lot of it was comic book influence first, and then I discovered Frank Frazetta, and that opened my mind to everything. That's when
What's the number one thing? Apex said this earlier. It's all about kind of like storytelling. It really is our modern mythos, isn't it? What's the number one thing you like about comics, Vinny? For you, what really gets you about comics?
I think it is that freedom of like you said, it's the storytelling aspect of it. You know,
freedom of expression.
Because here's the thing too, I grew up a lot on those cartoons and things, and I always loved those different stories, like G.I. Joe, for example. They had one of the first times I ever saw like what we would call a multiverse story. There was Baroness. She was a good guy in this one episode, and they're like, what the hell? She came from another dimension, and from that other dimension, this version of her, she was actually her lover got killed, and he was a good Joe, and in this world that she went into, he was still alive, so she was like enamored with him still, and like that type of thing, you don't normally see that, right? And comic books had stuff like that in it. It had those crazy different stories, but it had that human connection. Because in the end of like the episode or whatever, they saved the day. They help her world, and when the Joes are going back to their regular world, the one who had died over there but was alive in this one, he wants to stay with her. By the end of the episode. And they end up together, and he's staying now in that other realm with the good Baroness, which to me was like, that's cool. It had heart to it. It had something you wouldn't normally see. And comics, it also delivers on that aspect.
It's not just about the villain of the month, is it? Where you're just a big fight fest. I mean, often too many comics are just that. Yeah. And that's exciting, but it is really about caring about the characters ultimately, isn't it?
It is. It really is. I fell in love with the X-Men characters, Wolverine specifically, because then you find out his backstory is so tragic and dark and experimented on, and this guy's still doing the right thing even though he's doing bad stuff. The best of what he does, but what he does isn't very nice.
And nobody, everybody wants to put their hands to these IPs, right? But they don't always treat them with respect, and especially nowadays. But there's still, if you sit down and you really thought about it, there's still Wolverine stories to be told. There's still there's no character, use your imagination. I feel like you could take even a character that was down and out in the public eye, and if you played your cards right, you could rebuild that character to where people would adore that character.
Good story.
Yeah.
Hey, Vinnie, can I ask you something? Are you a collector, man?
Oh yeah. And again, there was a number of years.
Obvious.
Yeah, there's a number of years I stayed away. There's a number of years I stayed away from collecting because I couldn't stand the people that were involved, and especially from knowing some of the stuff from behind the scenes. And how shitty these people truly are. Who's a thief? Who's a plagiarist? All that type of shit. Like that always infuriated me, and I saw it in the indie sphere as well. It's another reason why I backed away from a lot of shit, because I was showcasing a lot of people.
Are you sorry you've kind of found out some of those things, because it's kind of the veneer's off, the enamel it's been lifted,
Yeah, that always infuriates me, because to me,
it's just, I've often said that, you've heard like Wizard of Oz, you've heard like all the horror stories about the making of the Wizard of Oz and what was going on. And I don't need to know that Dorothy was on uppers and downers. I just want to watch the movie and appreciate it for what. And at the same time, I don't want to be a blind lemur going off the edge of the cliff because I don't know something,
Right.
So sometimes I want to know the underbelly and the dark side of things. So
yeah, I think a lot of us do, because even when we don't, it depends. Because if it's something that you really idolize, and then you find out it's such a low blow, And I get how that goes sometimes, but for me, I never liked the people who trace, your Greg Lands, people like that, and
when you said that, before you even said it, Greg Land came to my mind.
Yep,
right there.
Yep. And it's open. It's out in the open. Back in the day, this guy wouldn't be able to get a job for anything. You're a tracer. Like,
well, I mean, it's like what happened to Milli Vanilli, that they were lip syncing. Although I think everybody does that in concerts or whatnot, but they were probably just primarily lip syncing everything. So, and that ruined their career. You know, what career they had.
Of course, that's the type of stuff that's disgusting. That's the type of stuff that destroyed comic books on every level. On every level, because now
I think people are looking for nowadays, Vinny, is authenticity. They're looking for something to believe in, and this is our modern day mythology. These are our role models, and I feel like that if you treat them with respect and you put that heart in your characters, eventually that will be seen and that will come through. Because,
for sure,
I mean, even just in art, studying art like Picasso, Van Gogh, Rembrandt, all that, you always hear the art critics talking about a certain universality about things, the common struggle. Like for me, I had a little catalog because I used to work at a big bookstore, and I liked the art on the cover so well. It was Jesus carrying the cross, and I'm looking at that, you know, on my couch in my apartment one day, and I'm looking at that, and I'm saying, you know what, that is a stronger image than Christ on the cross.
Right?
Why? Because everybody can identify with work and toil, and the struggle and the sweat of your brow. Everybody can identify with that picture, you know,
for sure. And it is certain images that hold true to certain people as well. You know, it could be anything, but if it's something that you really, you know, latch on to, that's such a meaningful thing. And this is the point I was making, like with these people who plagiarize and they trace over things. Well, you're being disrespectful to the characters. You're being disrespectful to the audience because you're showing that you don't have the talent to actually put the effort in. And it's just, you want that quick cash. And that's what it's about.
And if they tell a good story, nobody's left around to read it.
Yeah. And that's part of the whole thing. Because there's certain people I wouldn't go near because of that stuff. It's like, these books are complete trash to me, and you're grifters. You know, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah,
it's put the work, and right now they have a flood of them. And here's the thing: so Jim Lee, he makes an announcement at New York Comic Con. We don't hire anyone who uses AI. Blah blah blah. And I said that's total bullshit. Total bullshit. I said if that were the case, he'd fire more than half the people working right now in DC. There's one of the guys, Mikhail Janin, I think his name is. That guy, all he uses is AI models for his figures, his backgrounds, all of that. So you're sitting there lying and spitting in the face of the customer and the fans of decades, lying in their face and saying you have integrity. You have no integrity. You destroy. You were the head when Jonathan Kent, when they aged them up and turned him gay, you know, you were there. I didn't
even know they did that.
Oh yeah. Because they were, if you remember that the book Super Sons, it was Damian Wayne and him.
Yep.
That's one of the last times I kind of, because again, I'd have these bouts where I'd try some stuff here and there, and I heard good things about this book, and I'm like, it's not something I would normally pick up. I don't want to read stories of little kids. It was actually fun what they did. And then from that, I branched out and I bought some. I believe it was Lee Weeks was working on Superman, and Dan Jorgens was writing it. And I was like, "Oh, this is a great story." Whatever, like they're doing good stuff. Then they bring in the guy from Marvel. What's his face? The bald guy, the writer. He destroyed Superman basically. He came in and he wanted to take over all of Superman.
Maybe it was Lex Luthor.
No. What's the writer's name? Michael Bendis. When Mike he Bendis, came in, when Mike Bendis, when he came in, he wanted to take over all of Superman's whole thing, and he destroyed it all. And he just wanted specifically to tell his stories and didn't care about what anyone else was working on. Sales were going up at the time for Superman and Super Sons. They destroyed that team. They destroyed those books, and then they destroyed those characters. Because Jonathan Kent, he was becoming a good character that people were enjoying reading, and it was like the mini-me versions of basically how Batman and Superman were. You know, they bicker, but they still were friends. you know, and Damien, he's more of a tough guy kind of a character the kid was supposed to be. So they were telling fun stories, and I'm like, oh, that's what comics were supposed to be. But nope, then you bring in the bullshit, and then they tainted it, and then they put in the politics.
I mean, you know, when I've told this story before, but when they brought in the Milestone books about 6 years ago, and they were relaunching, you know, Icon and all that, and they didn't do just a slow roll. They in 1 month, their very first number ones, they had 5 titles. So I collected all 5 titles, and I said, and I opened one up to look and see what it was like. And the first page I turned to was a bunch of protesters, Black Lives Matter protesters. And that was when the debate was at its hottest about Black Lives Matter and the rioting and everything. And I just put them all back and got something else. It's like, I don't want to hear this on the news, much less than read about it 20 years and from now in my comics, you know.
They alienate the readers.
I think you can tell a general story about drug use, about any topic. We've seen it done in the past.
Right.
You know, United States government contacted Stan Lee and said, we want you to do drug issue, you know, and he did the drug issues for Spider-Man without the code. And then in Green Lantern, Green Arrow, they, you know, after that, Neil Adams and Denny O'Neil did their drug. Their famous syringe, you know, shooting up Speedy was using speed, you know, story. So it can be, you can talk about any topic, but when you're so pointed about it, you know, pointed about it, when you got Gay Pride Month covers all over DC, when you've got Asian specials because of Asians, even though when that happened in Florida, I think it happened in Florida, right? Even the people there said it wasn't a hate crime. The president, though, Biden and Kamala Harris, even went down there and they were making a political saying that this was a hate crime, even though the authorities were saying this was not a hate crime. This killing spree.
They were tainting things on purpose. They were putting out a narrative, and these companies are complicit. And that's the thing that destroyed the stuff, because they get bailouts from the government when they do that type of shit. You know, because who owns them right now? It's Disney. You know, Disney is all tied to all that stuff. And you know, that's what on Fridays we jump around. We do comics, movie. We do a bunch of different things. But I get into some of the political stuff of what's going on to kind of educate people on things too, because a lot of people don't know what's really going on and who's pulling the strings, and that does affect what we're doing. I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying that's what they listen to, the media.
Yeah, and the media, again, legacy media is done. That's why no one's listening anymore, and they're having all these weird fights. You have the whole Jewish stuff right now going on. They have the who's fighting with who right now. Yeah, all that stuff, and it's nonsense. Look at the people. Like, we watch somebody get executed, and that has been played on loop nonstop. The Charlie Kirk stuff was played on loop. That, like, this type of stuff. What do you think?
Not to mention our president was shot.
Yeah,
I mean,
but this is the crazy thing about it. Like, what are they doing? What is this messaging? The messaging that they're doing? Because you could see what was staged. You could see what was, you know, fact and fiction. They wanted people to see that poor guy, you know, what happened to him, because they knew what was going on beforehand. You know, it's that
sends a message. That sends a message to the population right there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. And then,
I think that's why America is going to change for the better.
Yeah,
because of things.
It
like
has
that.
to. The people
God
have to step up.
God will
it has to, or we're done for.
For sure. Look at the UK. Look at some of these other countries. They're completely fallen. Completely. They're pushing the digital stuff. They're pushing all the AI stuff. You know. That's part of when I went to the college. That's one of the questions that they were asking about what AI is going to do to the industry right now. And I told them, like, there were people giving their cookie cutter answers, and there were some pretty big people on that stage, the former president of Hasbro Toys and stuff, and they're giving their responses. And it comes to me, and I'm like, you know, I don't pussyfoot around. I'm genuine. I'm honest about stuff. I said it's a massive danger, I said, yeah, right now. yeah, it could be good for a good tool here and there for artists and things like that. I think for comedic purposes, it's fine, whatever. But what's going on is it's taking all of our information, it's stealing it. There are no rules or regulations on any of it. IP is getting stolen, and they don't care because right now it's a race between us and China. So they claim China already won this race. I hate to break it to people. China already won this race. What they're doing right now is feeding AI all of our information. That's what's going on. I said people are losing their jobs everywhere. I have a friend worked in the movies. She worked on the latest Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles CG movie. She can't find work anymore at all.
Well, that's part of it, right? The cyber war. I mean, China's big into cyber war, and
but
if we're not,
it's not just cyber war. It's the tech guys who have been given power. That's the problem. Your Peter Thiels, all these type of people, even Elon. X is, in my personal opinion, people can say whatever they want. It's a military application. He's not running it. Our government is.
You're saying it's been weaponized.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all been weaponized. All of it. And this is the sad fact of everything, because I said, if it wasn't, we'd have rules and regulations. We'd be protected. And I told this at the college as well. I said what people have to do is contact their local, representatives and demand that laws get in place to protect people. I said, but it ain't going to happen.
Yeah. And to protect the internet, right?
I mean, there's multiple things that are going on. Look how many deep fakes are happening. Martin Luther King's family, what they did, they stopped him being used on the AI programs because they were doing crazy stuff with it. They were doing sick jokes as well. Some of them were funny, I'll give them that. Some of them were very, very demented,
Right.
And it's like, okay, now people, they're crossing a line, they're pushing this envelope, and it's okay, right? Now, how many people are going to have false things put out about them? You look at that on a smaller level, and we know the government is always at least what they have in terms of technology is at least 50 years more advanced than what they give the people.
Yeah.
So if we're getting these deep fakes and things like that, and these AI things that look so realistic, imagine what they already have behind the scenes and what they're going to try to pull over all of our eyes. It's very dystopian. There's a reason why I wrote City of Venus the way I did. And I'll be honest, I didn't think we'd be headed in that direction, because my story from when I did the first issue, everything started when the pandemic happened. It started to play out as if it was something I had written in the book. It's crazy. It's crazy. Because my story is basically as if the bad guys got what they wanted. They destroyed the world, basically, and everything is it's them trying to prolong their lives.
Yeah.
That's kind of what the basis, the bad element of the book
I often wish that we had a machine or something that would show us, okay, if we if we make this decision, here's the future. If we make that decision and go the other way, here's the future,
Right.
It would be cool to have a crystal ball like that, to be able to see how better or how worse the world would be. Unfortunately, we don't have that.
Yeah.
And I think you kind of struck on it there. Really, state and local is what is left. And in some states, you don't even have that because it's been so tainted.
Yeah, I mean, not to get too
you should be kissing the ground every day to where you live, that you've got a fairly good governor, and that he's passing that they're passing some of the legislation within your state that they have.
He's done good and bad for the most part. A lot of things he's doing it protects a lot of us. So you definitely give him props on that, because I don't trust anyone like Tommy. He said it.
He seems to be proactive, and a lot of these people are just sitting on their hands.
It seems that way for sure.
This is not a time to be sitting on your hands. No. Everybody needs to be getting up and doing something.
Oh, absolutely. Because
we need to get galvanized, and you can't get some of the population galvanized. You can't even get 2/3 of the country to even vote.
Yeah, but why is it? They want us all to fight amongst one another. That's
Exactly.
the plan. That
And they
people are in
want
these
us dumbed
positions.
down. They really
Yeah,
want us dumbed down and
that's
subservient.
that's why they hit our food, our air, our water with
Yeah, you can't
toxins
even
and
go to
all
the
this.
grocery store and trust what you eat anymore.
Nope. Nope. Handing out candy and stuff. I felt guilty every time I was putting something in the bags. Like I feel like I'm poisoning these kids
Yeah.
specifically because
Yeah.
I know like these candy bars. This is all shit.
Yeah. But they didn't want the broccoli.
Right.
And it's
When
more
we were
costly.
kids, it was pennies. Remember, they would give us pennies.
Yeah. Yeah. And they're doing away with the penny.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's just
Yeah. I think they
everything is just
passed.
crazy.
Things are going to change just from that little decision,
Yeah.
I
Who
don't know.
knows
The world,
what's
I didn't think, the last decade or so, Vinny, I didn't
Mhm.
think we'd see any of this in my lifetime.
Yeah,
And yet here
likewise.
it is.
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah,
I
likewise.
mean,
I didn't expect it. Some of the
I
stuff that
mean,
happened, the lockdowns
under
alone.
Biden, my God, with all the,
Oh my
it
God.
sounds like big crackdown, but I mean, he just had I mean, China with the balloon flyover and all that.
Oh
Come
yeah.
on, man.
Oh dude.
Military,
Yeah, like
but when you're in somebody's hip pocket,
uh-huh. Just imagine how much worse it would have been with Kamala. And I mean, I think we would have all been like it would have been North Korea here.
it would have been that movie Clueless,
Yeah,
just
mixed with North Korea.
because she just does not have a clue, that,
I
uh,
just, but the
again,
damage.
that's what you get when it's not hiring the best person, no matter their skin color or their, hiring the
Yeah,
best person. But when you,
it's
well, see now
everything's orchestrated.
equality, blah blah blah. If it's an equality hire,
Mhm.
that leads to disaster. If
Oh
you're
yeah,
not
it
getting the
does.
very best person.
Yeah, I see. I made the joke. I thought I was going to get kicked out of that college with some of the responses I was going to be given because, like, I told them
Mm,
before, and I said, I spit facts out, and I'm honest and genuine when it comes to things because they were
yeah,
asking about like the importance of DEI and all this stuff, and
yeah.
it's not important. I made it
Well, it's
clear that
good.
it.
It's good that they were asking those questions. That they at least
Yeah,
had the curiosity about that.
it was. It actually was because the guy who was hosting the panel was a news anchor as well. And afterwards, he thanked me out of everyone on panel. We had some big names there. He said he wants to interview me because he loves like on his podcast because he loved what I had to say. Because I
Yeah,
wasn't given the bullshit cookie cutter response. I was stating
right.
the facts. AI is
Yeah,
destroying things.
yeah.
What they're pushing, trying to divide people, is destroying things.
And China's
Because
heading that up. I know a lot of nations are, but there is a race, and then also in the robotics, there
oh
is a
yeah,
race. And if we're all ostriches I feel like if we're all ostriches hiding our
mhm,
heads in the sand, we got another thing coming. We deserve to fail as a nation if we don't if we're not vigilant,
yeah,
you know,
we
and keep an
have to
eye
be.
on these things and
You
regulate
know,
these things. Like you said,
yeah,
pass good legislation. And I don't really have
yeah,
a lot of faith in our politicians. I think you see
nope,
the numbers today. Nobody does. And that's why, because they've done it to themselves because they've abused it so badly in the
mhm,
past.
yeah,
And that's what's really hurt the nation. I think
yeah.
that we don't
Well,
know who to trust,
yeah,
even when we're told
exactly.
the truth.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So that's another great example too. Like we were talking about Charlie before. What happened to him? Look what's going on. The director of the FBI. We
Mm,
had Tulsi Gabbard, National Intelligence. She said we found out foreign agents were involved. What did he do? He put a block on all of it so that no one could see what was going on. And she flipped out, and they had a massive fight. They said because they're like, I don't understand. I thought we were supposed to try to solve what happened to him because it wasn't that kid on the roof. They've already determined that with the ballistics and everything. All the professional snipers who made video after video on it, but you got
right.
Cash Patel's protecting them. Why? He's protecting a foreign country. And oy vey, we can't say what country it is, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like this is the
Yeah. I
problem.
don't think we're going to get full disclosure of anything.
No, of course not. And what did the
Yeah.
guy do? We had the director of the FBI. He's sitting there putting tweets out about leave my girlfriend alone. Like, show how weak you are of a person and how unprofessional you are
Hmm.
by putting out statements like that. And this is where our society is like, this is where it's crumbling on so many
Well,
levels.
the problem is most of our leaders don't even know what leadership is, that you're an influencer,
because most of them are compromised. They're being paid.
Yeah.
They're being paid to push a certain narrative.
Some of them, I heard one of them on the radio just coming home, I guess yesterday, and I was like, man, this guy sounds like an idiot. Very low IQ, doesn't really know the issues, and I really think there's a bunch of them in there that they're clueless. I don't know how they were raised and what they were taught, but it's all about looks and optics, and there's when you cut into the piece of fruit, there's nothing in there.
Exactly.
There's a vacant spot between their ears.
Yep.
That's scary. Like you mentioned Kamala Harris. She's not some great genius.
Oh my God.
AOC, she's not some great genius.
Yeah.
But
there's a bag of rocks, that are brighter than her.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But again, these are the people that are supposed to be,
these are the people we need to be pointing the fingers at, making fun of till they get out of office.
Yeah.
But now they're purged.
But they're trying to pass laws that they're going to, if you make fun of politicians or whatever, we're going to send the cops to your door. You're making fun of leaders from other countries, we're going to send the cops to your door. Excuse me?
And we saw that during COVID in other countries and stuff, and in our own country.
Yeah. Well, it just happened. Somebody
when you deploy the local police to church parking lots to make sure that people don't get together, and that's an infringement of your right to religion.
For sure.
And your free speech and so many other things. And yet it was done. And nobody had any outcry about it, hardly.
Exactly. I think that's part of the problem too, what's going on with the entertainment world.
That's why I came out strong when all the parents were going about the COVID and about the things they wanted to do in the schools, and they were going, no, you don't touch my children. And I was like, where were you when we allowed Russia to invade Ukraine? Where were you in Afghanistan with that horrible pullout and 13 Marines being blown up and people, American citizens left behind?
Billions of dollars worth of equipment left there.
Billions and billions of dollars and opening up the whole area for China. Because they've got they own there in Afghanistan one of the largest copper mines in the world, and they haven't been able to mine it for 20 years because we occupied it. And now we're out of there, and now it's back to production. And they were left all that military, cutting edge military equipment. It's my God, that
that's
president,
treason.
That's treason. They need to be. There needs to be head rows on public TV. There needs to be firing squads.
I think that's what the major issue is right now.
They're going to retire with millions.
And
millions of dollars.
Exactly. Like the bad guys keep getting rewarded, and that's what the problem is with all this shit. It's on every level. You look at politics. You look at these companies. It's all the same shit.
Every level, brother.
Yeah, you backtrack it all, and it all points to the same shit. And who's in charge of this stuff? Who's making the calls? And that's why everybody's infuriated too. How come there's been no change? All right, he came in. We all voted for him. He survived all that stuff. Where is the stuff that's there to help and protect us? Because first of all, giving all the power to those AI tech guys, you already just doomed us all.
Yeah, I mean, and they've talked about government takeover of the internet for years. Where's the big strive and some of the pushback on
taking over with AI?
Yeah,
some of the pushback on talk radio like Rush Limbaugh and others. They're proactive. They're looking to silence those voices, and now they want to pass. And I've driven trucks where there's only FM radio and no AM, and I see what's going on there.
Look at what's the latest? Tucker Carlson. They're calling him Hitler. This is the new thing because they didn't like what he had to say or someone he interviewed. It's like, excuse me.
They've used that so many times. It's pathetic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I think they've overused it a lot, and I think a lot of the old tactics are not working anymore, Vinny.
Yeah, and
See,
that's the
my
thing.
generation, Benny, my generation, I was a little kid. I was like 4. My dad had a book, had photography in it,
Here we
black and
go.
white photography about that Holocaust.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little kid. I saw piles of wedding rings and shoes and teeth. I
Yeah.
mean, I know it happened. So you can't sit there and to call somebody that,
Mm-hmm.
that's worse, and that's the worst thing you can do.
Oh
It's
yeah.
horrible.
It's
Horrible.
disgusting. It's disgusting what they did, and why? Because they didn't like a person that he spotlighted or had a conversation with. Okay, fine,
Some of
but
those
that's
people don't even believe it happened. That's what I'm saying.
oh, I
Those
know, yeah,
younger kids.
yeah. But this is the thing, though. Like you're trying to, on behalf of another country, you're trying to stop our freedom of speech. That should
Yeah,
be illegal. Not that you're
that's it.
calling for this guy to be executed, because that's what they did. This one of the leaders of those things. He had to walk it back on Newsweek or something. He had to walk it back because he says, "Oh, he's like a fox in the hen house, and we need to execute him." Like, excuse me,
Hey, mighty
you
geeky.
just called for the, you know what I mean? Like, what the?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
I mean,
censor
it's
myself.
Hey,
amazing things
Vinny.
that would have got
Yeah,
you hung up on the yard arm decades ago. They don't even blink at now
Yeah.
because the envelope is, like you said, pushed further and further and further. And
yep,
before, how far can you stretch it till the whole thing pops and breaks down, or you stretched it so far out of shape the original country that we had is
hmm,
no longer there.
right.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's why we need our freedoms back. We need to be creative
Well,
again, and
I
they're hurting all that.
when you say that,
Hmm.
it's like we're not on the same page anymore. It seems like, but I think those core values are still there. But there's,
Hmm.
let's face it, the communistic agenda has been very effective in our country, and more
Yeah.
so in others, and it would be even worse over here if we didn't have those stopgaps put in there by the founding fathers.
Hmm. Yeah.
That you. But now there's been massive violations for decades
Yeah.
in this country, and they
Yep.
keep stretching and pulling it further and further. But
Hmm.
I, I think I'm always remembered Benjamin Franklin's words that um, we're republic if we can keep it. That we're um, you to have a civil society, you have to have some kind of baseline,
Uh-huh.
and
If you
I
don't
think
have
we've
God, then
gravitated
you won't
further and
make
further and
it.
further away from
Yeah,
that.
they're taking it away. And if you notice, most of those people, they don't believe in God. And it's
Yeah,
like, how can you not believe in God and
yeah.
want to try to dictate over other people? You know
I
what I mean?
got a
It's just,
question. I got a question for you,
yeah.
Vinny. I'm not trying to get personal or anything. I was wondering how you stand on your position of Israel.
I cannot stand what's going on right now. I'm
Do you
sorry.
support? Do you support Israel?
No,
You don't?
nope. From
Okay.
what's going on right now, nope.
No,
I
it's like this, Benny. I do not support a lot of the things that are happening.
mhm.
I do not. But of course, I'm a Christian, and I'll
Uh-huh.
go by Scripture, and I know that America will be blessed if we stand with Israel. I believe that with all my heart. We always have, and look at our great country. I
Here's the
believe
thing.
that.
Well, here's the thing for me. Netanyahu and his regime are poison. That's not true
I didn't
Israel.
say those men were good men. Do
Oh no,
not,
no, I
do
know.
not, do not misconstrue what I said.
Oh, all right.
Okay,
You ask your question, let him answer it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my brother.
that's okay. But no, yeah, it's I think that guy he's all sorts of evil. He's murdered his own people. If they weren't at war right now, he would have been arrested already. That's why he's continuing wars. That's a fact, is what that is. That's why they're trying to keep this going. And I believe he's got a lot of ownership over the Epstein situation and the blackmail stuff. And that's why Trump has been playing ball with him on so many levels. That's what I believe. Um, I have Jewish friends. I have Jewish family. I'm fine with all that. I have nothing against the is
Well,
really people.
it's like this, Vinny. My parents went over there, and she said that the citizens of Israel are gracious. They're
Hmm.
welcoming. They're good people. It's like here. It's the government, man.
Hmm.
You
That's
and
what it is
I
everywhere. It's
know.
they want to rule over us in whatever way they could, and death and destruction is not the way to do it. I believe everyone deserves to live, but
No, I do
what they're
too.
doing is very dangerous all around.
Well, the certain, it's like fires are burning all over. If you don't see that in every,
Yeah.
issues, and
Hmm.
in this country, I think you're seeing it in France and in Germany and in Britain. The radical Islam, not necessarily the Muslim religion, but the radical Islam is rampant,
Yep.
The
and
radical.
we've
Yep.
got at least 30 different sales that I know we're watching within, recruitment and
Oh, for
training
sure.
camps and stuff.
Well, Biden's regime let them all in.
Well, I mean, they were already
Yeah.
here and they were already established, but yes,
They
that
they
didn't
were,
help.
but they flooded it with more. I mean,
Oh,
that's
Oh,
absolutely,
that's
big
and
that's
we
the
time.
don't
major.
know,
Big
we don't,
time.
Yeah.
some to that were trying to send the right message.
Hmm.
He dressed up as Bin Laden and crossed over into Mexico and then crossed back over and filmed it all and
Hmm.
said, "Look, even dressed like Bin Laden, I can get into the United States."
Yep.
That's crazy.
It
And then of
is.
course he got a lot of heat because of that. Uh,
Hmm.
they came after him for a lot of that, for exposing that, and
Of
Who had
course
done
they
that?
did.
but it needs to be exposed. Nobody
Yeah.
knows better than those people that are living down on the border how destructive it's been.
Oh
You
yeah.
know,
Yep.
you know they're kidnapping and dragging people over the border, American citizens, and there's
Yeah.
no outcry. I don't want to
Hmm.
hear about the person over in Yemen, blah blah blah, whatever. If
Yeah.
you're not gonna,
Me
they
neither.
were taken out of our country,
Yeah.
and
Oh, for
and and
sure.
and nobody, and because it's Mexico and it's
Look,
happened for so long that they don't even talk about it anymore.
Yeah.
That's
I,
crazy.
I I have some friends that are in military. One specifically who trained a lot of elite forces around the world. Um, Guy's a hero, and
Hmm.
the situation he's in is really bad because of what our government had done. I know a little bit more info on certain things I can't say on YouTube either regarding
Right,
some of that stuff, but
right.
a lot of the actions that are done by those leaders globally are more heinous than we can imagine.
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely.
I mean, that's why I don't mean to come off as sounding cynical on any level, but
hey Vinny, listen
Or
to Black Sabbath War Pigs. You'll understand.
oh, I know. Yeah, I've listened to that a whole bunch. Yeah, it's amazing, man. It's something else what's going on right now. But yeah, that's
It
why I
is.
don't trust any of these world leaders and what's going on. I believe the World Economic Forum, they're the ones pulling the strings. Um, those elitist families, all that stuff.
hmm
They're the ones who
and
change all of our society. The banking
and
systems, all that.
yeah, I mean it's in the trillions of dollars now.
Oh yeah,
They
yep,
can topple countries if they want to.
yep. The
You know,
Rockefellers, the Rothschilds.
absolutely. And
These were the real enemies.
yeah, and I
Yeah.
feel like that those, if we know their names and they've been exposed in leaks, that it's the people we don't know that's lurking in the shadows still that really pull
Oh
the
yeah,
lever of powers.
yeah.
Because
Because
if
there's
you're
still.
exposed as a
Mhm,
Kennedy, Rothschild, Clinton, whatever,
mhm.
uh,
Sor-
you're probably low hanging
Soros,
fruit compared to the people that
George
lurk in the shadows
Soros.
and really,
Yeah, Soros,
because there's
all
a
that.
hierarchy, right?
Yep. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
They deem all of us the peasants. That's
Oh
what
yeah.
we're always
Yeah.
going to be in their eyes, and this is why
Hmm.
they keep trying. Like, we'll again look at the riots and stuff. Look at racism stuff. All this
Hmm.
shit. Sorry, growing up as a kid, everybody was on the same level. Everybody
Exactly.
was. You'd
Yeah.
make your
Yeah.
everyone would
Yeah.
break balls we break balls of like, if someone's Asian, you make fun of their eyes.
Even 80s and 90s, and look at
We didn't try to kill each other though, bro.
The cartoon, the D. Martin roast. You had
yeah.
You had Jewish jokes, you had black jokes, you had everybody laughed and had fun in the 80s and 90s, even up then. And then it's like 21st century. I think, depending on who writes the history books, you're going to look back at this time and go, what the hell were they thinking?
Well, that's the Maxwells.
We have lost family.
Yeah. You said it comes down to who writes the history books. That's the Maxwells. Yeah. There's another reason. All right, if we're going to go down this road a little bit, I'll jump in a bit. I don't know if you knew this. Ghislaine Maxwell, her father was working with those families, and they changed all of the history books. That's why they were teaching people what they wanted us to learn. To this day, her sister is still doing that. Ghislaine's sister is still doing that to this day. And she's working with Peter Thiel, who got the green light from Trump to get and do whatever he wants tech-wise. So what do you think?
Look at the 20th century. That there was more wars in the 20th century than ever before in history.
Oh, yeah. But this is the thing I'm saying, though, too, is these families are all involved. They're all connected. This is why we're never going to find out the Epstein stuff. This is why they're hiding it all, because these countries would all topple because they're all involved, all of them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what drew us into World War I, right? You had these alliances that if you attack this country, we're going to go to war with you, too. And then it drew everybody in eventually.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're all tied together. I got my friends, I got your friends, and then all of a sudden you're taking sides, and you got the Axis and the Allies going at each other.
And don't forget too, all of Hollywood is connected with this stuff. The music industry is all connected with this stuff.
Yeah, and they're making money. And they're making money selling canned beans to send to the front.
Right. Well, this is why. What do you call it? Diddy walked and all that. All the horrible. Yeah, all the horrible shit that's out there. Like, that's why these people are still they let them operate to this day. Because it's all like that.
Well, if you pull one string, then you go, oh, that's connected, and you before you know it, you got a whole web of that you're pulling at.
That was their biggest mistake, is when they put us in lockdown. That's what everybody was doing. We were pulling on those strings as we're in front of our computers and our phones. We were deep diving into this shit. Because I never gave a crap about most of this. Like, I knew there's bad people here and there in those places. Yeah. But when you start to connect the dots, when you start,
they pushed too far in that instance?
Oh, for sure.
With the American people. Yeah.
Yep. Because they thought they were going to be able to rule over us the way that they intended with their bullshit agendas and all that stuff. Basically what they're doing to the UK right now, they're kicking down doors if you say anything bad about their government or whatever, and they're throwing people in jail. You had the little girl who was like a 12-year-old girl who had the knife and the axe trying to defend herself from getting SA'd, and her friend, they threw her in jail, not the guy who was trying to hurt them and did something to one of her friends. They threw the little girl in jail. The victims. This is the point that is the most frightening, is that this is what they wanted globally.
Well, look at the detainees under Biden, for January 6th.
Oh, yeah.
So flimsy, and
there was nothing there.
And I don't think why is it not the abuses that happened during this time? Why isn't that front news already come out, about
that's a great
these
question.
People were unlawfully detained and blah blah blah. We're not hearing any of that.
Exactly.
Look,
these people should be turning around and have lawsuits. But you can't.
Government was
try
never meant
to
be
fight
a
the government,
career.
though.
Try to fight the government. Meant to be a career. It was never meant that way.
If they've got unlimited resources and you've got limited resources, Hey, Alman. I have friends in different live streams that lives across the pond, and due to current circumstances, couldn't give details to that situation over there. How sad is that? Yeah.
Yep. Completely. I have friends overseas too. I have a friend who was actually a cop over there in the UK, and she decided that she was quitting. She was leaving because it's just, what do you can't say anything. You can't do anything.
Scary. Is that what you'd call it? Scary.
It's very scary. Because they're taking the freedoms away from everybody.
over in China, they were welding them in their homes where
Yep.
they couldn't get out. You
No,
know,
I remember. I saw some.
or
They said people
all
were.
that stuff that happened down Australia and New Zealand. You know,
Oh yeah, horrible.
you know, that's I mean, that tips you off right there. It was not just the UK or United States. It was worldwide. All this
Mhm.
craziness was
God
happening.
bless
All this
America.
crackdown. It was global.
Yep.
Yeah, that should tell you something right there. It's not like dominoes fell and the whole house of cards fell down, but it was always designed to be that way in every
Mhm.
country. And
Yep.
I would say, you know, still one of the greatest threats to this country is radical Islam.
Oh,
You
for
know,
sure. Yep.
or any culture really that comes in here. I don't care what country you are. If you don't assimilate to the American
That's right.
society,
Assimilate to
then
us.
you're antithetical to the way things are ran. You know,
Oh
you
yeah.
can't combine oil and water and expect them to mix.
No, you can't. I
And
mean, and
you
there's
know,
stuff too. They're finding out other shit that's been orchestrated where they
hey, Homer.
infiltrated all these countries. They say that's on behalf of someone else pulling the strings, which I can't say on air right now.
Oh
But
man.
they're doing it on purpose because
Mhm.
there's a certain religion that believes that if all of Europe falls and the West falls, that their Messiah is coming.
Sure. Oh yeah, and they're so radical that if they're
Yeah.
not willing, they're willing to die for, you know, martyrdom. Uh,
Well,
My
you know,
Messiah
for
has
the
already
cause.
come
mm-hmm.
and
But
still lives.
like I said, there's a specific country that's funding it,
Hmm.
which I can't say on air.
Yeah.
You know, but
Saudi Arabia. Anyway,
no,
excuse me.
no,
Had to
it's
sneeze.
it's 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 actually what was proven was we mentioned BB before.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
someone who
Okay.
they claim that they're fighting it, but they're actually funding it.
Yeah. Well, uh, you know, I just see that, you know, what they were doing, trying to do for centuries
Mm-hmm.
against the West, you know, through arms and wars and conquest, they're doing by us just contrition, you know, of us allowing in the families from those countries, and they with uh, no thought of assimilating to that country and that culture whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And just from the numbers of breeding, they're going to get the vote. They're going to swap it over to an Islamic nation
Oh
just
yeah,
through sheer numbers. We were
yeah,
already seeing that. And
yeah. They said that. What was it in the 70s or whatever? They said
stabbings
yeah.
are up in the UK.
Oh yeah.
So and we've seen when they have total power,
Mm-hmm.
what they do, they they rip the history away. The looting of the Louvre recently is because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
In broad
Directly
daylight.
linked to it. And you'll
And
see more of that. I
yeah.
can see a time where
Oh yeah.
if it goes totally Muslim, they'll rip the empire well, they would rip the Empire State Building down too, but I mean the Eiffel Tower down
Mm-hmm.
in France.
Oh yeah.
They'll take, you
They're
know,
willing to destroy it all
they're
because to
willing
them,
to burn it to the ground.
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that's the thing too.
And themselves.
Oh yeah, well that's the thing
Yeah.
too. They're the useful idiots because the people again who are still pulling the strings. Someone said it. Someone said in the chat before. What was it? BlackRock. BlackRock's attached to this stuff in a massive way, you know,
Absolutely.
and
Yeah.
they don't care right now. So even if they're, you know, you got the Islamic people that are doing all this damage and they're taking over,
Well,
they're gonna. They have a way that they could take them all out. No
Omar
problem.
says, look, they aren't even paying attention to us in the chat. So should I just read some of this dribble that you put out there? Is that it? Stop what we're doing and just pay attention to the chat. I'm paying attention to the chat. When you say something worthy of me highlighting, I'll highlight it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I've been doing that for 2 hours now.
Yeah.
You just come in late and say, look, they're not even paying attention to us. Yes, we are. Dune Arthur
We're having a
predicted in
good
his
time.
book.
We're having a good time.
Yeah.
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 Well,
We are having a good
1984
time
predicted
with
it
Vinnie
all.
Tartamella. Tell me how to say
Tartamella.
your last name.
Tartamella.
Tartamella, right?
Tartamella,
And I say
Yep.
Tartamella.
Tartamelli all the time, and then when I was typing it in the title, I said it's Tartamella.
That's right.
Rex, get that, you know. Yeah.
Yep.
Is
Do you
this a
go by
Punisher
Vinnie?
piece that you got up? Is that a Punisher piece you did?
Yep. Yep. That's
Yeah.
one of my. Yeah, you can actually. That's in the art book too, right now. Well, this guy who looks Italian with guns behind him that you cannot see who he really is. That's in one of my art books.
Yeah. Tell us what you got up on Indiegogo or any other platform right now.
Yeah, well, I have Shadow of the Kraken. That's the pirate book. That one right
Uh-huh.
now is on Indiegogo as well. All my books ship out immediately. So if
Mhm.
you see that the campaign is active, those books are shipping out immediately. I am
Well, just
about
yeah, give us an update about how that's coming, and then your art book as well. Is that and possibly when that'll be coming out, or
yeah.
how
I
much
have
is done on it?
yeah. The two art books, those have been complete as well. They've been shipping out. I bring them all over the place. It's City of Venus, Dead City 2. That one I am currently working on. That's a full comic book, 52 pages. The
Mhm.
pirate book is the same. It's 52 pages. I have a connecting universe. So if you're buying my comic books, you're going to start to see elements popping up in there from other series and
Is
other
that the
things that
Tartamella universe? What do you call your universe?
well, you have all my companies, Mela Art World, but
Okay.
yeah, it's yeah, I don't have a specific name for it, but
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
it's under that umbrella, that's for sure.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, I got a ton of great stuff, and they peppered in those books and backgrounds of certain panels and stuff. You'll see things that are going to be pointing to other stuff in future books or
Now
other
your Kraken
series.
book takes place in the past, right?
Yep. Yep. So the thing I did is it's kind of like our current world histories. Like we could look back and go, okay, we have like Egyptian stuff, we have all that, we
Mhm.
got
Mhm.
Roman and Greek history. Well,
Mhm.
in my world, I kind of built the same, but you're going to see things that'll pop up in other books.
Yeah.
I have a bigger connecting story that's sort of attached to City of Venus to that series. It'll spiral from there, where it'll
Well,
unfold more.
that's the
You don't
latest thing you're working on. Tell us, and you've already released one of the number one of City of Venus. Tell us about City of Venus 1 and 2. What's that all about?
Well, one is kind of the back setting to all of the backdrop is basically like this kind of dystopian world of like the ruling class that pretty much took over everything.
Mhm.
It's as if let's say BlackRock, all the bad ones that we could imagine, they got what they wanted. Well, they end up destroying the world pretty much. There's only basically like a handful of survivors here and there that are around. But you
Mhm.
have the element of my main character, Jessica, who she's kind of like I throw the viewer into the whole story with her. She wakes up on a rooftop not knowing where the hell she is, what's going on. Everything looks so different to her,
Mhm.
and she sees someone and she tries to follow them to see what the hell's going on, and everything kind of unfolds. The bed that's there. So I have the ruling class. They're like in a floating city. Um, and what's left on our regular Earth basically are like the failed experiments. Um, what they would basically do if they caught anyone, they'd bring them up to that floating city and they do very bizarre experiments on them because they're trying basically what the elite want to do is prolong their life, and it always kind of fails. So they
Mhm.
haven't yet cracked that code of everlasting life kind of thing.
So what are
But
you trying to say with this book? Is it a reflection of the real world and what some your thoughts on some
a,
things that
a bit of it. But
are
here's
not.
the thing: I wrote this story originally back when I was in high school.
Mhm.
So this is before I even dipped a toe into any of the crazy shit that we're seeing now. That's why I thought it was
Mhm.
kind of funny too, when people were making the same. They were catching the same things in there when they were reading the book. They're like, "Whoa, this seems like an extreme version of what's kind of going on." Like, and it was not intended to be that way. That was just like the backdrop of the story. Um, but there is more going on, and our main character again. I wanted to throw. I never really seen that done properly anyway in comics, where the viewer is kind of learning this world and seeing everything through the eyes of the main character, and you
Mm.
kind of see how it unfolds. And on issue 2, you're going to see more of her, a little bit more of her backstory, sort of where she came from, a little bit more history into things. She was, well, again, I don't want to give away parts of the story, but she was put into a program as well.
Well, that gives me a story that not to derail
Yeah.
what you're saying on City of Venus, but how much of the story do you give away? You know, when promoting it, what's your thoughts on that, Vinny? Because there's a fine line there of how much to
Yeah,
give away.
I always found it to be tricky. Like I've run so many
Mhm.
campaigns. I've got I think this
Oh,
might be the 9th one, I think, that I'm gonna
9th
do.
campaign. Wow,
I believe
congratulations.
so. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, because I released the
so,
art
man.
books. I had Venus. I had Through the Woods. Through the Woods twice. Yeah, the kid book, Shadow of the Kraken, a number, and then I tried on Kickstarter as well, one of the art books. But with this one again, there's bigger stuff I want to do and I want to showcase. But yeah, with the story elements, basically, like there's a ton of action in this stuff. You're gonna get some science things. You're gonna see the failed experiments of this world, because it's not just relegated. Because when people see it, they go, "Oh, it's a zombie book." It's not a zombie book.
Mhm.
In issue 2, you're going to see more of it. I actually have like different parts of the city were sectioned off, and there's like different type of enemies and things roaming around. There's more in issue 2. There is like an underground lab that our main character ends up going to, because she's still, there's still heroic elements, and there's something that she needs to get out of there to sort of prove herself to the group that kind of pulled her in. And a lot of bad stuff unfolds from that point. That's what a big chunk of issue 2 is. But again, I want to show more of like the realm, this world that I'm kind of building here, and the more heroic deeds that, like, there is a hero element to this book for sure.
So there'll be more City of Venus coming out after this. There'll be more Shadow of the
Yes.
Kraken coming out after this.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Yep.
So
I got a question, Vinny.
What's that?
What out of all you've done, your comics, what is something you like that you enjoyed doing the best? Which was your kind of like your most favorite, you know?
Currently, I'll say City of Venus 2. Before that was Shadow of the Kraken, because with Shadow of the Kraken, I've never seen a comic book series that would really tackle and handle a true pirate story. They always do something so stupid, like put them in space or
kind of derivative.
Yeah, and I hate that stuff. For me, like you could do real world elements, because that's kind of, to answer your question before about like my big universe, like that is like there's historical elements I'm putting into Shadow of the Kraken that again, you're going to see elements pop up in the other books, but I wanted to kind of have the thing where it feels like a real world, and then you have your over the top comic book stuff in there. There is like a supernatural aspect to the pirate book, but it's not in the way that like Pirates of the Caribbean is, because they go way too in a bizarre direction. I'm going to have like more historical elements to it, but there is a bigger mystery that's in there too. So like in Shadow of the Kraken, we have like the main character. He was a naval officer who then turns to piracy because his guys, they became pirateers kind of thing. Like they went against the crown, and they were doing stuff in the name of the crown. They were still wearing, the UK, their colors and everything, and operating, but doing bad stuff. And he hit his breaking point.
Go ahead.
What's that?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, but yeah, so my main character, he hits his breaking point, and then he kind of goes into piracy. But he's almost like a Robin Hood kind of a character, where yes, they're still stealing and doing things, and they need to survive. But at the same time, in that story, he's doing it on behalf of like they accidentally stumble upon something. They find a treasure that wasn't really supposed to be there. They were trying to free these slaves that were on the ship that were, again, they were going to be put into a really bad situation. So they were going to try to save them, but it was a decoy ship, and it's actually a treasure that was there. And there's a mysterious item that has to be decoded. There's a map that is carved into a human skull, but it's coded. It's not just you don't just find the the longitude and latitude lines and it takes you where you need to. There's a bigger mystery that's behind that. There's a bigger treasure. There's more stuff going on in that realm. But I want to give a little bit of that to people. I want to have a fun element.
When you do a historical like that, don't you have to do research? How does the rigging look and
I did a ton of research on that.
Yeah.
I've always been kind of a fan of like the pirate world, and I always wanted to learn more about it. There's only been a handful of things that did a pretty good job at that.
Yeah. What about the speech? Is it like "Thee thou wherefore ye"? Is it Old English?
No, I wanted to make it a little bit more accessible for more people.
Modernize it, with the speech.
A bit, yeah, but like you're not gonna see like over the top monitors, being,
Yeah, I mean, modern. After a while, some of that becomes stereotypical. Right? Maybe.
Yeah, you don't want to go in that realm. You still want to have fun with it, but it needs to be accessible for all audiences. So
now, did you watch pirate movies and stuff during this time to kind of research and look at things? And I could add that.
Anything and everything I could find. I bought a bunch of books on historical pirate stuff to get other stories as well. There are some really interesting pirates, but I do have you're going to see historical pirates in here. You're going to see like Blackbeard. You're going to see in the first issue I have Calico. They're more of like a teaser of them kind of, or a little cameo right now. But I have Calico Jack is in there. There's certain ones you'll see pop up, and my main characters are going to interact with them. Because here's the beauty of it too. There's some of them we don't know what happened to them. There's some of them that were just claimed to have been lost at sea. We don't know the full details of what happened to certain people. So in the story, I could play with those elements. So.
Next question, Vinnie.
Yeah.
Do you have any of those copies of the Kraken at your place?
Oh yeah.
It's up on Indiegogo right now, isn't it, Vinnie?
I want to ask Vinnie a question.
Yeah.
What would it take to get a copy of that you did and draw the Kraken on it for me? What
a remodel.
Yeah, you don't got to make it some painting or nothing.
Well, on the newer campaigns, on the newer campaigns, I'm going to give an option for
you got an option
for custom artwork. Because currently on the art book campaigns, I have specific pieces I've already drawn, and if you buy a book on that, if you hit that specific tier, you could get a certain that certain image. I try to do it that way. Because right now, we're trying to finish up the issue 2. I'm not really those type of commission things aren't open, but the campaign is the book. The book still is. So if you're looking for the book, you could definitely.
Because if you took a lot of specialized commissions, wow, that's a lot to take on while doing. Now you got multiple. Now, do you do it one campaign at a time, or do you have multiple campaigns, or do you just take it one at a time?
Well,
and sort of rotate the book.
As I was doing them, right now they're still active. So as long as people still buy them, it's staying active right now. I don't know if Indiegogo is changing their policy soon or not. I don't know with the new owners because there's a bunch of changes that they.
Yeah, there's been a lot of chatter about that of late. What things are going to change.
Yeah, but I'll drop it in the private here too. But that's the Shadow of the Kraken campaign. Okay. But on there you could still get Through the Woods. That's where I moved it onto because that campaign closed. But if you're still looking for the hardcover book, there's an option to get it there. You gotta click the tiers or rewards. I forget what they call them now. They keep changing everything. But there's still my books, they ship out immediately, and everyone who has gotten them absolutely love them. I make sure that the quality is what you see on the cover is basically what you're getting on the interiors. That's why.
Now you mentioned light books earlier. What to your mind is the lightest you would go with a campaign? Even though you probably haven't done it yourself, if you back a book and you back a campaign, what do you think is the most? Now I understand, if the creator has cancer or a death in the family or circumstances, right? Real
Yeah,
life
there's certain
trauma.
circumstances for sure. Like,
Yeah.
and like you said, it depends on the creators as well. There's some that I've backed I
Hmm.
still haven't gotten, and it's been like 4 or 5 years.
Oh
And
yeah.
like
Yeah.
I'll never
Me
back
too.
those. I'll never back those creators again. I'll just
Yeah.
for me, it's like, okay, that means you aren't serious about, or whatever your situation is. Because for
Yeah.
me, and this is the point of it, and I understand the crowdfunding is to pay for the production and the printing and all that of the books. But if you know you are going to be massively late, you find another method and get as much of that book done as possible before you launch. There's people who launch these campaigns with
Yeah.
maybe 2 or 3 pages done,
Yeah.
and then they're
Yeah.
sitting there going like, "Oh, I don't
Well,
have
that,
funding anymore," and,
you
and
know,
then
I've
they steal the
heard
money and
back in
all.
the day, I've heard Malin talk about that, is that you put up, 3 or 4 images, and then if it doesn't fund, you don't really have a lot of time invested in it. But that's, and then I've seen with some of the smaller creators, they're like, they want to be 100% or at least 80%, something like that, finished before they even just decide to launch. So, um,
Wait. That you're not investing if you only have a couple of pages. Now, is he talking about the creators themselves or the fans
or,
who are
or
backing?
time just invested in that maybe the ideal didn't work out, and you're putting up enough to and you're promoting enough to draw interest
Well,
on the
here's
campaign.
well,
But if it doesn't succeed, if you're like all in and you don't hit your funding goal, then you don't make that book.
but here's the other thing too, though. There's a lot of them that made the funding goal and still never completed these books.
Oh,
Didn't
absolutely.
Uh,
Yeah. And I'm
did
back
not
some of those books. I'm still waiting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they did not refund anybody, and that's the thing
Right.
that's disgusting too, and that's what infuriates me.
Yeah.
So
nor will they.
it's one thing if you are working on these projects, you're late. Well, then give updates, give constant updates. They won't even do that. That's how you know that those people took the money and they ran, and that's what's
Hmm.
infuriating. That's why to
Yeah.
me, I'm trying to get as much done as possible. I've had my own personal issues and things and stuff, and I'm like, well, I'm glad I didn't launch it sooner because I would feel massively guilty if someone
Hmm.
backed my project and they're waiting years in order to get it. You know what I mean? And it's like if I have my time split doing other work as well, and I know I can't devote as much time to it, well then I'm going to hold off a little bit. I'm not going to launch right away. I'm going to
Hmm.
wait until I get at least 90 to 100% of my book done. That way when it does launch, that means people are going to get their book no matter what. And that's my selling point on that, is that my books are complete, because most of these people, they have no intentions of fulfilling.
Yeah.
All they want to do is the grift, and that's what
Which,
destroyed
which,
most of indie
and
comics.
and when they don't, that hurts crowdfunding
It
across the
does.
line, doesn't it, for everybody
Yeah,
who is fulfilling?
because I have a number of friends who said the same exact thing. They said, "Well,
Hmm.
I didn't get those other books, so I'm not going to back any other creator." And you know how many people say that? A ton.
Yeah.
A
Homer says,
ton of
I'm
people.
still waiting on my Brigade book from Rob Liefeld. It's been 10 years. Yeah.
See, and that's the other thing too. When you have people who have big money, what the hell are they doing crowdfunding?
Yeah.
What are they
Yeah.
crowdfunding for?
Yeah.
You're already rich. You have millions of dollars in the bank. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. I mean, really, really, purist thought about that is you need to raise money to make the book. And
Mhm,
so if you've got good art, good concept, and some,
mhm,
people, and maybe a good channel that you promote from, whatever, you're known to the community, then you put it out there and you get support for it, at least
yep.
enough to fund. And there, and,
Mhm,
and I look at every backer as a producer, just like producer of a movie or a TV show. They're
mhm,
helping you produce that comic with their
for sure.
contribution. They're
Yep.
they're a producer. They're
That's
part of your
key,
team. And it's
especially
amazing
when
to
you
me.
allow other people to contribute. If
Hmm.
you have people, you hire people. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too. Yeah. When you have those people who could afford it, yeah, they have the funds to hire more people to help them finish the book, and they're not doing that either.
yeah,
It's when they make it about the
that's
YouTube channels and this thing that drama fights with folks, it's like, what are you doing? You're not
yeah.
creating comedy. You're not adding to this. What you're doing is
Because the
hurting the whole
model really
entire.
works, doesn't it? I mean, the YouTube part of it is a valuable part of it, of reaching your base, right? Your producers, your backers
For sure.
on a day-to-day basis, if you want to do so, kind of like what I do. But it's not the be all and end all by any means, but it is the model works, but it's been abused. That's what I'm hearing from
Yes, it's been
massively abused, in my
yeah.
opinion.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And that's why I said, like, I backed away from a lot of the other crap because that's all it turned into was slap fights, drama things, lying about other people. Drama farming. I can't stand that. That's not that's a model that was working for them for a hot minute. But what they ended up doing was alienating and pissing off a lot of fans. There's creators who are really good creators who aren't doing this anymore because they're tired of the bullshit too. And most people just walked away from it.
People just don't want to be around that, man.
No, because all is poison. It's
when you boil it down to it's negative, and it wears. You know, like you said, it may work for a little while, but then it wears thin very quickly.
It really does, and we've seen it across the board. There's so many great people that aren't doing this stuff anymore, and a lot of books that they're just never going to be fulfilled because of the same shit too.
Yeah. How does this help you sell more books? I mean, how does this get the product to the person faster? I mean, it is a product. It's also art. It can be art if it's treated as art.
Right.
It may be the next best movie or Netflix deal. Who knows what the potential is? But with my ash can, which I produced a couple of years ago, Devil Flower ash can, I had people that was their first comic book. You know what that does to my heart, Vinnie?
Oh yeah.
I know. That was the first comic book they've ever read was mine. That's that speaks volumes. That's why I'm in this. To make more comic book readers, and not drive them away.
Absolutely.
Show them the world of comics can be an entertainment and change their life, for the better.
Yep. Well, that's why I had said it earlier too. Like even my YouTube channel, I have a number of art classes I did a couple of years ago, and they're up there for free for people. They're not behind a paywall or anything because I want to give back. I want people to enjoy this stuff.
That's another thing. I've got people that come in the chat and they're drawing now. They're excited about what I'm doing, so they're starting to do it, and the fan art. People that will draw your characters. I'm very humbled by that. That anybody would want to draw any of my characters.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's a great thing.
Yeah.
I think more people need to be creative on that level, and you do it with good positive reinforcement and stuff. You don't do it by attacking other people, by spreading lies and shit. Because I'll tell you one thing.
Vinnie, Rex, by actually hiring or giving someone an opportunity, I mean that gives him joy.
Absolutely.
Someone to do a page for his comic or draw his character.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know on Devil Flower we've employed at least 25 people or something that with the aspect of this campaign.
That's awesome.
And I can't back everybody's book out there, but I can hire them to do artwork. That's the way I'm kind of giving back to the community. That awesome. And having people on to promote their projects.
Yep.
That doesn't put a cent in my pocket. In fact, it might even take away, because we're all kind of in competition with each other. But it doesn't have to. I don't look at it that way. I think a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yes.
And competition is good.
Healthy competition's good.
Healthy competition. Yes.
Because here's the thing. There's a difference between trying to stab someone in the back because that's my competition, as opposed to, hey, I just did this really cool drawing, and now the guy's going, oh, I want to do a drawing just as cool or better. That's a healthy competition.
That's the way we hang. That's the way we hang. That's the way exactly.
Because here's the thing, and everyone that I've hung out with that are cool and great people, it's the healthy aspect of it. The ones who want to talk shit and hurt other people and then pull that crap, well, you're just competition to me. And they put out this thing because they want to brainwash people, just like we were talking about before with the politics. They're trying to brainwash creators and the audience into believing the horse shit, and then to picking a side and watching the house burn down kind of thing, instead of working together to build a house. Oh, you got a couple of pieces of wood. I got a couple of pieces of wood. Let's get this hammer going. Boom. And now you just build something great.
That's it.
There's a
Everybody
difference. Yep.
Everybody contributes. Everybody
so where do you see your universe being in like 5 years? Because you mentioned recently, this has got to work, or I got to do. It might have to go to part-time.
Oh yeah,
because it is a numbers thing, right? I mean, you've probably seen a slack off. I can remember when they were saying 2024 is going to be the best yet in crowdfunding. Did you see that? I didn't see that.
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't seen it in 2025 either.
No, because here's the thing too: when the economy's in the toilet, and then you got all these creators that are fighting with one another, it alienated everyone, and people just walked away. Numbers plummeted. They plummeted. Yeah. See, Shadow of the Kraken was supposed to take off. That one, like with the numbers and how I was releasing my books, the numbers should have went up. Instead, it went down a little bit. But because I had people, they did a fraudulent campaign. There were people who were working behind the scenes, working with bigger names.
Yeah, wasn't one of yours cloned over there on Kickstarter?
Yep. Yeah. And it only happened to like 2 or 3 other people. But the ones who were behind it, I kind of caught wind of who that might have been. And it's and this is why I can't stand a lot of what the fuck was going on with these comic book creators that people are still, for some reason, running over to, who still haven't delivered books, or they're super late on their projects. To me, it makes no sense. And they're
what's a sweet spot for you? I mean, how often do you like to fulfill? 2 years, year and a half, a year? What's a good long campaign for you?
Well, from when I launch a campaign,
and then even after you fulfill, do you leave it in demand?
Oh yeah. That's I've generated a lot more sales by just leaving them in demand.
Yeah, because I mean, people get their books. This is pretty cool, and they start posting and they do reviews and stuff, and say this is great. You might pick up some end of the campaign business. That's the way I kind of look at it.
Yeah, I've had campaigns more than double just by leaving them in demand, because because once people start to pick up one book, and they're like, oh, where can I find more? And then they look it up and they're like, oh, he's got another campaign. What?
Well,
this one fulfills?
You probably heard me talk about that. I think even with Ethan's books, that if he prints 20,000 books of Cyberfrog, which he could very well do and might be doing, that's still very low. That's cancellation numbers. That's far below cancellation numbers back in the day with like Marvel. That was like, if you don't do 60,000 or above, it's a dead title, you know? So none of us are going to really, I don't see any of us in the independent realm, forging, those type of numbers. And maybe those numbers are, I mean, Spider-Man was selling 60,000 in cancellation numbers just a few years ago. I don't know what he's doing now, and that's the most popular character on the planet. And
last I heard it was worse. I think
you heard it was worse. Okay,
I heard I thought it was down to 40,000 or something.
That's pitiful for the most popular character. That's horrible. Yep. That is a clarion call to me that the industry is in bad shape. The comics are dying.
Yep.
When you can't get people to buy Spider-Man.
Well, and that's what we were saying before when we mentioned about some of those other big creators, and what I said, like what they're doing is they're siphoning away from the independent creator who, yes, it's more of a niche market. Yes, the books are a little bit more expensive. But at the same time, when they come in with their stuff, it's like their numbers are astronomical, what they're asking for too. Like J. Scott Campbell, he just did the Danger Girl one, I think last month. And I think the minimum, what was it, over $100 for the set or whatever it was. Like the lowest tier was a super high number. And it's like, who could afford that right now? It's the high rollers, it's the whales. And when you look, it's like they didn't make as many numbers as you would think that they should have. You know
That's a fair statement that Omer makes. He says you can't compare the indie print run to the big three. Well, I think you can by comparison. I'm just saying that You know, even what Ethan is doing is low print.
Mm-hmm.
There's not been any crowdfunder that hasn't been, you know, what I consider a big print run, you know,
No.
and I don't think there's going to be. And, you know, when I see what John Malin's doing with very limited stuff, you can make an item so collectible and so limited that there's not a lot of turnover in the secondary back issue market.
Mm-hmm.
And if collectors don't know about it, they're not going to want to desire it, you know, because they don't know about it because it's so rare.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It has
Oh,
to be
yeah.
so it has to be so out there that you know about it, desire it, and want it, the supply and demand.
Yep. Well, and here's
It-
the thing too. Like, so J. Scott Campbell, at 12:39, he made 100K on his campaign. Okay, that book, had he released that campaign, and let's say even cut the price in half of those books, he would have had so many more backers. The thing is, these guys get so greedy at this certain level. Because I'll tell you right now, for a fact, I know this because I know someone who was involved in his camp. He made 100K at one of the New York Comic Cons in cash. He made that in 3.5 to 4 days. He made that in cash.
Yeah,
that's one convention.
Well, look at
Not
Sean
the full year.
Gordon Murphy from when he did his Kickstarter. I think it was. You know, he thought, well, man, I could just make. You know, he thought he was going to come in here and just do gangbusters, and it's not necessarily that way. You can't go by name recognition alone, can you, Vinny?
No. What did his campaign pull in? Do you remember?
Well, it was low below expectations. He was thinking he was going to make $500,000. He was like throwing out numbers, you know, I don't like to say, but you know, blah, blah, blah. And he didn't, if I remember right, it was about 120 something. And he's like one of the biggest names in the mainstream,
Right.
you know, kind of like, but I think that's a misnomer, you know, to call it mainstream comics, because are they really mainstream? It's kind of like mainstream media. Well, they're mainstream propagandists. They're not reporters and reporting on the news anymore. It's propaganda. They're mainstream propagandists.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And it's the same thing with comics, you know.
Yeah, you know, I was listening to a conversation with J. Scott Campbell.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. With J. Scott Campbell and Mark Miller. I heard their conversation he put out recently. And to that same level, and yeah, what you're saying too, yeah, they don't care about us. You're right. The chat's right. They don't care because these people are already rich. Because if he cared, he would have still been doing interior books. They don't. They pride themselves on, oh, I did so many covers for Marvel, and they made it sound, oh, I licensed it out, so now like, if there's art books or something that could be made out of it, they make more profit or whatever. They don't care about the medium anymore. They care about the flashy covers and the big price tag that they could get for them. That's all it comes down to now, because those guys who are like, they're about in their 50s and up now, that are still kind of recognized or still in demand to some level, it's only for like those incentive covers. It's only for those variant covers. They don't give a shit about putting them on books anymore.
Yeah, there's so many. I mean, when you're doing like, I can see like on Action Comics hitting 1,000, why you would do 40 something variants. I don't even see that, but I can see where you might justify that, because that's a big deal, you know, or Detective Comics hitting 1,000. That's a big deal. But they do it on every book, these variants, these, you know, and just to make more money, And like you say, you've got to buy so much product to get this one special thing.
Sure.
It's like playing the lottery.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. But on top of it too, and it's not, I'm not like attacking them or anything either. Like I know
LZ, I'm going to let Abby out. So here's your chance to shine with Vinny. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. See, messed it up. There we go. Here we go. I'll get it. Okay. So go ahead, Vinny, with what you were saying. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but yeah, someone like J. Scott Campbell, like, he is a good guy or whatever. Like I've known him and had some interactions with him. Almost did something with him in the past, or a project or something almost came through. But again, this was years ago. A lot of people, they change their tune or whatever happens personal wise, money wise in their career, and they don't feel like they need to do this stuff anymore. I know like he almost had he was supposed to do a Spider-Man run, and it didn't happen because Joe stepped in and did that whole brand new day bullshit, and they threw it all out the window. But yeah, at this point, yeah, most of those people they don't care anymore because they're it's too much work for them to do interior, and certain people have a very specific style now too that they wanna. It takes more work to do. And I know someone like Campbell. Yeah, I know he's not a fast artist anymore. And again, with age, yeah, you slow down as well. But a lot of people like their styles develop, they change. And like Art Adams, like he's still going, he's still doing some stuff here and there. His body of work is not huge, but what's there is amazing, you know. But he's still steadily he's doing stuff, but at his own pace, and it makes sense.
And you know what? There's a lot of like Joe Kubert. Yeah, I know he did a lot, and I know he got to be famous, but he gave back. You know, a school. He brought in, hey, let's teach others how to do this.
Oh, Joe Kubert. Yeah, Joe Kubert, awesome. Joe Quesada, piece of trash. Joe Kubert, when I met him,
that's who I grew up reading. That's how come I can comprehend reading so well, and I got a love for reading.
Yeah,
I grew up in the early '70s. You know, I was reading war comics. But you know, I'm down the South reading Our Army at War. You know, and I got the old one. So and then I grow up and I go, well, I don't want to read all this new stuff. So I started getting the stuff I used to read.
Yeah,
you know, and read them again and go, wow, I don't even remember that. You know, because you don't.
Great. That is great.
But you know, I was a teacher here in Jackson for 30 years. I taught special education for about 7 years, but the rest of my career was art teacher.
Oh, that's great.
But I'm here to tell you, children learn. You wanna help a kid learn. You take one of those big treasury editions into class, and these kids, you know, they have a hard time. They can read. They can say, "The boy went to the store," and then you go, "What just happened?" And they look at you like a deer in the headlight. If you give them a comic, a big comic, and man, they're just, you know, totally engaged.
Oh yeah.
And you know, then they can connect and they start learning to comprehend what they're actually, you know, saying. You know.
Yep.
It was pretty cool.
Absolutely. I again, yeah, I've, you know, I never taught in schools, but like I've taught people.
Well, yeah, I've done individual teaching as well, you know, but that was just
what is your background? Are you pretty much self-taught? Did you have some formal training?
All self-taught, 100% self-taught.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
you know, I think in comics, that's probably the best fit for comics. It's, if you look back at the greats, they've all pretty much been self-taught, or they've kind of apprenticeshiped. You know, that's something that we don't have, but in the mainstream anyway, you kind of had an apprenticeship, you know, others passing on the skills. You know, this is how you do the lettering. This is how you know.
Well, Rex, you know, my brother never went to school to learn to be a medical illustrator, and he was illustrating a very important doctor's books. I mean, and he'd go in he'd go in the operations and draw it. You know?
Yeah. I was blown away when I saw his stuff. Yeah.
There's a lot of fantastic artists that they left the medical profession and went into art because the knowledge that they had, and and trust me, it works, because when I saw you know, all the stuff I was doing,
it works. That's what he does.
Yeah,
he's an artist.
I was devouring everything I could find, any anatomy book, perspective, whatever it was, and I was doing stuff on my own because I didn't have money to go to school. And
who doesn't know this? A man educates himself.
That's right, because
a lot of people don't know that.
Well, those schools, it's a lot of indoctrination, and they don't. a lot of the teachers don't even know half the shit that they're doing and what they should be teaching kids in regards to that stuff. I know someone who was going to an art school and they didn't teach them perspective. They didn't teach them composition. Like, what the hell? What were they teaching you? You know, like, and
it really is fostering that image in your mind. And if you don't have it correct in your mind, you can't translate it to the pencil, can you?
No,
or the stylus.
Yeah. I mean,
you got to see it up here before you put it down there. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because too many people, they're just relying on the computer anyway now. Like, I still hand draw like everything.
Sad. So sad.
I'll do like my inking is digital, and I might double check stuff with some like the perspective rulers on the computer or whatever. But I'm not drawing from scratch using that. I'm still doing pencil and paper. Because for me, it's the foundations. If you don't have the foundations, that house is going to be lopsided. You know? It's going to be a mess.
Fall down.
Yeah, and that's why, like,
and
that's why, like, if you do watch any of the like the classes that I do have on YouTube, which I want to get back to, it's just I got to finish this first.
Well, a lot of it's eye-hand coordination, isn't it? Just training. You know.
Putting the hours in.
My brother told me you learn by doing and by continuing to do what you do, not be bouncing all over the place. But you can concentrate here, concentrate there. But
you'll get muscle
you were saying
memory.
The hours you put in, Vinny.
Yeah, the hours you put in, you get muscle memory in regards to like how good your lines, how clean your lines could be, how straight they could be. If you could do like a perfect circle, freehand kind of thing, that's very challenging stuff that you might not even think about. But, you know, do you have to do that? No. Should you have to do that? Not necessarily, but it'll train your hand and eye coordination. It'll train what you're doing.
I did portraits and I drew them for about 4 hours, and I would draw them about in 10 minutes, and kids would line up. And the more I did, the better I got.
Yeah,
you know,
that's exactly it. That's where I got a lot of the comic book work that I was doing was portrait work because I was that good. You know, I had stuff that was shown all over the world on national news.
Well, address talent, because a lot of people say, well, you're more talented. You got talent for art. I don't. Anybody can pick up a pencil and try.
Yeah, you could try. And the more you do it, the better you're going to get.
You know, to me, it's about three things: practice, practice, practice.
Yep.
Keep
That's
going.
100% it.
Tenacity. If you want it, grab for it, you know?
Oh, for sure.
It's like Picasso said, every child is born an artist, but the hard thing is to remain one.
Yeah. That is it. When I was a kid, I was doing like doodle drawings of like, you know, stupid cartoon character, animal type things.
Who didn't? All my kids did.
Exactly. You do funny stuff like that. And then later when I discovered comics again and it's like, oh, I like this a lot. I want to try to draw a Spider-Man. I want to try to I try to recreate like a McFarlane Spider-Man. And, you know, if it looked halfway decent, I'd be proud of myself. Then I try to do my own. I want to do my own.
Do another one.
Yeah, exactly. And then over time, it's just, okay, you don't need any of that kind of reference. You could just do it yourself. And the more you learn and study stuff, because, again, I got anatomy books. I got a whole bunch of stuff that as I was breaking stuff down, I wanted to know how the muscles work properly, what it would look like if you took the skin off of a person or something. You know, and and you start to develop a style.
Leonardo did, you know, he would go get cadavers and do autopsies.
Yep. I learned all that stuff too. Yeah,
drew it. That's what my brother did. That's what my brother did in operations. He would watch the operation and draw it for the doctor's book.
That's amazing.
It was a trip, and he didn't go to school for that.
Well, we might want to give Vinnie's bladder. We might want to give Vinnie's bladder a break. So we're going to watch Shadow of the Kraken here.
Mine too.
Look at
mine too. I'm an old man.
Yeah, go for it.
Vinnie says I can go 6 more hours. Anyway, here we go.
Yeah, I wish.
Are we missing it? Are we seeing this?
I'm not seeing it right now.
I'm not seeing it.
No. That's because
No.
Indiegogo changed their shitty format, so it probably went to YouTube.
They did, didn't they? Let's try
Yeah.
that again. I'm not sure it's going to work. There we go. Or are we? You seen it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's working. Yeah.
Hey, Chris.
What's up?
On Indiegogo right now, Shadow of the Kraken by Vinnie Tartamella.
Yep. Ships
Yes.
immediately.
22,935. So you're saying if I back it today, I'll get it sometime this week?
Yeah, you'll get notified. This week.
Wow.
Well, I gotta make sure I know how to work the new system that they got here. Oh my God, everything is so strange on the back end. But
you got a nice acrylic standee, double-sided, 4 inches tall. Check that out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, nice base on that. Yeah.
Yeah. But typically, I'll put the tracking number as soon as I mail it, and you get notified by email. That's usually how that works.
Or look at that winch. Or
you got to make sure you get the hot ones in there.
Yeah, I don't know that she's really wearing clothes. I think that's probably just a towel. My gosh. Yeah, nearly off of her. Yeah.
Well, they had a lot of those brothels. I mean, that's what they mostly spent their money on.
Oh yeah, that and ale, right? A little rum. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, I'm tasteful with the stuff that I have in there. There's nothing like gratuitous. Because I've seen some indie books where I pick it up like, oh, this is a good story, and then it got something like so vulgar over the top. I'm like, oh, it just turned me away from the book. But no, I still try to keep some classiness to it. The violence is there, action's there. But yeah, it needs to make sense to the story. If it doesn't make sense to the story, like I just feel like certain things are just too over the top.
So did you, I mean, are you pretty much self-taught when it comes to telling your stories? I mean.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
Yep. It would have been cool to have some kind of like mentorship with certain people, but yeah, it never happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I like that. The octopus, octopi, on the mast there. That's cool.
That's actually the name of the ship is the Kraken.
Is the Kraken. Okay.
Yep. Yeah. That's why it's on there. Yeah.
You're
Kraken.
offering through the woods as well?
Yeah, it's on this campaign. I moved it on there because there were still people looking for some of the stuff.
This was one of the first big crowdfunders to come out, at least within this community.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kept hearing from everyone. They said if it wasn't their number one book, it was at least on their top 3. They all loved it. So I'm super happy about that. And like Tommy was saying too, that was his favorite book until he read Shadow of the Kraken, and then he said that was his favorite that I had done.
Now I'm kind of getting, I almost that one image of that one lady there with the shield in the snow. I'm kind of getting like a D&D feel or something like that. Were you into any of that back when you were younger? Sort of the fantasy games?
Oddly enough, I maybe played one game that was sort of like that. It was like a board game that had a little bit of like that vibe, but I never really got into Dungeons and Dragons. If someone brought it to me when I was a kid, I would have definitely been into it. But I do love like Lord of the Rings. I love Conan. anything like that. That sort of like those fantasy worlds, I absolutely love. I do have a medieval book that I'm going to be doing at some point. It's a pretty massive story. And that one has that one has the major connection to what I'm kind of doing with the world building.
Now,
But
when you worked for like Toy Biz or Don
mhm.
Select stuff like that, did you get comps when they went? Like when McFarlane used one of your, do you actually get the finished product sent to you because you designed it?
Not when I did for Toy Biz, no. McFarlane, we were supposed to,
Yeah.
and we only got a couple of minor things because there was someone that was working there who was stealing all of our samples. And this is for everyone in the studio, and I can't believe these guys didn't lose their shit. This is before I left McFarlane. I was very vocal about it. I got Todd's email and I contacted him directly. I said, "There's someone in here who is literally stealing our samples. None of the
Yeah.
artists have been getting their comps." And I found out after I left, they had
Wow.
like a Christmas list, and anything that you wanted, like you could get it from there. I don't know if he fulfilled on that all the way, but I was already gone at that point. But yeah, we were supposed to. That's the answer. We were supposed to and didn't. It really sucked because there were certain ones that I had done that they're very hard to get. I was responsible for the second wave of the Clive Barker, the Tortured Souls. I don't know if you remember that. They were kind of like the Cenobites from his horror
Hellraiser.
franchise. Yeah, but they weren't from the movie. They were kind of like our own kind of spin-off versions of them. And Clive Barker was supposed to have written the short stories that connected all those. A fun fact, he never wrote the stories. His partner did. His lover wrote those stories, not Clive. Yeah. Sorry, it's a peek behind the curtain.
Yeah. Well,
There
I
was
mean,
just for his
yeah, I mean, it's sad that you design. There wouldn't be no toy if you didn't design it or product, and you don't even get an example of what you design once it's made. That's sad.
Yeah. Oh, truly. We were supposed
Yeah.
to, but yeah. And
Big
that's how a lot of these when you have shitty people working in those places. That's another reason why I didn't stay long, you know. I I was there before 9/11, and then when 9/11 happened, I didn't want to be in that area anymore, period. Because I saw stuff that was never shown on the news, what was going on in those other towns that were nearby. And yeah, it was way worse than you could imagine. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into it because yeah, one of them was really bad. But yeah, I'm like it's just not safe. What was going on?
Mhm. Now you've also got another sign up available, and hopefully one of the mods will drop that. I know you did earlier.
Yeah.
For City of Venus 2. And what
Yes.
else will be offered on that? Probably City of Venus 1. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Do you do a variant cover? Do you change it at all? Or do you just say second printing? Or you're out to sell limited, maybe overstock and um,
I'm going to
how do you do that?
brainstorm. I'm going to brainstorm some of that.
Mm-hmm.
There is going to be a couple of copies still available of the very first
Original.
printing.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Mm-hmm.
original. I'm debating if I'm going to be doing a second cover on that. There was another idea I was kicking around. It depends on how well the Indiegogo works because again, I know there's a lot of people that are just they don't want to use that anymore. If the
Mm-hmm.
sales aren't well there, I have another plan I'm gonna do for probably I'll try Kickstarter. If it doesn't do well on Indiegogo, I will probably try Kickstarter. If it does well, I'll stay on Indiegogo, and then maybe make a different stuff available. But it's gonna be the book. It will be you'll have another chance of getting City of Venus 1 for sure. I might move. I'm debating if I should move some of my other books there or do like a collected edition. Well, not a collected edition, but a tier that has you could buy multiple of what I have already. You know, the art books or Shadow of the Kraken.
Right. You've got an art book up right now on Indiegogo, correct?
Yep. Actually, it's 2 art books on 1 campaign. So
2 art books. Okay.
Yeah, it's volume 1 and 2.
Volume 1 and 2.
I remastered that. It's a massive book. It's like 140 pages. And then I have volume 3, which has the woman in the snow on the cover. That's 64 pages. So yeah, I have those, and that is a ton of my artwork. Beautiful pieces in there. The volume 1 and 2 that's together, that remastered one. It's the art of Vinnie, Tartamella. You'll see a chick on the cover holding a mug, which is basically the logo, Mella Art World, the logo to my company. She's drinking out of that. That's the cover, and yeah, just the amount of stuff I have on there. My portrait work, comic book work, pencils, you name it. Like I got like everything on there.
All right, let's take a look at that.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
We got your art campaign up here right now. It's not cooperating with me here. Here we go. There we go. Make it as big as I can there for the audience.
It keeps rotating. I've never seen.
Keeps rotating, right? Yeah. So let's see if this thing will play. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. This is Vinnie Tartamella, and this is the art of Vinnie Tartamella, Volume 3. This book will be 64 pages. I am the creator of Shadow of the Kraken, creator of City of Venus,
Six Gun Gorilla,
co-creator of Through the Woods. And that was a cover to a trade paperback for Brian. Loaded with awesome drawings, sketches, super detailed ink pieces, and full color illustrations. And as a bonus, I'm going to have a sneak peek at City of Venus, Dead City 2 in this book as well. So a couple of awesome pages and panels and things to whet the appetite. I hope you guys will stay tuned for that one. That book is going to be 52 pages. You guys wanted more story, more artwork, so you're going to get it. So thank you so much for all your support. Again, this book will be 64 pages, so bigger than the first 2 volumes. Back this book today.
Back it today! Oh, yeah.
How much is that book?
Well, I thought I had City of Venus saved, but apparently I don't. If somebody has the sign up for that, mucho appreciato if you drop it in the chat, or Vinny in the private chat.
Yep. How much is that book, man?
That one's 50. Well, I have 2 different prices because there are two different books on there. The Art of Vinnie, the volume 1 and 2, that's 140 pages. That one's $50.
Yeah, that's the one I want. The Art of Vinnie.
Yeah, and the volume 3 is where the hell is it? That one's 30. Because the volume 3 is 64 pages. The volume 1 and 2 remastered is that's 140 pages.
Okay.
Let me grab the other link for you.
There we go. I had to get myself to get us back up here. There you go. Hearing it out. So
private. I'll drop
thank
it
you,
in
sir. Thank you, sir. Mucho appreciato with that. I'll make sure it gets into the chat now. You can go sign up for City of Venus, Dead City 2 by Vinnie Tartamella. Survival in a post-apocalyptic world. This is the sequel to the smash hit City of Venus, Dead City. Boom, 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 boom. So what's the difference in tone between those two? Is there much difference of tone?
Between issues 1 and 2? Not so much. It's more of a continuation. Okay. There's slightly darker elements are in issue 2. I do have a sequence right from the beginning it's pretty violent, kind of the aftermath of something.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to give away what happened on there, but you're going to see a lot more of that world as well. And when she gets to that dangerous, there's a very dangerous part of the city that even with everything as destroyed as it is, it's kind of sectioned off, and she scales the wall and gets in there. There's a lot of kind of grotesque things that are, this lab. You'll see the other kind of failed experiments and stuff. But
so how much of the story do you give away when promoting? I don't know if I got a good answer to that.
Yeah, I got to figure out on that one.
Yeah.
The pirate one, I was giving you good chunks of it because there was a lot that was going on there. But something like this, it's a little closer to the vest because I want people to jump into it.
And the stories are different, Yeah, I mean,
they're very different.
If it's like a suspense thriller, I would think genre there kind of dictates that you don't give it away, or if it's like a horror jump scare type thing,
right?
You don't want to give it away. But now,
because like Through the Woods, we were able to give good chunks of that because it's basically kind of like the setup to like a horror movie or a ghost story kind of thing. Of like, it's the woman who inherits this property in upstate New York.
Certain stories you can give more away than others. That's what, but I've heard like John Dillard said, when you're starting out and you're brand new, you got to give a big portion of away because people don't know you and what you're, kind of trying to do. I can see that too.
Oh, for sure. Because
not to spoil the fun to when you do get the book, but you do need to give enough to hook people and get them latched on to what you're trying to do.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. As I build the campaign, I'm going to get more into it because like the opening of issue 1, I give a very solid amount of information so that people they get a basis of kind of the type of world or the type of story they're going to be reading. So I'm going to take chunks of that and probably mix it in there as I do the write up for it. But when I sit down to kind of plan that out, because I'm not at that stage yet. Because right now for me, my hat is right now I'm on painting mode. I have about 9 pages left to paint. All the pencils, all the inks, they're complete. And after the paints, I'm on to the lettering. So when I get to that stage, I'm going to start building the campaign as well. I'll be splitting time doing that. But more information is going to be coming. Right now, it's a little more vague because I don't want to give anything away, and I don't want to say something that'll hurt the story or
asking LD while I go get Abby and you ask him another question and it'll give away the whole plot. You got some questions for Vinny?
Yeah, I just want about that one book that says The Art of Vinnie. So that wouldn't have stories in it, really, would it? It'd be like a different genres and all kind of paintings that are all work.
Yeah, I have pinups in there. I have convention sketches that are highly detailed drawings. I do have some of I've put black and white work in there of a few pages from Shadow of the Kraken. So you'll see some paneled pages are in there as well. Some of Through the Woods. You'll see some of the black and whites of that as well. I try to give a little bit, the kitchen sink, everything in the kitchen sink kind of thing. So it's not just pinups. You get a little bit of everything in there.
Variety.
Yep.
And that's what I was wanting to know, like if because, if it's somebody I've met, I don't know if I could really care less about a comic, about a story. I'd like to see what you do. Say, well, yeah, man, I've talked to this guy. I was on the show with him, and know who he
Nice.
is,
Mm-hmm.
and see your work. That's what
Absolutely.
I would be cool.
Yeah, I like that stuff. Very
It's
cool.
like me, I'm a totally different artist. Some
Mm-hmm.
people don't understand me and what I do and all that. And that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But I just consider it what I've been led to do. And so
Yeah.
that's what I do.
As long as you enjoy it, that's what counts.
Well, hey, man, I'm 68, almost 69 in March. So, you know, I'm enjoying life. I'm definitely not wanting
Mm-hmm.
to be producing something that somebody wants me to have it just like they want it. Because, you just tell me what you want, let me do it. And if you don't like it, well, I'll just put it in my portfolio.
Yeah.
If you do, it's yours.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
And
cool.
like these paintings that I do, I don't know if you've seen any or even care,
No,
but
I haven't seen them.
you haven't.
No. What do
Well,
you got?
I've got a few. What I was going to kind of give you a history of what I do.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things happen. I had my parents a long time. And about 3 or 4 years ago, my dad was the last one. Lost him. My mom lost her long time ago. But since then, I felt led to do portraits of Christ and things happening in the Bible and putting a scripture around it that maybe has something to do with, the painting or with an idea I was thinking at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've been doing is I'll show you a few of the ones I've been doing. And I give these away to people all over
Oh, nice, man.
this one. And
I
you
like
see
I
how I
like
put
that you give them away too to people. That's a beautiful
yeah,
thing.
man, you should have seen the lady. I was going to my brother's nephew's football game, pulling the Burger King, and
Mm-hmm.
this lady looked like she was having a bad day. But I looked at her and said, "Ma'am, I just need a Coke because I forgot one."
Mm-hmm.
But I said, "Ma'am, are you a Christian?" She goes, "Oh, yes, sir, I am." And I pulled out. I said, "Well, I have a gift for you." I said, "Because I don't want to shove something down somebody's throat or, offend anybody or
Yeah.
make anybody mad."
Mm-hmm.
But and so you hand them something like a Walmart canvas that
Yeah.
cost you maybe $1.50 in time
Mm-hmm.
and things that I love to do.
That's great. She must have loved it.
Oh, her whole face, her whole day was changed.
And that's a great thing,
And
dude.
everyone, yeah,
Joining
and the
Jesus and giving him out as a gift, that is a beautiful thing. That's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. And
and I
during
drive all
on
over
I
Sundays,
love
town.
that.
he gives them away to troubled children,
Wow.
and speaks with them, and it's a good ministry. He looks at his artwork as a
Yeah,
ministry,
that's a
um,
beautiful thing.
and he's definitely got the spiritual gift of giving. Um,
I love it.
even
Wow.
like in crowdfunding with all the backbiting and everything, I still think that the indie scene right now in comics, Vinny, is
Hmm.
still all the momentum is sort of in our square right now
It
due to the
is.
crowdfunding thing. Is that the way you kind of view it? That
Yeah.
maybe the innovative, creative stuff is really on the indie side. If kind of like Todd McFarlane said about Spawn, if the big two are going to give it to me, the independent, when he reached 300 um, with Spawn,
Hmm.
then I'm going to take it, you know,
Yeah.
and yeah, what he's accomplished with the numbering on that, to surpass the numbering of Cerebus is
Hmm.
is admirable, and
Oh, yeah.
then
It's
the way he
impressive.
approached it, he had
Hmm.
like a sort of a catch up for new readers leading up, to the 300 issue,
Hmm.
and he was very pragmatic about that. And I think he may have gained some readers around that time, just simply for
Yeah.
the
Well,
buzz about hitting those
yeah,
numbers. Hey,
and
Dave.
he was launching all those other books as well. I don't know how well the other
small
stuff
universe.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing, like all of his money is from the toy side. Like, so there was a documentary that they put out during the summer, I think of like maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, whatever it was. And the Devil You Know or whatever it was. It was full of shit, is what it was. They claimed that he was bankrupt. He had all those lawsuits, blah blah blah. No, he did have a ton of lawsuits. He was not bankrupt. He was still a multimillionaire. I know because I was working for him during a lot of those lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
I know other stuff about the behind the scenes shit.
He didn't sell his baseball, did he?
No, he did not. In fact, people laughed at him. He spent like $3 million or something on the balls. He pulled in, I think they said it was over 14 million, something like that. An obscene amount of money just by he was touring those balls all around the United States.
People wanted to see them. Yeah.
But it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that. At the end of the tour, he had exclusive figures that weren't even released in stores of all the baseball players. And he wasn't charging retail on them. He was charging, let's say he went to Yankee Stadium. Well, here's a Derek Jeter for $150. That's what he was doing. And they pulled in an insane amount of money. And I know the guys who were, anybody, if you ever see those baseballs, do not touch them. I'm telling you right now, I know the guys who handled them and what they did with them. Do not ever touch those baseballs.
Well,
oh my God, horrific things.
I think that, the momentum's kind of on our side in the Indies. Now, where it leads to, I don't know. And I think we squandered a lot of that cred, through infighting, just to put it mildly. And
it's stupid because I'll tell you right now, the people who weren't involved in any of that stuff and they were just doing their thing on Kickstarter.
See, Chris.
They've amassed a really good amount of money and a good following just by staying out of the bullshit and just continuing to put out books. So and the ones who helped each other, it's even better for them. It's like you said, the infighting in the certain groups that's what was bad.
Well, I want to say one more thing, Vinnie, about my friend Rex. Well, I don't know. Rex and I, you got to understand, Rex and I have been friends for a long time. Mm-hmm. But for a while, he couldn't understand why I was giving all my art away. And then one day he says, I bet you, and it hadn't been 2 days. I mean, Rex, it hadn't been 2 days since I got my book. But he said, I bet you hadn't got documentation or anything. You just giving them away. You don't know what you've done. And then in comes a book, just a Facebook thing.
Yeah, I'm saying if you're going to do it, document it,
And so that's what I did, even got my grandkids in there, my dog.
Oh, that's great.
But see, my dad was in this one. Then I went one that was more art. This one has a lot of art in it too, don't get me wrong, but it's got some of the first ones I did. Well, this one's got a lot of all kinds of art I could find that was in it, just
that's wonderful, man.
I said, so I got to document it. And I was thinking the same thing he said, and I said, well, maybe people do have it, but you know what? I could pull my phone up. My daughter sent me a picture and says, somebody sent her this, and it said, my friend has one of your dad's painting, and sent me a picture of the painting,
Oh, wow.
That was cool.
Cool. You sent that to me on the phone. I'd like to show that to everybody.
Yeah.
Sweet.
That's why I had my phone sitting here. I'm glad you reminded me, Elsie, before the stream tonight.
And you see, Vinnie, even this comic crowd, I'm a collector and I like what they do. But I'm not a comic artist, but they accept me, and I might have something to contribute one day, and I may, so what,
Yeah.
It's Rex has been my lifelong friend, man. I'll back him, whatever his play is, as long as it's legal.
Hey, dude, that's what it should be about, you know. And if
I
Rex
think
did
it was
something,
probably Elsie
go ahead.
that said, you know what the definition of a friend is? The definition of a friend is one that'll help you bury the body.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say that even if Rex did something that was illegal, and we're on air right now, but I think you'd still probably help him.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, he probably helped
Hey,
me.
you know what?
Right.
When I was going, we were out of contact for like 10 years. When I was at a low point in my life,
Mm-hmm.
I searched my mind for some hope, and he came to mind. So when I was over in Memphis, I gave him a call, and then shortly there went and visited him in 97. That was the year my collection had burned up and I lost
Oh,
everything,
wow.
all my earthly goods,
Oh,
my
man.
couch, my chairs, everything. And
Why?
I was devastated. And it wasn't just that, it was other stuff going on too. But when I reached a low point, I reached out to somebody that I knew from years past would still be my friend,
Mm-hmm.
because
Yep.
like I said, he's such a giving person,
Mm-hmm.
and we
Well,
connected, and we've been connected ever since, and we've talked for, I mean, we should own stock in AT&T. We've talked on the phone so many times. Um,
Yep. Oh, I got
and
friends like that too, and
we've
that
shared art.
that's a beautiful thing.
Here's one. Now describe this. A lady owns this or something.
yes, that was the one my daughter sent me, and I forwarded it to you. And she sent her a picture of the one she had sitting up
Okay.
on her.
That's wonderful, man.
That's
And see,
nice,
that's
man.
why I make them. I make them 8x10, 9x12s, because
Hmm.
people can set them up on their shelf or
Yep.
by their lamp or somewhere where they can enjoy it without intruding on their home.
Yeah.
Or they can, give it to somebody if they don't like it or don't, it offends them or whatever. They can give it to
Hey, Howdy.
somebody that might like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
So,
mean,
but I
how
don't.
many houses can accommodate a big mural size painting?
Well,
You know,
Right.
true.
Yep.
yeah,
That's my whole thought
space does
Mm-hmm.
come
process.
into it, doesn't it? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But I do big ones, but I keep them usually. I'm not
What do
handing
you
those
like to
out. People,
collect, Vinny? Because Elsie had touched on that. What
I
what
got
is
a
kind of
lot,
your
man.
jam?
Oh, I'm. It's a bad habit. Yeah, I'm a toy collector as well.
Yeah,
Obviously,
action
You
from
like,
figures. Yeah,
yep,
you like
yep. Because again,
toys?
designing them, and I always appreciated the work that went into those things. And a lot of people, oh, they're just
I
little
right.
kid
love
toys.
toys.
No, not necessarily. They're not, because it's the adults who make them. But there's a lot of engineering that goes into it. There's artistry on every level.
Mhm.
You know how much research I had to do in order to get do the characters with armor and stuff like that, or depending on what we were doing.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's a ton of work that goes into it, but yeah, I've always loved that stuff. From time to time, it's still comic books. For a while, it was art books as well. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
little
You
bit of
kind of go
everything, but
through phases, don't you, of
oh,
what
for
you like
sure.
to collect, and then there's
Mhm.
opportunities that
Well,
open up. Like I say, you say, I'll never have this, I'll never have that. And then, wow, I didn't
maybe
think,
Vinny had something to do with fixing this one.
I doubt it. Well, maybe. I mean, because
Well,
that's, I knew
Oh
her.
no.
not that one in particular, but I was around when he was first making some of those. Like yeah, the gunslinger one. I'd done a series of drawings. I guess he would do it. I guess it would be called the classics now.
Hmm.
Um, but like those other characters, like the curse, um, some of the other Spawn ones. I can't think of their names right now.
Hmm.
Redeemer. Uh, uh, Angela wasn't in that. For some reason, Todd, I don't know why he's so against female characters, like making
Yeah.
toys of them. It always
Yeah.
bugged me. I've had words with him about it. It's so strange,
Yeah.
but I'm glad he started doing it with the DC line at least, though. But
Well, I mean, traditionally it's a male oriented thing, right? But I mean, with the original Hasbro Teenage Mutant Ninja figures that I used to have,
yeah,
April O'Neil was the breakout one that became collectible because not
she was so
everybody
rare.
got that. And then there was
Hmm.
a demand for her, but there was a shortage because
Yeah,
traditionally sort of the female characters don't sell as well.
yeah.
So
Well, see,
maybe there's that aspect of it.
well, this is the crazy thing because we did the numbers and everything. his female, whenever he released a female character, she would sell like gangbusters, and he wouldn't want to do more, and it made no sense. The only time
kind
he
of
did
reticent.
yeah, the only time he did a line of them is when it was the Danger Girl figures based off of Campbell's stuff, and they did well. They did too well that he decided to like flood the market, and he'd release them like, I don't know, six different formats, and people were like, okay, enough for the same figure. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
a bit much. Yeah. I think, you know, I and Shadowhawk have talked about that before. That's kind of what he got out of comics on, and that was kind of like buyer fatigue when you have all these crossovers, and yet you buy the books and they have very little to do with the main story thread.
Oh yeah,
it's just a buying gimmick, and that after a while, it's like they're just after my money. You know, you've lost touch with your base at that point.
Yeah,
so
and Vinnie, you could lose them for good. You know,
Vinnie said Todd wanted to do statues. Look what I found in my parents.
Oh wow, I like that. Very cool, man.
Do we know if that's Socrates or who it is?
Thinker. It's the Thinker.
So the Thinker. Okay, that's.
Well, it says EOKPATH with that monkey, the first E and the last E.
Here's the Thinker right there. Rodin's Thinker right there on the end.
Yeah,
this is Socrates
next to Spock and Kirk.
So, wait, do you collect figures too, then, Rex, or just?
I've got a few. You know, I'm not as big a collect. He asked me the question anyway.
Okay, forget about it.
Well,
you get him showing things. He'll, you know, I'm really impressed with the lower, less expensive NECA figures. I think for the price point, the details are really nice. I've gotten some of the King Kong ones, and then I like.
Oh yeah.
And I think one reason that really, you know, especially when Marvel started the Marvel Legends series, that I and Elsie really like those is that they came with a comic book, you know, especially the early figures and like Monkey Man and O'Brien later, and some of those other independent ones that were done. They came with comics, they came with bases and things and real cloth sometimes for the, you know, sets. And
I love that stuff.
And I know Elsie was making more money, so he afforded a lot more than me. I think I probably majored on the comics more than I had the action figures, but I do enjoy the action figures.
That's cool. Yeah, I did.
Look, they were $5 a piece. Those old Marvel Legends.
To me, that was a fortune, though. I just couldn't justify.
Filled up a buggy. I filled up. Well, I'm just teaching, man. I was loving it, man. I never made, you know, that kind of money.
So he got or he did have. He had all the early Marvel Legends waves, you know, that came out.
Like I said, I wish I had enough to put the what's that Fantastic Four. That big figure, man, he's worth a lot. They had
Galactus.
Galactus. I've got one of the big tall guys, not Galactus.
There was Galactus, Sentinel. There was Fin Fang Foom. That was a big one.
That's the one.
Fin Fang Foom. Okay.
Yeah, Fin Fang Foom. I don't think was hardly ever in Fantastic Four, so I think you got that wrong.
Well,
I'm more of an Iron Man type villain.
Yeah.
I'm old, man. I forget.
Yeah, I had a good number of them too. Not all of them. Some of them I gave away too.
Well, since we're talking Fantastic Four, I saw the movie recently over my friend John's house. It came out on Blu-ray and DVD recently. And, you know, I've been getting with him every Saturday and even this Sunday on my birthday and watching shows that I missed too, like Mandalorian and things like that. And the criticism for some of these things seems a little harsh to me, Vinny. I mean, I get the woke agenda and stuff that they stick in there, but how do you look at that? I know the MCU is kind of went hard left in some, but I look at the end product and some, and some of these are decent movies, you know.
I felt that way with some stuff as well. There's some things like I just had no interest whatsoever. Like Shang-Chi, I saw the trailer, zero interest.
I never bought the comic.
Yeah, same.
Even with Paul Galassi and Mike
Mhm.
Zeck covers, I never
Mhm.
bought that comic.
Yeah,
Not one.
and I'm in the same boat with that stuff where it's like, okay, I like martial arts stuff. I've been a fan of
Yeah.
Jackie Chan stuff. I love the John
I
Wick
like
movies.
Master Kung Fu. That's
Yeah,
good.
To
yeah.
me,
You would
the
think.
secret is if you want to get people to reading that title
Mhm.
and to infuse it, you need to do crossovers because often I would not like I wasn't reading the Godzilla comic, but then
Mhm.
when Fantastic Four went into there, I wasn't reading Micronauts. When Fantastic Four or the Avengers went into it, I
Mhm.
started, I at least picked up that one issue,
Right.
and I would have never read a Godzilla
Mhm.
or never read a Micronauts if they hadn't have done a crossover.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. And
Yeah.
that's the thing though too. When you have something that should have been super bankable, and again, for me, like being a fan of some of that other stuff and the type of again, I was a massive Bruce Lee fan. I
Mm-hmm.
saw the trailer to Shang-Chi. I didn't like the actor,
Yeah.
and the martial arts didn't look like anything special to me whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I tried to give it a chance. Someone said, "Yeah, it might be worth watching." I
I
put it on.
agree with
I couldn't get
I
past
agree
the
with the
opener.
director Sam Peckinpah. 90% of a movie is
Mhm.
casting.
Yeah.
You got to have a good cast. You
Yep.
got to have sympathetic characters. You got to have a good story, really.
Oh, for sure.
When I watched Fantastic Four
Well,
and
you
I
got to have a
watched
good story, good characters to play with.
Thunderbolts, and
Hmm.
I found Thunderbolts sort of more engaging because I
Hmm.
cared about the characters and the story
Yeah.
more than I did Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Which I'm
I did catch Thunderbolts last month. I think I finally did see it.
yeah.
Because most of those I skipped. Like I didn't see the
How are you
newest
really going to
Thor.
get invested and really like a movie or a property if you
Hmm.
don't care for the characters? And I've like watched
Yep.
Strange New Worlds, the first season, which has probably been their strongest season, and they season 2 went off the rails. Season 3 is, and it's being canceled. But even after watching a whole season, I didn't care about the characters.
Yeah, and that's a major problem right there. Because yeah,
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
saw Thunderbolts. I like the characters. I'm a fan of that Florence Pugh, the little the new Black Widow, basically. So I'm like, all right,
hmm
I'll give it a chance. And I thought it was pretty good what they did. Century. I had a couple of books with Century in it.
yeah,
I wasn't expecting what they did in the movie, but I didn't hate it either.
yeah,
I
yeah.
thought they did a decent job, but like you said, some of the criticism I think is too harsh. Uh, the
hmm
ballerina movie, the one from the John Wick universe. A lot of people were screaming wokeness or whatever. I saw the movie. I love the movie. I didn't see wokeness on that at
Yeah,
all. You know,
yeah.
there's people that go too extreme because for me, it feels like
I mean,
they're looking for something to talk about on their
It seems
YouTube
like
channels.
clickbait to me. Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
a lot of it
Uh,
is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, I want to, one thing that helped me was John said, I look at the movies separate from the books because I'm
Mm-hmm.
kind of a purist, right?
Yeah.
Uh, I didn't like even Marvel back in the day doing, even though it was interesting what they did with ROM and Micronauts and stuff, still those were toy based. And
Yep.
I was like, Doctor Who and Marvel or Howard the Duck, what the hell are they
Mm-hmm.
doing?
Yeah.
Not that you can't tell stories like that, but
Mm-hmm.
I find it hard. Maybe it's just me. I took the Marvel universe, which I'm more of a Marvel guy than DC,
Yep.
and
Same.
John's more of a DC guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, who I had my comic store with and introduced me to John, is more of a DC guy. Uh, but I thought Marvel had the more realistic universe. Like you said, Peter Parker, he had
Yep.
problems. I can identify with that.
Yep. Same.
I just
So,
thought they
shit.
had more of a vast cosmic universe,
Mm-hmm.
because and that they kept expanding on that Jack Kirby
And you could
and
actually believe it. You almost could
Yeah.
believe it, you
Yeah.
know?
Well, especially for me, like Spider-Man was my number one. Again, I was supposed to draw the character. I had a great encounter with Stan Lee. Couple times. Stan Lee bought my original artwork a couple years
Mhm.
before he passed. Like some
Oh wow.
amazing stuff I've come across. That's what I was saying too with the old timers in the industry. Like I was supposed to be there, and then I got screwed out of it because of people like Joe Quesada, who should have never been in those positions. But
I was actually glad when Stan Lee passed away, because I felt like that was elder abuse, that they were taking advantage of his.
They were.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I was actually glad when he passed away, because what they were doing at the end there, and I think Todd McFarlane was one trying to intercede. There were a few other people that were trying to intercede. Todd could have done more.
The people who were running all that, they kept his daughter away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that they could milk him. Literally, they bled him dry. Remember, they were doing the signatures using his blood.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Actual leeches. I believe that guy got arrested. That piece of shit who was doing that.
Yeah, I think he was part of Stan Lee's security, wasn't he? That stole the samples and stuff. It might not be the same guy, because so many people had their hands in the pot at that point.
Oh yeah, it was sad and disturbing. When I had met him, he had like the entourage around him. Well, the first time I met him, I was 16. They had just opened up an art museum or something in Boca, and it was right before the first Spider-Man movie came out. And he was talking about that, and that's what he was promoting. And when I met him, I kind of I cut the line. Everyone was like, because I didn't have anything to sign. I just wanted to show him my work. And I just had it in a regular kind of sketchbook, and they all let me, which was really awesome of them. And Stan was super supportive. He was flipping through, and he goes, kid, you got really great stuff here. I'm going to tell you right now, go to the other guys. And I was like, at first, like, what do you mean, go to the other guys? He goes, Marvel, they're falling apart. It's all banking on Spider-Man right now. Had the Spider-Man movie flop and the X-Men one, they wouldn't have had shit. That's what saved their asses. But he was telling me
what year? What year was this, in the 90s?
Yeah.
When Marvel was kind of going through their bankruptcy.
Oh yeah. A lot of people didn't believe it either. It's like, no, they fell off the stock market. They were
well. Again, there's some great stuff out there, and even books written about it. That's when the corporates, the big mega, and then they blade it dry.
Yeah, they were going to sell off the characters.
That really, it's not the woke, in the 2000s. It started back in the 90s when the big corporate got a hold of it.
Yep.
100%. And didn't know what they were doing.
Yep.
They're looking at a bottom line. They're not looking at it as a, entertainment, for kids or whatever.
And the fans didn't get to see what was really going on until I'd say the early 2000s. That's when the wokeness started pouring in. Slowly. Yeah. People didn't realize it, but that's when I caught wind of it, because that's around that time I stopped collecting for a good while.
Yeah,
man, we still got an old Marvel stock.
You got a pull list yourself, Vinnie? Is there something that you read? Right now, I'm picking up Herculoids from Dynamite, and I've collected Spawn ever since 301, and actually went back and got some of the other back issues leading up to 300 and 300 itself. But
I don't have a pull list. There are certain books I would get from time to time. I was really into the Titan Conan, or was it Titan? Is that the newer one? The guy's artwork. The guy's artwork looked like the main artist they had in the beginning. He looked like a really great version of John Buscema. He had that vibe to it. I was really pulled in. The stories were fun too. So from time to time, like, I'll still get some of those.
You're gonna love my new book, that I and Elsie are doing together, the unseen artwork of John Buscema. It's not been seen anywhere except on this channel.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, that's my next book after Devil Flyer, is from our own personal collections, and we're going to cobble it together into a first sort of like starter book. And if that does well, then we will approach the states and Marvel and DC, because we've actually got examples of the last project he worked on for DC Comics. He took it over from Gil Kane, who passed away, and then he started on it, and then he died, and Kevin O'Neill, I believe, had to finish the project out to get it finished and published. And it was Blood of My Ancestors, sort of like a Superman Elseworld story. And we've got preliminary artwork from that.
Holy crap, that's amazing.
Yeah. So sometimes, you know, if you want to see it, we'll get it out and show you.
Oh yeah, that'd be killer.
We got a lot of the Conan, Savage Sword of Conan stuff. We got a few
Sweet.
unidentified. Got some Avenger pages. Got some just stuff, you know, sketches.
Dude,
I've got like a Conan head. I've
I
got
mean,
like one Bucky head or Winter Soldier. It's really Bucky, right?
oh wow,
That's half pencils, half ink. He only did half and half on that.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
John. To me, he was like the king of comics. I mean, I know everyone loves Jack Kirby. When I saw John's work, I was pulled in instantly.
After
And
seeing his original preliminary drawings and how he just lays down in a few gestorial lines, the scene, the environment, and the different angles, he's got a very cinematic eye. I've got a even a greater appreciation than I did for him before.
Yeah, it's almost like he was just writing as he was drawing it.
Yeah. I mean, art is a language, isn't it? I mean, it is a form of conveying.
There was on the Savage Sword, there was an inker he was working with that those pages look next level. I believe it was a Spanish guy. I can't remember his name though.
I know Ernie Chan, but he was like he, you know, every time he would ink, he would almost anything Ernie Chan inks, he kind of sucks the life out of because it looks like Chan. You know?
Yeah, it wasn't him. It was a Spanish guy.
Pedro Marcos was one of them, I think.
Was it him?
Yeah, most of our stuff come from like a late 80s to the end of the books. Like from like I think the pages we have are like from issue 201 up to 226, the last issue.
Wow.
Most of my pages are in one issue because those issues were like 46 pages or more. Yeah, I can't remember the exact count right now.
Oh, it was a ton.
And one of the best things that they did was that Dark Horse did was actually put the reprint all 226 issues in like, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 volumes. I can't remember.
Holy crap.
And they're about the size of they are downsized. They're almost like your Overstreet update or your Overstreet price guide rather.
Okay.
They're about that size. Yeah.
I would love to get my hands on those.
Stuff. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then I bought those.
Hang around, brother. Hang around.
I bought those to identify the pages, so I've got most of them identified. There's still a few things that I've got, like an Avengers page I haven't identified yet. I've been looking in the comics trying to find what I think it would be. Yeah. You know, when you buy production artwork, you don't always know to where it goes. You know what it is. And we were fortunate years ago to get on eBay and find this one guy that dealt with the art dealer and wrote essays on different comic book artists and stuff, and then they would publish their books. And he was part of a club or something, and they did limited publishing. And the publishing never went out to the public; it was just to the members of the club. So there were only like 60. I've got a Jack Kirby book that's that thick, and there was only 60 of them. And I bought the guy's personal copy. And it's all essays and you know, pictures of his work put together. That was only for club members. So you actually, if you were going to get one, you had to be a member of the club or buy it from somebody who was reselling it. I also bought his a
long time ago.
Yeah.
We're talking 2026. Anyway, I bought it's a very thin book because it's not on LB Co. I think it is his personal copy of that, but there was only 60 of those printed.
That was in 2006.
When
around 2026, 2006, I think, somewhere around there.
When was it printed?
When was it printed? I don't know because I've never unwrapped it to look in it.
Okay, so it was not printed in 2006 or 2026.
That's when we bought it. I don't know when it was printed. Yeah.
That's what
maybe in the early 90s, I'm thinking.
Okay.
You know,
I don't know.
I'm guessing there because I never really, I put it in the safe and I can't even get to it because the safe is stuck, you know.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's so heavy it collapsed on the bottom drawer.
I'll have to. No, it's not that. It's not that at all.
Oh,
It's just yeah. Actually, it's a bank safe, and it's got like 7 fold out drawers. They kept the bankruptcy papers in there. There's no telling what that safe cost originally, Vinny.
Oh wow.
It's double walled. It's asbestos. Of course, it's all encased in steel. So yeah, it's
That's amazing.
you can't move it across the floor wherever
took
you
a
put it.
forklift to get it there.
Yeah.
You take the forklift, yeah, to get it there, and 3 big strong movers that look like Arnold Schwarzenegger to rock it across the floor to put it where I wanted it. Yeah.
That's funny. Oh
It
wow.
says DC is greater than Marvel. Yeah. Well, I mean, some DC fans think that, you know. I
That
mean,
right. That's an
yeah,
opinion. Here's the
yeah,
thing. So, Marvel felt more real world, and DC
yeah,
felt more like all their characters. They try to treat them as if they were gods. So
yeah,
it was harder to. Well, aside from Batman, Batman's more street level, but
yeah.
And their army comics. They were some of them
oh
were
yeah, yeah. They
trying
did. They did have a good number of army comics. That's true.
good writers because they
Yeah.
had been
And
there.
I would say DC did the horror better
Yeah,
than Marvel ever did, except for their
Yeah.
magazines. Now and
Yeah.
DC
The
never
magazines
really
were a
went
little
into
different.
that, but it was
Yeah.
one of those horror magazines that got me collecting Vampire
Hmm.
Tales #5, or not collecting, but that was my first Marvel anything except for watching the cartoons.
Okay. Nice.
So, and I loved Rampaging Hulk back which later became Hulk,
Yeah.
magazine. I like that black and white stuff. Like, I think the longest running one was probably Savage Sword of Conan
Nice.
that ran
Oh, but sorry,
226 issues.
we went on a tangent. There's another artist that I do like a lot, like, but DC for me, I'm kind of from what they did with their with that writer and the bad things that person said regarding the Charlie Kirk situation. I'm pretty much like boycotting their stuff right now.
Yeah, I
hey,
hadn't
But
heard
we
any of that.
we don't. We're talking about back
yeah,
in the
you're talking about old. Yeah,
70s.
you're talking the good stuff.
Today,
But
I don't even buy very many comics
I hear
today.
you. There is an artist that's current that I think is probably one of the best. His name's Dan Mora. That
Mhm.
guy's stuff is incredible. Right
What is
now,
he currently working on?
he was working with Mark Waid on World's Finest and
Oh, okay.
Justice League Unlimited, but he jumped now to. I think he's still doing that, but he's also working with Robert Kirkman on Transformers. He just did Transformers 25. His work is
Okay.
phenomenal.
I may
It's
have gotten I bought one of those Justice League Unlimiteds #2
mhm.
because the
Yeah,
artwork, the cover, I thought was,
yeah.
and the
He,
price was right.
he's a fantastic artist. He did a book. Shoot, it was like the Arthurian legend stuff, but like
Hmm.
in modern time.
Right.
For Boom Studios, I think. Once in Future, it's called. That's worth picking up. Once in
Once in
Future.
future.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that is a fantastic book, and that's where I first found his artwork. Yeah, beautiful stuff. It almost feels like it's a very clean style,
Mhm.
but he knows his angles. His characters are very much alive, and he's a
Mhm.
very fast artist. Oh, he also did the last run of well, he started it, that Shazam book. He did the first 6 issues of the Shazam book with Mark Waid as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
his work definitely worth checking out.
so Mark Waid's been very controversial
Oh
and
yeah, yeah,
and trashed.
yeah.
Uh, you think he's turning out good work now?
Uh Again, I got it mostly for the artwork. Some of the
Yeah.
stories to me
Yeah.
still felt. I think he overhypes himself. There's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that seems like in that Shazam book seemed too childish,
Mhm.
but there's a lot of stuff too that he did do that I thought was pretty good. I'm not going to see great. I've never been. I think his best work was Kingdom Come with Alex Ross. That was his best
Yeah.
work.
Yeah. And
Um,
that was 30 years ago.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, I remember reading some of his stuff, I think in Flash or something. I don't know. So, but I mean, it wasn't totally, it's amazing. You kind of get inflated egos.
Oh yeah. That guy thinks of himself as something extra special. And I don't see it.
You should never do that.
Nope.
That'll mess you up.
To me, no matter how you remember your origin, remember your roots of where you came from. That nothing you came into this world, and you leave nothing when you leave. We're all kind of in the same boat. And to me, we want to like segment the boat, and some people want to set their part of the boat on fire.
Yep.
Well,
when he said he doesn't care what happens to the industry because he got to tell his stories, he doesn't care if the rest of it burns down. I'm like, well, that guy's a piece of trash.
Yeah. I'm like, wow, man. Okay.
That's why.
So why don't you just make a video of going to Jack Kirby's tombstone and piss on it, and then go over to Steve Ditko's and piss on it, and Joe Kubert's and Gil Kane's and all those greats that passed it on, and then the buck stops with you. That's hubris. That's pride.
Oh,
that's craziness to me.
Ego edges God out.
Yeah,
that's what ego is.
You know what I mean? And then props to Jack Kirby. He fought at the Battle of the Bulge. He put his life on line. To save the world from real tyranny. But still kept that imagination alive all that time.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, it's again that generation. That generation was something special.
Yeah, and to me, that's what I try and do. I try and inform people about things that I've learned, and still learning. I mean, I think you could get multiple PhDs in comicology. It's such a deep subject. You think you know it all? You need to go back to school.
Oh yeah,
because it goes so deep.
Oh, for sure.
There's more to learn.
When you think you know it all, you start dying.
And it's sad to see, DC probably 90 years now, but get to the 85th mark around the time that they were doing the Walmart in the South. Anyway, I don't know about, if you ever saw any comic books at checkout, they were doing the 100-page. A lot of it was reprint.
Oh yeah.
I didn't, and it had a couple new stories in it. But I thought that's great. Comics on the stands. Now we're seeing stands like this. I just picked up this second stand here.
Felt like a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're reprinting stuff from the new
Swamp
52 and, from like 2011 and 2016, 17. And that's good.
Yeah. The 100-page Swamp Thing, I think I picked up when they were doing that.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah, Capullo did something in there too. He was one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, Capullo cover. Yeah.
Yeah, and he did like a short story or something in there too.
Yeah, with stuff like that. Not the Spawn stuff, although I might have bought some of the Spawn stuff. I always bought Spawn because it was collectible. I might have read the first 10 issues and enjoyed it, but and that's why I'm collecting Spawn now. Because it's collectible. I think it's still an IP that'll still be running up to 1,000 issues, even after Todd McFarlane. I think he's gotten something started there that won't end,
Okay. Yeah, I haven't read it.
I don't know. But I'm not reading it. I want people to read my books, but often I don't read past, say, 15 issues,
Yeah.
There are exceptions to the rule. Like I read all the Savage She-Hulk, because I thought, and out of all my collection, when I met Stan Lee, I got my She-Hulk #1 signed by him because I could have had him sign anything.
I bet you read a bunch of Avengers.
Yeah, I read a bunch of Avengers. Yeah, that's what got me collecting. And when you got great artists like George Perez and John Byrne and others working on it. Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
A lot of X-Men with John Byrne and Terry Austin and Chris Claremont. I mean,
oh my God, yeah.
When they killed Phoenix, I cried. That's the power of comics. When you care enough about the characters and one's killed off, even though it's a fictional character and nobody ever really died, and you're still crying. And I was like, let's see, when that happened, I was probably, in my teens, but still I felt like I
it
was kind of
affected you.
grown up,
Yeah, because you love those characters. I mean,
because I was, and they did a slow burn. What he did was he built that Death of Phoenix. That was just the climax, the crescendo. That he had built that up for like 2 years in the comic.
Yeah. Oh, the planning he had. Well, if you go all the way to the beginning, it was like 10 years where he planted the seeds of the Phoenix story to begin with.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Even before I picked up one, because it was a while before I even saw an X-Men on my stands.
Yeah, who was the one kid? The Shadow, something, the one guy, the
Shadow King?
Yeah, Shadow King, was it? Where he was manipulating her as well, and like he'd pop up every couple of issues. Like he had a lot of in-depth stuff.
And tied in with Aurora. I hope I said her name right. The Storm, when she was a kid, a beggar on the streets of Cairo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had a lot of great stuff that they did in there. But that's the thing. People who really cared about what they were doing versus now it's just, it's that flash in a pan.
Yeah, they don't even think they need to look at the playbook, the quote Bible on the history. You know, like with Doctor Who, when Jodie Whittaker came in there, she could have really done something, but the writers, she didn't even look at the lore. She had never even seen Doctor Who. So why are you putting her in charge of it? It's crazy,
Yeah. Yep,
I just hate that James Bond is dead. Doctor Who's dead. Marvel and DC seem to be dead to a large extent.
I knew that was going to happen with Bond.
Well, they got to burn down the culture to change it, right? They got to change your priorities.
For me, like I enjoyed the Daniel Craig stuff, but I only watched up to Spectre, and that was it. I was done because that to me, he rode off into the sunset. He had the girl, he had the car. For me, I'm content with that ending for James Bond. I would not watch that new one where they try to replace him. I heard the stupidest shit. They blew him up or whatever. Yeah, oh, please. They're retarded. They're retarded. Like you said.
Can you have James Bond without James Bond? No.
No.
You can't.
You can't.
Nobody wants a black female 007.
Nope.
Nobody asked for that.
Nobody did.
Nobody. Why can't you do a separate movie away from that? No, you got to mess with the established. You got to turn Jonathan King gay. You got to turn Alan Scott, the original Green Lantern, turn him gay, even though or Iceman gay that was always smanging on the women back then.
Yep.
It makes no sense to take an established character that's obviously heterosexual for decades and all of a sudden he's going to turn queer.
And they can't say it's for representation because it's literally such a small number of people, and most of them aren't even reading those things. And
that's just the excuse to do it, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. It's bullshit. Like you said, it's an excuse. It's a cop out. All that stuff is. They're trying to indoctrinate. They're trying to brainwash. That's all they do. These companies are trash.
Yeah,
that's why I said it's a shame too, because there's like characters we grew up with, characters we loved, and we watched it all get burned down. That's why I'm so infuriated with the industry as a whole, because it's stuff that that's been my life basically.
Well, there certain things should be sacrosanct. Should be sacred that you don't even touch. And like there does not need to be a remake of Wizard of Oz.
No.
There does not need to be a remake of Gone with the Wind.
Nope.
There does not need to be a remake of Citizen Kane. And they're even more modern classics. There does not need to be a remake of some of these movies. You did it so perfectly the first time around.
They lose their creativity. They don't even know what to do, man.
Yeah. Because they're suits. They're morons. They don't know what they're doing. It's just, this is kind of hot now.
AI.
Well, again, you got creator control on the lower levels, don't you?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, if you want somebody else to chart your own company or whatever, sell 51 shares to them and let them run it. But they're going to they can't run it. That's the way I look at it as a business. Vinnie, is no one can do Momentum Comics like I can, because that's my dream, my vision, you know?
Same.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nobody wants to.
And I don't, you know, I know that Steve Rude, he's had Nexus and wanted to make it into a Hanna-Barbera type cartoon. You can watch it on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's awesome.
No, I haven't.
And it's an
Sweet.
awesome trailer. Yeah, go to Steve Rude's or just look up Steve Rude Nexus cartoon, whatever. And he says he's had 90% of it and been trying to get that on air for 35 years, but he wants to remain, you know, with the creative control of it.
Yep.
And I don't blame him for wanting to you know, keep control of that.
And nor should you.
Did you send me the link, Vinnie, to your sign up for Venus too? Did we drop that yet?
Yeah, it's in the
is it in private chat?
I thought I put it in the private.
Oh, you did, right there.
Oh yeah.
I want to make sure that people go sign up for City of Venus because it hasn't launched yet. When is it launching?
I'm
or do we
aiming.
know?
It was supposed to be November. I think it's going to be closer to maybe mid-December. I'm thinking.
Well, you really don't want
also.
Oh, really? Okay, so you're kind of breaking the mode there, aren't you? I mean, they say don't launch during the holiday season. It's not a good time to launch.
Well, then maybe I don't. It depends. It's
yeah.
Hey,
I was just wondering what you thought about that.
Will that link still take you to it like all your other stuff too?
He's got Linktree, and it is down in the description.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Take you to all your sites, won't they, Vinny?
Yeah, the Linktree should. I'm not sure if I put the sign up on there yet, though. Oh, I got to update that. I don't know if the sign up's on the Linktree, but it is on my. It's on Twitter for sure.
Yeah, and you know what? I need to save that for myself because I didn't have the sign up saved, but I do now.
Sweet.
Thank you for giving me.
We'll put you out there, baby. We'll put you out there. Yes, sir.
That'd be great. Yeah, because the for when I launch, I don't have a concrete date, just kind of roughly what I wanted to do, but yeah, it's basically as soon as the book's done, I'm gonna pretty much be ready. So I'm gonna mess around with a different printer in the States, I think.
Well, you want it about 90% done before you launch it, right?
Yeah, at least. But yeah, I'm pretty much. I'm in the 90s right now. Like I said,
dear.
Yeah, I'm just painting. I'm painting the last like 9 or so pages, and then I got to do the lettering.
Yeah.
So
okay, so that's what you're working on, those 9 pages.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's the painting on because all the pencils and inks have been done. It's a 52-page book. I'm debating.
The fun part. That'd be the fun part, man.
What's that?
Painting them will be the fun part.
Oh yeah, it's because I'm putting on a different hat. Yeah, it's wild how in the beginning I was doing like I do a full page, pencils, inks, color, onto the next one, pencil, inks, cut like that, and then I just started doing more of the layouts and went, let me just plow through the pencils and inks, and then I'll go back and do the pages. So it's almost like I'm rediscovering the pages again as I'm painting.
It's awesome.
Yeah, because there's certain pages that it has a very specific tone to what's going on. Like if I'm in the underground lab versus if I'm on the street.
And you can keep that mood, and you can keep that color has mood, and you can keep it and change it as you go through the story.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it depends on the location and what's going on. Because I also use color as a dramatic effect as well for what's going on in the scene.
Well, color is a dramatic effect, brother.
Oh, it is. It is. Again, I grew up on Frank Frazetta. That's where I learned most of what I do. Because like when you look at the art book and you'll see like the single images, there's a story in every single piece. You know,
Rex knows me. I taught color theory for decades.
That's awesome.
I love it.
It's absolutely awesome. Yeah, because it depends, like whether you wanna showcase something or push something further into the background. There's a
Exactly.
lot of different elements and things that go into it. Um, but yeah, it's
Color,
great stuff. It's powerful.
color has a value of itself, you know.
Hmm.
That's true.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing too. Like I'll get into phases where it's like all I want to do right now is just like I want to ink, I want to ink, I want to do this. I'm playing with different things of
Yeah.
shadows,
Right.
lights, blacks, and then there's
It's
times.
amazing, Vinny. You do it all. It's amazing,
Oh,
brother.
thank you, man. Thank you. Well,
I'm serious, dude. It's
it,
a lot of
it's
work.
it's years of
Yeah.
practicing, studying what I want to do, what I want to achieve with the pieces that I
Keep
do.
on. The more you do, the more you learn, the better you get, the
Yep.
faster it goes, the
Yep.
more you feel good about it because you see it coming together.
Oh yeah. And my
Yeah.
style is very specific. Um, yeah, and kind of what I want to showcase because few people have asked, "Oh, have you worked with other people?" Not so much. I've only done a handful of collaborations because
Right.
as I don't know if it's so much of the perfectionist thing in me, but I have a certain vision and it needs to be done a certain way, if that makes
Mm-hmm.
sense.
Now, what did you think about Jim Shooter?
I love Jim Shooter. I
Yeah,
loved him. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have even had to trade paperback. You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
he's responsible for a lot of the things I loved, including Transformers.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who came up with all that. You know, making them like an alien race kind of thing. The Cybertron, all the stuff that like worked. But what he said too about the industry, what he called out, what he said where it was going, he called everything out to the letter. And this is what I can't stand is the people in the industry today are so disrespectful towards him, his
Yeah.
legacy, and it makes me
Do you
sick to
think
my
he's
stomach.
gotten a bad rap?
For
You know,
sure.
with the talk.
I got a
Yeah.
nice run
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
I think
Transformers,
it's easy
man.
to buy into it. I think I did. I gave him a hard time when I met him. I kind of gave
Hmm.
him a hard time. He was a pleasant guy, but
Yeah.
I kind of bought into he's hard to work for and all
Yeah.
this, and
But
you
because
know,
it was the people in the industry they were pushing it because they wanted to do certain things.
yeah,
And he's like, no, if you stick to this schedule, if you stick to what I wanted, he goes, we're gonna continue running this like a well-oiled machine. And then you could tell when the prima donnas came in, you could tell when the shit stains came in and ruined the industry, the people with the
Yeah.
egos, all that stuff. Yes,
mm,
from what I understand, he was at times hard, but he was fair. If you weren't doing your work or your books didn't make the numbers that they were supposed to,
yeah,
he'd cancel the book or he put a new creative team on,
and it
because
had
it's
to
like,
be on time.
yeah, absolutely,
Mm,
absolutely. And that's the thing, like the industry just it went down the toilet when you had those people from the 90s who just branched off and like granted Image had a lot of good stuff, but there was a lot of bad shit that came with it as well.
yeah, and
And
Valiant
yeah, yeah,
around that time.
because I'll give Todd this for sure. He was consistent with all of his stuff, even when he stopped working on the book. Well, he
Mm,
never truly stopped working. Like he'd be relegated to inks and then writing and inks and writing.
right.
Capullo was the workhorse. When Greg got on there, I think the level it rose so high. That's when I was really like I didn't want to miss a single issue because I thought
Mm,
Greg's work and his storytelling was so amazing. But when they hit like issue 100, that's when I was done too. And at that point, I was done with Spawn. I never wanted to draw that character again. I drew him so much when I was working for Todd, and afterwards, and after seeing behind that peek behind the curtain, I got rid of like, well, I have the first issue and I think issue 9, the first appearance of Angela, but for the most part, I sold off those to a comic shop, and I partially I regret it because there was still a lot of great stuff that was in there
mm,
that I liked, but when you just had so much, I saw so much behind the scenes of a lot of shit that I was like I was done with Todd, and for a number of years I
You,
was I
you just
didn't
got to
want.
shed yourself of it.
Yeah, for sure. But
well,
like Greg, I ended up. He's a great guy. I was friends with him for up until like around the pandemic, like the start of the pandemic. once the pandemic hit, like, because I stopped doing shows and stuff for the most part. I do them sporadically, but I became pretty good friends with him and his wife at a certain point. But then all the political stuff, like, it's just like I lost touch.
It's
Basically,
best to be like apolitical, really. When it
yeah.
comes to the major, it's not that you can't talk about religion or talk about politics or any other touchy subject, but you don't want to go so in depth. You want to kind of like skim the surface and move on.
Yeah,
Rick,
but
people want to try to shove it down your throat, and I don't want to do that to nobody.
No, and that's the thing of most of those creative people, the ones that are attached to Hollywood. If you weren't on the Democrat Biden bandwagon, you were blacklisted or alienated 100%. I can confirm that 100%. They didn't want anyone in those fields because they were using that stuff to spread poison. And the people who spread it got bigger bonuses. So that's another big part of why they were alienating other people. I'm not saying that he did that. I'm not saying that he did it at all. But I know his wife was.
Well, it happened.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when the pandemic hit, I stopped doing conventions. That's one of the reasons kind of lost touch. But
it's really sad that they have such a rich history. That they have like DC 90 years, and I don't even know what Marvel's got anymore. I guess around 50 years, or whatever. They could do reprints of the good stuff, and they'll always do that.
Yeah,
that's something Marvel did early on. That's something that DC was doing also. I don't know who kind of started that, but in some of the first comics I read were reprints, and I appreciated that because it was like Jim Shooter, Legion of Superheroes. That made me a Legion of Superhero fan for life.
Oh,
was that old 60s stuff that was a decade old by the time I read it.
Yep. Well, I mean, again, you got to remember too, when they hired him, he was 14, 15.
Yeah,
when he
13, I think, 12, 13, yeah.
Yeah, that's a true talent right there,
Oh, absolutely.
He knew these characters.
Well, that's something that never happened today.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the system kind of doesn't take notice or give the opportunity to people like that anymore.
And all their editors now, forget about it. All they care about is their own fame on Instagram and stuff like that. They're not looking to hire new people at all. They don't care. It's so weird. It's bizarre. Because there's a number of times where I just missed out on doing something with Marvel. And then it got to a point where I just stopped sending samples. I'm like, I don't even want to waste my time. That's why I started doing my indie stuff. And I know I'm probably in some kind of blacklist because of at least the first couple of years of the CG stuff. Because they were blacklisting.
How does indie comics bust out? How do they become one of the biggest things out there? Now, I think you can see properties like Walking Dead has, done very well. I mean, had like 5 different 4 different spinoffs or something like that. To the point of like, and I'm saying, I'm not necessarily saying, how did we create Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? The next, because I think that's lightning in a bottle, but still it was a process. It was like, first do the comics, the concept was great, then take it to get a business partner and make the animated TV shows, and then the Hasbro figures, and then from there on the movies. And one thing builds on another. It's always a process. It's never overnight.
Yeah.
No. But how does the indie really become the biggest thing in comics? Or does it?
At this point, I honestly don't know. I don't know if it's possible at all anymore, because what Hollywood's doing is they're not looking at this stuff anymore. Now they're just looking to the AI slop.
Yeah.
That's what most of this turned into, and like, and to me, it's indies could be something really good, but it needs something like almost like those old art studios, and that's not there anymore. Like what we were saying before, the friendly competition versus competition where I want to stab someone in the back or in the face and publicly try to assault them, or what I mean. Like there's a different thing. And when there's no respect like that, and it's just all cutthroat nonsense, then it's like, for example, look at Eric July. When he first came out of the gate, his numbers were amazing. And each book he releases, the sales numbers are worse and worse, you know? And is that attributed to the infighting? Is that attributed to being treating the customer poorly? You know, because there's a lot of that stuff I've seen, and I'm not taking any side either, because I honestly I don't care one way or the other. I care about people who are putting out good projects. It has to be about the comics, and it has to be about the fans. Once you start making it about celebrity, air quotations, or about infighting with other people, it's not comics anymore. You're a bullshit drama channel. That's all you are. And your comic book is just your merchandise. They could be selling socks. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It comes down to a popularity contest instead of.
But I do think it's more about the creator and reaching your audience than I do the product. I mean, if they like you and what you're doing, they will buy just about anything from you. Now, I don't think you need to abuse that, but I think you do need to endear yourself to your public.
Well, that's what it was, though. It got perverted, right? Because people they were being disingenuous. They weren't being genuine on any level whatsoever. That's what, with me. I've always been like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. You know, I'll spell out the truth. I'll spell out the facts. You know, people can handle it or can't handle it. It's on them. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. A lot of people, they're too fake. They really are. They'll put on these faces, or the ones that they'll attack somebody for a number of years, and then that person kisses their ass, and then they bring them back to the fold. But they really hate each other.
Caleb says, Vinnie, truth. I want content, not drama. Put your drama in the books.
Exactly.
If anything. Yeah.
I've said that for years.
Like, you know, if you see something wrong in society, put it in your books.
Yeah.
That's why Devil Flyer is a white Nazi. Because I'm a white heterosexual male clinging to my guns and God. And if they're going to call me a Nazi simply because of my skin color, and I can think of no one that's my Devil Flyer story is a redemption story, you know?
Yeah.
And I can think of no person that no one's irredeemable, no matter what they've done.
Right.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Now, some people, you're a pedophile. That's it. You're the scum of the earth and you need to die. You need to be publicly executed. I don't agree with that. There is forgiveness. And if there's not forgiveness in the world, we're all dead.
Oh, yeah.
We might as well bomb Russia and Russia bomb us and destroy the planet. Because if there's not hope in the world, I don't want to live in that dystopian world that has no hope.
I agree with you.
I think that's what comics is about. Role models that say there is hope in the world.
What you just said right there, that's what City of Venus is. I have it where it looks so bleak and everything, but yet my character, she's the hope in that world. And some of the story aspects that are going to unfold in there, that's what part of that is. Because a lot of people, I had a couple of friends going like, well, you don't really do superhero stuff, right? Because I got the pirate one, I got the ghost story. I said, well, actually, City of Venus that is my hero story. That is the superhero stuff, because elements you're going to start seeing things in there, because how the story unfolds and how it evolves is going to go in a very specific direction as well. But you're going to see heroic deeds. You're going to see cool stuff. You're going to see the hopefulness of it, you know. And even by the end of this issue, I got a crazy cliffhanger, but there's also hope that's attached to it, you know.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, nobody wants a down. You know, I've watched movies like that where it's a downer message, and you leave the theater feeling like you've been drenched in gunk.
Oh yeah,
you know, not with a good feeling, but a heaviness.
Yeah, because the thing too, where they make all this stuff is all about like these anti-heroes or the heroes that do so many bad things.
And that might have been a good thing in the 80s, but we got to break out of that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You could deconstruct a character, but if they don't have an arc where they come back around, then you failed. You know, then you failed as a writer and a creator.
I want to show you this, Vinny. This is what I was talking about, the project that Steve's been working on for 35 years, trying to get it. Nice. And he has it up there. Thank you, Haldir, for sending that. This is the only way I could get it and show it to you.
Did
this
Kelsey
out.
Shannon do something with this too?
Kelsey Shannon drew Nexus for Mike Barron
Okay.
because Mike is taking Nexus. I love this, that Mike and Steve they co-created the character. They're both writing the character, but they're taking the character in two different directions. They're not squabbling over, well, I don't want to do that, and there will be no Nexus because we can't agree. They just agreed to still be friends and take the character in their own directions. I think
that's interesting.
I think that's an example
That's
for all of us. Check
that's
this out.
Cool.
Yeah.
I love that he breaks away out of it and comes back to it.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, only on Choppy Ass Theater. A little bit behind the ears, please.
That was really
wild?
Cool. Oh, yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
Definitely had.
Would you not watch that on TV? Oh, I would. Hell yeah.
Absolutely, I would.
Yeah. Yeah. I never realized till I interviewed Steve, and it took multiple times, that Nexus, because I actually got to meet Steve in 85 and 86 at the Chicago Comic-Con that time. At that time, that was the largest Comic-Con in the United States. And by today's standards, it'd be considered a small convention. But back then, it was all creator centric, and he and Mike were a team. They always went up on panels together, I think. I mean, there might have been a panel that Steve Rude that time might have been less of a writer and more of an artist. I think maybe Mike might have went up on some writing panels that Steve didn't, but usually you saw them both together. They've had a long lasting friendship within the comic sphere. And I think that's great because that's old school for sure. Yeah. And, they just love comics. They love Kirby and the tradition. And I've even talked to him about, passing the torch from generation to generation so that another generation can enjoy this art form called comics. And Steve's got a heart for the stuff, his heart. I think the greatest creators are fans in themselves. They were fans as kids and they grew up within it. If you want to, and that's why I say that I will be here when a lot of these son of bitches are off the internet talking about comics, because I'm a fan of comics. I grew up and nobody can dissuade me away from this subject, because if there's one thing that I have a PhD in, it's comics. And even I don't know it all, I'm still learning. You never stop learning. But I never got the Space Ghost Nexus thing till I interviewed him. I said, man, this looks like Hanna-Barbera. And he's like, duh, basically. I never got that aspect of it,
That's funny.
But I didn't realize what a big fan of like Space Ghost and Herculoids and all that he was. But it only makes sense because he's about 10 years older than me. And he got to watch and grew up on that stuff too. You know.
My age. He's my age.
Yeah.
That's great though.
Yeah.
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 Again, it's so cool to see stuff like that, and that's wild. 35 years. You know,
Yeah.
trust me.
Birdman. Absolutely.
Again, between the universe and stuff that I got,
Birdman.
my brother as well. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there's a ton of stuff we want to get out there. But, you know?
To me, the '60s were a golden age in animation. You know, and then it kind of got ruined after that. You know, Johnny Quest. I don't think the Herculoids or Space Ghost or any of that would have been produced without Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest was built to fail, really, because they were spending more per episode on that, like $100,000 per episode.
Oh, wow.
So they weren't really recouping their money. It was too expensive to be on TV. They only did like 24 episodes, I think. But still, there's hardly been a time when it's not being on TV somewhere. Or streamed somewhere.
Well, it's like
it set the bar.
Yeah, it's like the what do you call it? The Fleischer Superman as well. Like every episode was like an obscene amount of money, especially
with that early rotoscoping and stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And look at King Kong. King Kong. There was 9 different processes invented to create that film, and it was the first big kaiju really on screen. It was a phenomenon. Even in the heart of the Depression, the Great Depression, people were lining up to pay their nickel for their escapism, you know, and they saw it again and again and again. They couldn't get enough of it.
It shows you
and
how
it saved RKO from bankruptcy.
Yeah. It shows you how important, you know, all this is entertainment, you know, and what we're doing. That's why I want to continue to get these amazing projects out there for people.
Yeah, people want that escapism.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you know, what threatens it is, and I a lot of people down manga, but manga, at least people are reading.
Yes.
We need more readers.
I'll tell you, it's, you know what it is? The ones who are like poo-pooing that all the time, they're the ones who are afraid, because there are good, I know there's a lot of crap out there too, but there is a lot of talent that's in that world. There's a handful of things I picked up from time to time, and I go, this actually looks really good, you know?
I know some artists that do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was teaching them in high school. They were better than I was, man.
Yeah.
Well, you know, R.L. tried writing Man-Thing, and I don't know the artist, but the artist was phenomenal on it. And I only got like the first couple issues. I think I went on eBay and got a number 1. I think I might have got 2 and 3 at the local comic book stop, and just money dictated I couldn't buy it anymore. But I tried reading it, and R.L. Stine might have did good with Goosebumps and stuff, but he took Man-Thing in a direction that didn't fit the character at all. He had Man-Thing speak. He became a Hollywood celebrity.
What?
Yeah. But now I only bought it for the art. The story was shite, but the art was awesome. But the art only, you know, what I say is the art will grab you, but the story will keep you.
Yes, I agree.
And I didn't come up with that overnight.
Nope.
I had to think about it.
Yeah.
And I think more writers need to think about what they really want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think so too. Yeah. There's a number for, what's his name? Scott Snyder.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some things that he had written. I'm like, oh, I really like this. And then there's shit that he did with Batman I didn't understand at all. I'm like, am I missing a story somewhere else? This just makes zero sense. He had introduced certain characters when he was working with Capullo out of nowhere. Like, there was like, I think a little black girl who broke into like the Batmobile. He never fully explained who she is, why she's there. You know, there were so many things that were just like out of left field that I'm like, this is just, it destroys your story. It makes no sense.
What I'm saying about the art will grab you. That's what, grabbed me about Avengers. I didn't know anything about Avengers. And, George Perez, if he was on the stands, he just appealed to me for some reason, and this was his early style. This was his, before not his later or more accomplished style. This is when he was still learning comics,
Right.
His first pass on Fantastic Four, and in fact, I prefer the little cruder stuff. Him struggling with perspective and stuff, although he was always phenomenal at it,
Yeah. Well, George Perez was such a sweetheart of a person too. I met him a couple of times. One of the nicest guys ever.
Yeah, and one thing I like about storytelling is that when you give a little wink and nod to the reader, and they know more about it than some of the characters do.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
like when you show them the murderer, and then this other guy the other character doesn't have a clue, and you're like, I know who did it,
Oh yeah.
but they're still trying to figure it out and go through the pitfalls and traps of figuring out.
Yep.
I kind of like the nod and wink, to give the reader something to kind of hold on to that other characters within the story doesn't know.
Yeah. We have something like that with Through the Woods.
Yeah.
With the bad guy in the book, there was the father of a little girl. He found out, and no one else knew, and he didn't make it into telling his wife in the book. It's like you have to have those moments in there because, like you said, it's great for the reader, and it's like one of those kind of if they knew,
Yeah.
It's, like you said, you're pulling in the reader, and they're more invested in the story.
Well, even if a lot of people start and go, well, I've leveled up since then, and they go back and redraw pages. I think that's a mistake. Look, put it out there with warts and all, get it out there. And that's something I liked, was growing with the artistic style. Like, Sienkiewicz, he started out kind of as a Neil Adams and then evolved into what he would later become. And you can look back and go, I remember when he was doing Moon Knight and he looked like Neil Adams,
Yep. Well, look at Joe Mad.
I love drawing. I love growing and evolving with the artists and the writers.
Yep. I hear
Even if I think, if it's done in sincerity and genuineness, people are willing to go along with, they can enjoy it no matter what level you're at, And
for sure.
I think that's part of the charm of it, growing with the artist and the writer,
Yeah. Yeah, you look back at a bunch of people, their early work, and it's just like, it's night and day in what they're doing now. Or, Joe Mad's a perfect example. When he first jumped on Uncanny X-Men, people hated it. His style and what they were doing, the looks that they changed all the characters. But now you look at his work just a few years later, phenomenal to this day. Like anything he puts out, like he's one of those artists. Like I'll run out and grab, if he's doing a book, I'll grab it no matter what.
Yeah,
because his work is that good, even if the story's so or whatever. Because there's certain people like that. Art Adams, he's another one. Although even his early work, you could still see what he does today is still there. Like there's some people that they're a phenom, no matter what.
And then I look at somebody like Mark Bagley or even Ron Friends, and their style hasn't changed that much over the years. It's like, what are you doing differently? You're not, are you evolving? Because Sienkiewicz is a perfect example. He was really going through a metamorphosis,
Yeah. Well, John Romita Jr., same thing. Like I honestly preferred his early work than I did his later work. Because like the style that he ended up doing, I'm not a fan of the super thin bodies and the giant
I
heads.
see a lot of that. I see it. You're talking about Junior.
Yeah, Junior. Yep.
Yeah.
His early work. There's one story he did,
like
if you
his
remember,
Iron Man stuff, his X-Men stuff.
His X-Men. There was a story specifically that's still one of my favorites to this day. Is Wolverine and Nightcrawler bring Peter Colossus to a bar, and he gets into an accidental fight. Well, it's kind of orchestrated by Wolverine and Nightcrawler, but they wanted to teach Peter a lesson because he was being a dick anyway in the book. And Colossus in Juggernaut in regular street clothes, because he's just hanging out with a chick at a bar. There ends up becoming a massive fight between Colossus and Juggernaut, and they're in just like regular clothes. And there's a part 2 where I think Juggernaut picks up the bar and throws it, like he swings like a baseball bat at Colossus. A massive fight. Peter gets his ass kicked, and at the end of it, Juggernaut pays the bar, the owner of the bar, like, like, this is on us. This shouldn't have happened. Like, the bad guy did the right thing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, I thought it was hilarious, but the story itself was great, and his artwork was fantastic in it.
Yeah. There's a lot of people down on Junior, and I appreciate all this stuff. I mean, I do prefer some of the earlier stuff that he did, which was more of a house style than, some of the later, but I also appreciate that too. So,
well, I'm not fully knocking him either. I knew him. He got me my first interview with Marvel. Yeah, no, he's a very nice guy, but a lot of people, they keep to themselves anyway.
I'm in awe that, like, maybe, it's like, to some people, oh, you're still with Marvel, you're a sellout. I'm in awe that, like him and Dan Jurgens, there's another one that's a writer and an artist that is still doing comics for the big two, and that they haven't ran them off yet.
Yeah. Well, they tried to a few times.
Did they?
Well, yeah, with Dan Jurgens was writing that Superman book, they brought in Bendis, and they pretty much ran him off.
Yeah, but he's still active in comics.
Yeah, he's still doing stuff from time to time. I know. Yeah, but
yeah,
it's crazy. Like I said, this industry is very bizarre, and I said from day one, from those in the '90s, they had to clear out that editorial. The editor, especially in the late '90s, early 2000s, they destroyed comics.
Yeah. You got to have a good editor. Now, do you have an editorial team to help you?
I don't. I have some friends that are really good with some stuff.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's your editorial team right there.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty well. Yeah, pretty much. Nothing official,
I do that. I say, Elsie, let me fire something across your bows, or Shadow Hawk. He's a great editor. There's just your inner group that, and well, what about this? Have you considered this? Or that doesn't quite sound right. And I'll tell you why. Because sometimes you're too close to the mirror to see it.
Yep, that definitely happens.
Yeah, but I don't think you can have too many editors, really.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, I did. Before I went to print on like Shadow the Kraken, I did like a couple like off-air live streams like this where I had like 4 or 5 people reading it. And it's funny too because like we did it like almost like in parts as well. You know who Chris Fisk is, right? From
Chris Fisk,
Yeah.
Yep.
A dear friend, great guy. And he was doing voices on certain characters in the book. We were laughing, but we still like there was some things that just if it didn't fit that properly, like I made minor changes here and there to the dialogue of what was going on, But like the story was still there, everything was still there in terms of what I had, and and then after all that, there was someone who I know who's a little more precise with the English language in regards to what sounds correct versus what doesn't, and kind of that was like the final Passover. And again, caught a couple of little things, and then it's like then it's perfect. That's why I'm super proud of that one because everything just it was the way it was supposed to be, what I had in my head, and then those little minor things that needed some correction. So.
Before we get out of here, Vinnie, tell us about your YouTube channel and what you've been doing lately. And what you do over there.
The YouTube channel, I have a variety of different things there. You'll find the art classes, which I've talked about. I have a couple of celebrity interviews, some people that I know.
You never had me on.
Hey, I told you you're invited. You're invited anytime, my friend.
Thank you.
Yeah. What was I going to say? But we do. I do a lot of toy reviews on there as well. Because again, that's my background. I still collect here and there. We have the Friday streams where it's a little bit of everything. We'll hit some political things. We'll talk about comics, movies, whatever. Whatever's fun. And then
because you said earlier that you kind of pulled away from doing as many streams on other channels and things.
Yeah, I used to do more, but again, with how the landscape is and a lot of the shit, I was just tired of. But I also have a lot of
Right.
personal things that I help take care of, some family as well. And life's just kind of it kicks you sometimes. But
Yeah. That's Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, I've been a caregiver for a couple of people, and my mother always did it for
yep,
aging relatives. And um, I know Elsie's done it.
yeah,
He's
eh,
currently doing it, and so
yep.
it's not an easy task
No,
to
it's
meet the
very
needs of another. That really that is
exactly
very needful. Yeah,
that's why a lot of times too it was hard to nail something down. But I'm like, no, I'm free the rest of the night. That's why I was happy to jump on here with you guys. And that's why typically I kind of I run in the days that I do. It's I have slightly more time, but yeah,
yeah,
Sundays I do well, lately we've been doing the Dexter watch party because I had a couple of friends who haven't seen it, and I'm like, well, instead of talking
right,
about random crazy shit, you know what? Let's do this. So while it plays,
yeah,
I could get some drawing done as well. Everyone's watching something fun,
hmm,
and it's all good. But yeah, a little bit of everything. I do intend on getting back into doing more art related stuff for sure on the channel, more art classes again.
hmm,
I do have I have a second YouTube that is it's primarily just the comic book stuff. That's Mella Art World. That should be in the link tree as well. But yeah, that one you could find
and you can
again,
find
just
that
my artwork.
link down in the description there. His link
Yeah,
tree,
yeah,
which will
yeah,
lead.
yeah. It
Yeah,
should be
you're
in the
gonna have
link.
to update that link tree. When
Yeah,
you
yeah.
get
That.
when you get
Oh, go
ready
ahead.
to do another launch, hit us up.
Mhm.
We'll get you back on, promote
Oh,
you.
for
You know,
sure. Yeah,
yeah,
the other one is there. It is on the link tree, the secondary YouTube channel. But
it is.
that
Okay,
yeah, that's
okay,
just if you just want to see primarily like the art classes and some of the stuff. I use some of like the animated grok thing as I was experimenting on some of my pieces so I could make my trailer.
hmm,
Because like I have the trailer for the sign up for City Venus too, and I was messing around with because again I don't have the funds to hire people to do that stuff, and
right.
so I'm using the AI as a tool just for that. I'm not using it. It's not done to create my artwork. It's only done for the advertising part of it. Is what I'm trying to.
Besides the editing, is there anything that you don't do? I mean, do you farm out the lettering or do you letter?
No, I do the lettering. I do it
Okay,
all.
so
Yep.
you do it all. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep. That's why
That's amazing. I know it's more time consuming that way because
Mhm.
penciling's one process, inking's another, and then
Oh yeah.
coloring and lettering. It's all a
I
process.
yeah.
It's
I'm
one of the
doing the
most
job.
daunting tasks. That's why I hadn't done it till now.
Yep.
You know,
That yeah.
making a
I'm
comic book is not easy, really.
No, it's
It,
not. It's
yeah,
I'm wearing
not a
the hats
good
of
one.
at least five different people, five different jobs. I'm wearing the hats of. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
it's a lot of work.
yeah. Well, I
But
know. Just speaking for my regular co-host Shadowhawk, he has to work tomorrow, so and he did try and come in earlier, but his device wasn't connecting, wouldn't want to work for him. So,
ah,
but I know he would love to talk with you, Vinny. He's a big
oh yeah,
supporter of yours and always, you know, has wanted you to come on for a long time, and we just haven't,
yes, yeah,
you
he
know,
has. But yeah, I'm
yeah,
happy to come back another time too. Yeah, especially when he's
absolutely.
more
Make
available.
Shadowhawk's day. He'd love to talk to you.
Oh, absolutely.
It's great
Yeah,
talking to you, Vinny.
yeah.
Oh, it's
And
been a pleasure.
thanks for coming into the 4 o'clock shadow like you do too, and setting this up. It was awesome.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I can't believe we almost did 5 hours here.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah.
I'm gonna give Elsie a break. Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh, and go change my title to from hanging my homie to hanging with my homie because I don't want to
Yes.
execute him.
Thank you.
This is a new series we're gonna do. Not
Yeah.
necessarily have guest stars. It's just I and my longtime friend Elsie on. That's why when Omer asked me earlier for the link, I was like, no, there's no link. This is not a normal stream. This is just me and Elsie hanging out most of the time. Occasionally, like if we can have a special guest like you on, we will. But for the most part, it's just
Sweet.
going to be a stream for me and him to do artwork and shoot the bull,
Oh,
just
that's
have
very
fun
cool.
with the chat and
Nice.
everything.
Hell
Not
yeah.
everything has to have a panel on it or,
Oh
gas.
yeah, same thing. Like, yeah, I don't need massive panels either or nothing.
Yeah.
I
Well,
stream with my friends and good people, so I'm down with all that.
yeah. Well, I really appreciate you coming on and being on with us for almost 5 hours. You got the bladder of steel, my friend.
Yeah. Well, I've been zoning in on my work as well, so getting work done and having a good conversation with you guys. Yeah, it's been a blast.
Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll set something up where you can come back on the 4 o'clock shadow. Hopefully, right now my calendar is pretty open, so just tell me what's convenient for you, and we'll try and get you on at the most convenient time. And
we'll figure something out for sure. And I
we'll
know
and this time we'll focus on, because I kind of like to get to know the person the first time I meet them, if I can. If you're not on a large panel and you kind of meet a person, but you don't really get in depth with them,
for sure.
And then we can focus more on your projects and push them out there, shill them a little bit more than
for sure.
did tonight.
Once this is all done, because usually I haven't put my camera on in a while when I do streams, because I usually have Photoshop open and it conflicts because StreamYard is such a shitty platform. How they do it, like there's a lot. It takes up a lot of the graphics card and all that. But once I'm done with the book, usually I will be going back on camera as well again and all that. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know some people get particular about that too, but I'm okay.
Oh yeah,
way.
It's like, why don't you come on screen? Yeah, well, that's fine. Maybe it's not his hair day. I just usually put on a cap when it's not my hair day. But there's sometimes I don't feel like coming on camera, and all I do is give you the icon.
For sure. Yeah.
But
I never.
Thanks for explaining that to me. I didn't think it was off-putting at all. And I know what you look like.
Yeah. People have seen me before anyway. So.
Yeah. So say the magic words that we say at the end all the time that gets us out of here. Keep collecting and we'll get out of here.
Keep collecting. Can you say that for me? Creating.
Yeah, I didn't ask you. I want Vinnie to say it.
Well, Vinnie to say it.
He might not want to say it. We'll just go for another 5 hours.
Keep creating and keep collecting. Absolutely.
There you go. He nailed it in one. See, I knew he could do it. Vinnie's